Meet Leo, a young man with an extraordinary, almost terrifying, gift for every monster he slays in the depths of a dungeon. He seizes their very essence, their power becoming his own. He can drain their life force and even absorb their raw physical might. In an instant, his physique transforms, muscles coiling with newfound strength. But his journey began not in a dungeon, but in a moment of quiet normalcy. Scrolling through his girlfriend's social media, suddenly, cryptic text flooded his screen, and the world around him dissolved, pulling him into an unknown realm. A disembodied voice echoed in the void, announcing the start of a placement test. When his vision cleared, he was no longer in his room, but in the suffocating darkness of a cavern. Disoriented and furious, his shouts of "Where am I?" bounced off the damp stone walls. His panic was cut short by a foul stench as two hulking, shadowy figures emerged from the gloom goblins. They clutched massive, crude clubs, their intent brutally clear. But in their milky, unseeing eyes, Leo spotted a crucial weakness. They were completely blind. Drawing on every fantasy story he'd ever consumed, he knew this was his first trial. He had to defeat them to survive. But a careless step, the soft slap of his worn-out sandals against the stone, betrayed his position. Instantly, one of the sightless beasts swung his club with terrifying force right where the sound had been. Pure adrenaline fueled Leo's movements, allowing him to narrowly dodge the lethal blow. A second slower, and his story would have ended right there. Heart pounding, he pressed himself to the cold floor, clamping a hand over his mouth to stifle his ragged breaths. His mind raced. They're blind, but their hearing is unnervingly sharp. They hunt by sound. They're trying to box me in, he realized with a jolt of fear. I'll be found any second. Thinking fast, Leo hurled a pair of loose stones deep into the cave, creating a diversion. As one goblin lumbered toward the noise, Leo seized his chance, grabbing a heavy rock and bringing it down hard on the creature's skull. Blinded by pain and rage, the goblin swung his club wildly, not at Leo, but directly into its unsuspecting companion. In a stroke of genius, Leo shouted in a guttural voice, "The prey is fighting back! Get him!" The dazed goblin, believing its attacker was right before it, unleashed a devastating final blow on its own kind. And just like that, using his wits instead of his fists, Leo had turned his hunters against each other. It was a grim reminder that in this new world, intellect was his greatest weapon. But his victory wasn't complete. The first goblin, though wounded, was still breathing. It lay trapped beneath the immense weight of its fallen comrade, helpless. With a deep breath, Leo picked up a club and delivered the final merciful strike. In the aftermath, a strange phenomenon occurred. Golden, ethereal symbols rose from the goblin corpses, spiraling towards him. A spectral window materialized before his eyes, announcing that the power of the Code of Babylon had been unlocked. This granted him the ability to absorb and analyze concepts, to literally steal the strength from the monsters he defeated. A dangerous smile spread across Leo's face. Armed with his newfound power, he ventured deeper, ready to conquer this entire dungeon alone. With a hunter's glint in his eye, he began his grind, and soon, the cavern floor was littered with the vanquished bodies of its goblin inhabitants. Finally, a new message appeared. "Congratulations, you have passed the test." A wave of relief washed over him. He thought his ordeal was over, that he could finally go home. But his hope was shattered. The world shifted again, and he found himself standing in a pristine dormitory at a place called Union Academy. He was an ordinary-looking guy, but the moment he donned the academy uniform, he was transformed, radiating an aura of unexpected power. He was then summoned to meet one of the instructors, an elegant, green-skinned elf. Her exotic appearance was striking, her beauty undeniable, and Leo couldn't help but be a little captivated. She introduced herself as Elara, the combat magic instructor for Union Academy, with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. She asked, "Did you find some kind of cheat code for our test? Because in the last 500 years, she explained, no one has ever achieved a score that high in the placement evaluation." But her praise meant nothing to him. All he wanted, more than anything, was to find a way back to his own world. Just then, his gaze was drawn past her to something impossibly massive looming on the horizon. The professor then revealed a staggering truth. This was the very purpose for which the academy had been established. "Our mission," he explained, "is to train students from every known dimension, preparing them to conquer the countless dungeons and unravel the deep mysteries of that colossal structure, the Tower of Babel." The name struck Yuan like a bolt of lightning, and a long-forgotten memory surfaced. His grandfather's words from a childhood long past. He had spoken of their ancestors, the true masters of the tower, and of a prophecy that Yuan himself was destined to restore the fallen glory of the Ban family, the legendary family of masters. Reeling from this revelation, Yuan, with his professor's assistance, managed to return home where he recounted the incredible events to his family. His grandfather's eyes blazed with an ancient fire, his voice booming with joy. "You found it, the Tower of Babel, magnificent. That is my grandson." His uncle rushed to steady the old man, fearing the sheer excitement might prove too much for his fragile heart. With his family's blessing secured, Yuan began preparing for his enrollment. His journey starts now, deep within a low-level dungeon controlled by the Union. Inside the damp confines of a goblin nest, Yuan stood poised for a new kind of battle, gripping a strange, metallic contraption, a rifle that hummed with the power of infinite ammunition. He was about to introduce these primitive creatures to the brutal, overwhelming power of a world they could never comprehend. Before the goblins could even raise their crude weapons, they were cut down by a relentless storm of projectiles. Yuan advanced with cold composure, a path clearing before him as none dared to stand in his way. A revelation dawned on him. It's here. It's finally happening. Before, my power was confined to language alone, but now I've absorbed something new from these goblins. Everything has changed, he realized. With the Code of Babylon, I can give voice to, absorb, and reshape the very concepts that define existence. With each foe I vanquish, I claim their core concepts, their very essence, and the more I gather, the more powerful I become. And the very first concept I harvested from this dungeon, the Cave of the Blind Goblins, I poured into the simple club. It was transformed into a weapon of incredible power. And this, he thought, is the result. Yuan mused, watching his spiked mace act on its own, intercepting an ambushing goblin with a vicious swing that sent teeth flying from its shattered jaw. This was the Goblin's Club, the very first artifact Yuan had forged by infusing it with raw demonic energy. The weapon could materialize at its master's command, shifting its form and moving with a life of its own. Witnessing his creation's brutal efficiency, Yuan couldn't suppress a proud smile, gently stroking the mace's handle. Its creation might have been a fluke, but because of it, he had passed the Academy's evaluation with flying colors. Gazing at the defeated creatures, a sense of satisfaction washed over him as he muttered, "All right, time to collect my spoils and confirm the codes." In an instant, he began drawing the conceptual energy from the fallen goblins. The concepts flowed into him. Life, 5 units. Mana, 3. Demonic essence, 5. Body, 3. Soul, 2. And even leadership skill, 1. Murderous intent, 1.7. Family, 0.5. As he processed the stream of information, one concept stood out, something entirely new to Yuan's experience. He had never seen it before. What is a soul? The moment the thought formed, his mace, Bang Manga, pulsed with an eager energy. "What is it?" Yuan asked, sensing his desire. "Do you want this one?" Bang Manga seemed to nod in affirmation. Seeing this, Yuan didn't hesitate for a second. "Of course," he said warmly. "It's yours. Hold on, I'll give you the life, monster, and demonic essence as well." With his decision made, Yuan focused his will, masterfully guiding the glowing pictographs that swirled around his hand, compressing them into a single shimmering sphere. "This is the technique I've developed, to take these fragmented concepts," he thought, "and pour them directly into the mace." With a surge of anticipation, he thrust the sphere deep into the Bang Manga. Instantly, the mace erupted in a blinding light, its very form trembling as if on the verge of a profound evolution. The two concepts swirled and merged in perfect harmony, birthing a bizarre transformation, an item that shattered the very definition of known limits. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Yuan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "Incredible! How is this even possible?" he wondered aloud. Could one of the concepts I isolated have evolved on its own? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the sphere of light fractured into 1,000 pieces, revealing a tiny coiled snake nestled within the fading glow. The superior fusion had done the impossible. It had created an M-class magical beast. "A magical beast," he breathed. "So merging a monster and a beast results in... This is a miracle. Dare I even touch it?" Yuan whispered, cautiously extending a hand, his heart a whirlwind of excitement and trepidation. To his relief, the small creature remained perfectly still. It recognized its master. The snake affectionately nuzzled its head against Yuan's arm, its gentle personality completely unchanged by the transformation. "I wonder if you can still become a gun or a shield," Yuan mused internally, a soft smile gracing his lips. "You're so adorable." From this moment on, your name is Y. Now, before we leave, let's have a look at my own growth. With that, he focused his intent, calling forth his personal status window. The panel shimmered into view, displaying Yuan's attributes: life at 45.1, body at 32, soul an astonishing 324.5, mana at 38.7, swordsmanship at 14.2, leadership at a mere 1, omniscient eye at 105, and both omniscient ear and tongue of God at 100. All right, let's break this down. Though. Life seems to function just like levels in the game, and body is clearly my physical condition. But why is my soul stat so astronomically high? The omniscient eye and ear, those must be tied to my linguistic abilities. As for the rest, I'll just have to figure it out later. With a sigh, Yuan turned his gaze to the small serpent on his arm. Well, what do you think? Are we ready to blend in with the other students now? In response, he shook his tiny head back and forth, a gesture of pure embarrassment. Yuan chuckled softly. It's all right. What truly matters is our potential for growth, isn't it? He comforted his new companion. And at that very moment, the system's voice returned. The dungeon's core has been successfully destroyed. You are now permitted to exit the dungeon. Do you wish to depart? Yuan didn't hesitate. Yes, let's go. We can't be late for the Union Academy's entrance ceremony. Yuan confirmed his choice on the floating screen, and in an instant, a magic circle blazed to life beneath his feet, whisking him away. His surroundings dissolved and reformed, placing him in the grand auditorium of the Union Academy. All around him, a sea of new students were bustling to find their designated seats. Yuan, however, had materialized directly in the center of the vast hall, his sudden appearance causing several nearby students to recoil in shock. Whoa, that's a lot of people, he murmured, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as he instinctively activated his omniscient eye, a skill that allowed him to perceive the unseen. Its power, dictated by his proficiency, could instantly decipher the aura and spirit of any target in his sight. Attribute stats flooded his vision. This hulking lava rock of a guy has stats rated B, B, and C, while that handsome blonde over there is a genuine S-rank. Impressive. Staring at the overwhelming power levels all around him, Yuan felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Just as I thought, he grimly acknowledged. The students who got in through normal means are in a completely different league. Every single one of them is at least 10 times stronger than I am. Now, where in the world is my seat? As he scanned the rows, a gruff voice barked from behind him. Hey, you, if you're one of the sub-dimension transfers, stop loitering in the main section. Your place is over there, so get lost. The voice belonged to a colossal student who looked like he just stepped out of a high-level raid. Recognizing he was hopelessly outmatched, Yuan could only offer a placating wave in reply. Ah, right. My mistake. Thanks. At his meek submission, the giant's cronies erupted in derisive laughter. However, Aiden felt no anger, only a weary resignation. It was no surprise the regular students carried themselves with such arrogance. They judged him solely on his origins, a world away, in a sub-dimension. It was a story as old as time, the powerful preying on the weak. He mused internally, but in that moment, as if sensing his isolation across the crowded hall, a flash of golden hair caught his eye. A young man was waving, his voice cutting through the noise. Hey, special admissions are over here. Without a second thought, Aiden headed towards him. So this was their designated spot. He realized with a touch of unease. It felt less like a special section and more like an exile's corner. But as his gaze swept over the others, a silent scan of their power levels, his jaw nearly hit the floor. He could scarcely believe it. Were these truly the outcasts from sub-dimensions, their combined strength could likely overwhelm the entire regular student body. Aiden's focus sharpened. The blonde was a staggering SAA rank. The girl with silver hair beside him, a terrifying triple S. And the one with pink hair registered as ABS. Beyond them, he glimpsed 3 others, one an enigma of question marks, another a C, and the last a mere F. As their faces came into clear view, a jolt of recognition struck Aiden. He knew that blonde. Leo, is that you? Yeah, Leo confirmed with a grin. Looks like this is our little corner. Perfect, Aiden replied, though his mind was racing. So it's really him. Leo, the ridiculously handsome guy from the dorms before the ceremony. Their first encounter had been memorable, to say the least. Stepping into his new dorm room, Aiden was greeted by the cold, sharp point of a sword and a fierce shout. Who goes there? With the blade hovering inches from his throat. Aiden's eyes widened in shock. Hey, in this uniform. Who else would I be? Aiden shot back. I'm your new roommate. His words snapped Leo out of his battle trance, the realization of his aggression dawning on his face. Oh, my apologies, Leo said, quickly lowering his sword. I just came from my practical exam. The adrenaline hasn't worn off. Are you all right? I'm fine, Aiden answered, though a flicker of irritation remained. He couldn't help but think, this guy looks like he stepped right out of a royal storybook. A little intense, maybe, but he did apologize. I guess it's fine. But before Aiden could even mention his own modest exam, which involved a simple blind goblin, Leo let out a dismissive scoff. That was your evaluation? He asked, his voice dripping with condescension. Any novice with a week of training could handle a goblin. My trial pitted me against an entire legion of ghouls and ogres. He recounted his epic battle with breathless excitement, each word of his glorious victory making Aiden's blood simmer with frustration, forcing Aiden to take a deep, calming breath. Okay, he's not a bad guy. He conceded internally, just completely tactless. Whatever. Aiden's expression softened into a wry smile. Well, look at us, talking up a storm, and we haven't even cleaned up from our exam yet. It's been a while since I've had a decent conversation, he admitted. Same here. Leo nodded, a wide, charming grin spreading across his face. Then, without a hint of self-consciousness, he pulled off his shirt, revealing a lean, sculpted physique. Right. Time for a shower. This bathroom is communal, isn't it? We can keep talking in there, Aiden suggested nonchalantly, in stark contrast. Leo's face instantly flushed a deep shade of crimson. You go first, he stammered. Huh. Aiden turned back, confused, only to find Leo completely flustered, unable to even meet his gaze. I'll just go later, Leo muttered, leaving Aiden to stare after him with a bewildered expression. Back in the present, Aiden inwardly shrugged. Time would smooth over that awkward memory. He figured, besides, they were all in the special admissions area for a reason, which meant the two girls with Leo had to be extraordinary as well. With that thought, he turned to them with a friendly smile. Hello? Hi there, the pink-haired girl chirped back. The sheer, unadulterated cuteness of her innocent expression hit Aiden like a physical blow. So, cute, he thought, before managing to say aloud, It's really nice to meet you. He then shifted his gaze to the girl with hair like spun silver. Oh, and you as well. Hello. Across from him, the white-haired girl with striking black eyes stared back, her intense gaze making Yuan feel a touch flustered. Is something wrong? He asked. The creature coiled around your arm, she stated calmly, her voice even. It's interesting. In that moment, he knew precisely what she was referring to. He didn't hesitate, allowing the small serpent to fully materialize. This little one, you mean you can all see him? At the sight of the serpent's impossibly cute form, all three girls seemed to melt. Even the typically aloof, white-haired girl couldn't suppress a faint, excited blush. It's so adorable. That was the item from the other day, wasn't it? It's only been a few days. How did it change so much? Lai pleaded. Can I please touch it? It's just so precious. As she spoke, the white-haired girl finally introduced herself. I am Dujo, daughter of the martial master. And what is your name? I'm Yuan, our hero replied. He then asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice, but what exactly is a martial master? Does that involve some kind of fighting art like shooting blasts of energy? A wave of soft giggles rippled through the group at his earnest question, leaving Yuan completely baffled. Even Dujo was shaking with suppressed laughter, covering her mouth with her hand. Your understanding isn't entirely wrong. Really, I suppose in a world of fantasy, it's not so strange for a world of martial arts to exist alongside it, he mused with a soft laugh. The pink-haired girl then offered her own introduction. My name is Ruo. It's wonderful to meet you. And I'm Alan, but my friends call me Lee. The pleasure is all mine. Dujo, Ru, Lai said, his smile radiating genuine warmth. However, the moment the words left his lips, Dujo turned away with a scornful look. Lai could only roll his eyes in annoyance, seeing the sudden tension. Yuan offered a wry smile and intervened. It looks like the ceremony is about to start. His eyes were drawn to the stage, where he noticed the elegant figure of Professor Yuma taking her seat. Oh, look, it's Professor Yuma over there, he remarked, which immediately caught Lai's attention. Professor Yuma is your counselor. Yuan, she's mine as well. But before he could elaborate, the lights in the hall dimmed dramatically, and the massive ceiling began to retract, revealing the vast night sky above. The hall ceiling is opening. What in the world is happening? The group exclaimed in a wave of bewilderment. Then a chilling voice sliced through the air, silencing the entire hall. All of you, focus here. The voice carried an absolute authority, unleashing a terrifying pressure that crashed down on every student's shoulders, making them tremble with an instinctual fear. What is this? Where is this immense pressure coming from? Yuan wondered, his mind reeling. His heart pounded with a mixture of awe and confusion. Nevertheless, he clenched his jaw and forced his gaze upward toward the source of the overwhelming presence. High above, a colossal entity had appeared, and his voice continued to resonate. The 2557th entrance ceremony of the Union Academy now officially begins. The entity was a single, gigantic, unblinking eye. Time seemed to stand still, and before they knew it, the ceremony was over. Professor Yuma approached the students, her expression cheerful. Quite impressive. Wasn't it the headmaster's speech was truly one for the ages? She said, her smile as bright as ever. Her words, however, were met with a stunned silence. The students were still caught in the aftershock of that terrifying presence, too shaken to respond. Only Yuan calmly took a sip of tea and nodded. It was very impressive. So, the giant eyeball is the headmaster. His casual question sent a shockwave through the group. They turned to stare at him in utter disbelief. Yuan, you saw that eye. You actually dared to look up. The pressure from it was soul-crushing. Most of us couldn't even raise our heads. It was absolutely terrifying. A ripple of surprise went through Yuan. He felt the crushing presence. Yes, but it wasn't the suffocating force that others described. As this thought crossed his mind, Dahlia's gaze fixed upon him, sharp and questioning, as if trying to peel back the layers of his composure to understand how he could face such an overwhelming being without flinching. The entity was veiled, its true form deliberately hidden from mortal eyes. How, then, could Yuan possibly perceive it under the weight of her intense scrutiny? Yuan shifted uncomfortably, quickly offering an explanation to break the tension. It wasn't a clear sight, he stammered. More like a feeling, the chilling sensation of a colossal eye staring down from the heavens. Professor Yumina, ever the pragmatist, cut through the moment and steered them back to the matter at hand. Regardless of what you perceived, she stated calmly. That was the headmaster. You will likely never cross paths with him again, she continued, unless you accomplish something truly extraordinary or find yourself in a world of trouble. Though it seems you, Yuan, might just earn a private audience sooner than later, she added, a playful glint in her eyes that made him uneasy. Yuan sighed, a wave of exasperation washing over him. Professor, he muttered under his breath, why does that sound more like a curse than a compliment? A light, musical laugh escaped Yumina as she covered her mouth. Oh, don't misunderstand, she said, her eyes twinkling. As your mentor, your glory is my glory. I expect nothing less than your absolute best from this day forward. At this, Leo's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, he interjected. Does this mean you, Professor Yumina, will be our supervising instructor? Precisely, she confirmed, gracefully lifting a teacup to her lips as she spoke. The simple confirmation left Leo utterly speechless. His mind reeled with the implication. One of the Academy's 9 arch-professors is personally overseeing our class, he thought, the sheer prestige of it all sinking in, placing her teacup down with a soft click. Yumina's demeanor shifted to one of formal authority. It seems a proper introduction is in order. I am Professor Yumina, an instructor in the Department of Combat Magic, and I have been assigned as the homeroom teacher for this particular group. Class 11. For the next 5 years, our fates are intertwined. Let us strive for greatness together. Leo, still processing the news, voiced his confusion. But aren't first years usually assigned to teaching assistants? Yumina inclined her head. Under normal circumstances, yes. However, this year, you are a very special case, and thus, I have been assigned to you personally. As she spoke, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, a private marvel at the situation. So special, in fact, that one has to wonder at the sheer improbability of gathering such unique individuals in one place. Her musing expression then hardened, her gaze sharpening as she delivered a stark warning. From this moment on, you must be on your guard. Beware the resentment and hostility of the general student body. Hearing her words, a flicker of surprise crossed Yuan's face before a grim understanding settled in. He saw past the professor's words to the dark truth they concealed. This wasn't about mere academic rivalry. She was speaking of the brutal undercurrent of the academy of bitter feuds and physical altercations that played out in the shadows. And once those conflicts escalated beyond the sanctioned duels and official challenges, they would be on their own. Not even the professors could or would intervene. To survive here, let alone thrive, meant possessing the strength to shatter any obstacle and endure any animosity thrown your way. She looked at each of them in turn. From this day forward, the four of you are a single unit, a team. You are special students, unlike any other. More than that, you are comrades, bound by a shared destiny to conquer the tower's summit. That is your purpose from now until the day you graduate. But enough talk, she said, her tone lightening once more. The Academy has prepared a small welcome gift for its newest prodigies. Rules and regulations will follow, of course. With a theatrical flourish, she snapped her fingers. A flash of light and four shimmering objects materialized in the air before them, leaving them utterly astonished. They're pendants, one of them whispered in awe. Are they for student identification? They are far more than a simple necklace, Yumina explained. They are your key to your identity, and to every facility on this campus. At the same time, they grant you the ability to traverse the Union campus in the blink of an eye. Now, shall we test that particular feature? Yeah. With a reluctant murmur, they chanted the activation phrase, "Teleportation, Professor Yumina is so beautiful." The instant the words left their lips, the trio was violently ejected. "Professor Yumina is so beautiful," Luke yelled, his eyes wide with astonishment, and just as suddenly, they found themselves teleported right back to where they started. Faced with such a peculiar incantation, the three of them were utterly speechless, at a complete loss for words about their enigmatic professor. What in the world? The group sighed in unison, a wave of exasperation washing over them. This identification pendant is our only key into the tower, so like it or not, we have to guard it with our lives, Leo declared, swiftly securing the pendant in his pocket. Across from them, the pink-haired Rose looked on, a question forming in her mind. But why were you the only one held back? Who knows? Ethan replied with a helpless shrug. Maybe he sensed that terrifying presence inside you. Chloe mused aloud. As she spoke, her mind drifted back to Professor Yumina's cryptic phone call from moments before, overhearing the words. No, we have a tea party prepared. It was an odd exchange, but it paled in comparison to the fact that, among all the students, Ethan was the only one summoned to face the headmaster directly. The scene shifts to the grand, intimidating office of the headmaster. There, Ethan sat, as silent and still as a lamb. What is happening? He wondered, his mind racing. A private meeting with the headmaster on my very first day. I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Noticing the boy's palpable anxiety. The headmaster's voice echoed through the room. You may look directly at me. My true form is not present at this time. The voice emanated from a small, ornate doll sitting upon the desk. Hearing this, Ethan finally mustered the courage to lift his gaze to the doll and ask, You're the headmaster? No, I am the chairman of this academy. You will address me as teacher, the doll instructed. Yes, teacher, Ethan replied immediately. The chairman then wasted no time in getting to the heart of the matter. Allow me to explain why you have been summoned. As a rule, I do not interfere with the development of my students. Whether they become strong or remain weak, whether they live or perish within the tower, it is of no consequence to me. My singular purpose is to witness with my own eyes the one who finally reaches the tower's apex. All else is utterly meaningless. Hearing such a cold declaration, Ethan fell into a stunned silence. The chairman continued, In truth, the tower is the legacy of my ancestors. The Braxton clan was destined to reclaim it, with all its power and glory. I am prepared to sacrifice my own life to see the entire tower reclaimed. But faced with the headmaster and these other students, what did the tower truly mean? Why must they all journey to this dimension just to conquer it? Unable to contain his burning curiosity, Ethan decided to ask, Teacher, what exactly is the tower? Upon hearing the question, the chairman fell silent for a few moments, as if taken aback by his students' inquisitiveness. Then, the doll's voice slowly returned. The tower is the path to the gods, and it is also a great trial for all who dare to enter. The gods, Ethan muttered to himself, a new layer of confusion clouding his thoughts. Are they the same gods? People always speak of this. This is far more complicated than I imagined. Meanwhile, the chairman continued, his voice unwavering. As I said, I do not normally interfere when students encounter difficulties. However, your case is an exception, because in you, I see a profound potential, the greatest potential I have ever witnessed. Therefore, I will make special arrangements to aid you in your preparations to conquer the tower. As soon as the words were spoken, the arm of the small doll on the desk lifted gracefully, casting a strange beam of light that shot directly into Ethan's identification necklace, merging with it. What was that? Ethan exclaimed, startled by the sudden flash. The chairman was quick to explain. I have just expanded your exploration privileges far beyond the Academy's conventional boundaries. You are now free to travel to any dungeon you wish. Use this time to sharpen your skills before you dare challenge the tower. Outside the Academy walls, Yu voiced his lingering confusion. Indeed, now, it is time for you to leave. Remember, you must grow stronger before you begin your ascent. If your performance is exceptional, I shall unlock your next great privilege. With a casual wave of his hand, a shimmering portal erupted beneath Yu's feet. It pulled him down into its depths before he could even react. The next privilege, Yu gasped in sheer astonishment. That is correct. It is the right to explore the world outside these walls, independently. I anticipate our next meeting. The moment the words left his lips, Yu was ejected from the portal, stumbling directly into the waiting arms of his instructor. Yuma. So, did the meeting with the principal go well? Yuma asked, her smile as radiant as ever. Yu looked up, only to find his view completely obstructed by a rather impressive landscape. Flustered, he scrambled backward and onto his feet, a deep blush coloring his cheeks. The principal has a habit of dismissing his guests in such a dramatic fashion. It's a bit odd, isn't it? Yuma shrugged, a playful glint in her eyes, while Yu found it difficult to meet her gaze. Yes, he stammered shyly. You should know, he's been eager to meet you from the very beginning. Once he had finally composed himself, Yu relayed the entire conversation with the principal, including the incredible promise, which left Yuma absolutely speechless. You cannot be serious. Permission for a student to leave the academy grounds, that's a privilege of unbelievable magnitude. Yuma exclaimed, her eyes wide. Is it really that significant? Yu asked, still puzzled. He just said I needed to improve my skills. He murmured, his mind still racing with questions. Significant doesn't even begin to cover it. You'll be free to explore dungeons beyond the tower, even journey to distant cities. This gives you an advantage in experience and preparation that no other student could dream of. In the history of this academy, Yuma explained, her voice low with emphasis, no student has ever been granted this right. The weight of her words finally sank in, making Yu realize the immense faith the principal had placed in him. Ha ha. So that's what he meant. I honestly thought he saw me as so pathetic that I needed special tutoring. What a relief. Yu chuckled to himself. Yuma continued, a clear note of envy coloring her tone. You have no idea how lucky you are. I'm incredibly jealous. At this time of year, we instructors are far too swamped with work to even think about leaving. Really? Yu inquired. Of course. Union is an academy, after all. Everything revolves around the students, which can be quite restrictive for the faculty. With a privilege like that, you can delve into dungeons, see new cities, go shopping. You could even eat all the delicious snacks you want. I'm just so envious. As she spoke, her face drew closer and closer to Yu's, a peculiar intensity burning in her eyes, causing a nervous sweat to bead on the young man's brow. Seeing his reaction, Yuma finally revealed her ulterior motive. You know, there's a breathtakingly beautiful city you simply must visit. It's called Ronica, and the spring temple there produces the most divine idea. Fearing he might be devoured on the spot if she continued, Yu quickly interjected before she could finish her sentence. Professor, perhaps I could bring back a gift for you. A short time later, the scene shifts to a bustling road far from the academy's quiet halls. Yu was now on a mission, dutifully following Yuma's very specific instructions, recalling her passionate description of the legendary honeymoon wine, a special brew crafted by monks, celebrated for its sweet fragrance, rich head, and an aftertaste that was said to be utterly spellbinding. Bring me one. No, make it 2 bottles. Understood. The spirited instructor had commanded, her eyes gleaming with an intense light as she placed this sacred duty upon her newest student. You could only let out a quiet sigh, a professor dispatching a student to fetch her some spirits. This world never ceased to amaze him. But then again, with his item inventory, a little errand like this would be no trouble at all. He opened his bag, a look of satisfaction on his face, only for his eyes to land on an unexpected item tucked inside. A flicker of memory sparked. Ah, this is the gift my grandfather gave me before I left for the academy. You gazed at the satchel, its true nature still a mystery to him. The scene shifted, rewinding to the day before his departure. As Yu made his final preparations, his grandfather approached, a heavy-looking bag in his hands. Are you all packed, Yu? Yes, grandfather, I believe so. And you slept well, my boy, Yu confirmed. And at his grandson's reply, the old man set the bag down, its weight making a heavy thud on the floor. Go on, open it, take as much as you need. What is this? Yu asked, his curiosity piqued. Just open it and find out. His grandfather chuckled, a knowing glint in his eyes, the moment Yu unfastened the clasp. A brilliant golden light erupted from within, forcing Yu to shield his eyes. Whoa, it's all pure gold. Are you sure I can take some? He stammered, utterly astounded. Ha ha, don't be shy, my boy. This is our family's legacy, a treasure passed down through generations to aid in our search for the Tower of Babel. And now, it belongs to you. Use it as you see fit, his grandfather declared, his voice filled with pride. Overwhelmed by the gesture, Yu felt tears welling up in his eyes. Thank you, grandfather. This will be a tremendous help. But he hesitated. It looks incredibly difficult to carry, doesn't it? Difficult? Why on earth would it be difficult? The old man retorted. Well, just looking at it, it seems so heavy. Yu mumbled. You foolish boy. His grandfather had chided with a loving shake of his head, snapping back to the present. Yu accessed his inventory and effortlessly transferred his belongings into the magical bag. Having an item storage is incredibly convenient. Yu recalled his grandfather saying, gold holds its value no matter where you go. So, I'll just take a few bars for now. He decided. All right, I'm all set. Time to step into this new world. Yu gazed out at the sprawling modern metropolis before him, taking his first steps into the city, his mind reeling from the sheer scale of his development. It's strange. For another dimension, the cityscape feels almost familiar, he mused aloud. But just as the thought crossed his mind, his eyes shot upward to see people soaring through the sky on sleek, flying vehicles, and he quickly fell silent. No, it's completely different after all. What are those things they're actually flying? How is that even possible? He thought, his heart pounding with a thrill he'd never known. His out-of-place appearance, however, had not gone unnoticed, drawing the attention of a pair of city guards. Hey, you stop right there. Where did you come from? Yu turned to face them, but before a single word could escape his lips, the guards' eyes fell upon the crest on his uniform, and their entire demeanor shifted in an instant. By the heavens, you're a student from Union Academy, aren't you? Greetings. We're the border patrol for the west sector of Ronica City. They snapped to attention, offering a crisp, formal salute. Yu felt a wave of awkwardness at their sudden and intense reverence. All this, just for being a Union student. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Hello, my name is Yuan Ban, a first-year student at Union Academy. Upon hearing his introduction, both guards leaned in, their faces alight with curiosity. But still, Student Yuan, how did you manage to get all the way out here? Do you have clearance from the headmaster? That's right, he confirmed with a simple nod. I was given permission to explore freely. We understand completely it's because of the headmaster and the faculty that our city remains so peaceful. We are eternally in their debt. The two men spoke with such genuine gratitude that Yu began to grasp the true, staggering power this academy wielded. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us anything at all. And for a boy still so new to this world, how could he possibly let such a golden opportunity slip by? Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed a finger toward the sky at one of the soaring machines. I want to buy one of those. How much are they? Time seemed to leap forward, and the next scene found Yu streaking across a vast, grassy plain on his very own flying vehicle. This is incredible. This is incredible. Yu's voice echoed with pure exhilaration. But to understand his joy, we must rewind the clock by 1 hour. It all began when his innocent question made two city guards visibly nervous.
That son? One of them stammered. You're looking at the a flying motorcycle.
Even the most basic model will set you back a staggering 250,000 ronia. He added, the astronomical price meant nothing to you, whose expression remained utterly blank. He simply asked, what exactly is 250,000 ronia worth? So, that's what it was called.
An A
Flying motorcycle. As the name echoed in his mind, an idea sparked. Reaching into his inventory, he casually produced a solid gold ingot. Would this be enough to trade for it? He asked, completely oblivious to the shockwave his action sent through the guards. Their eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Is this real gold? Where on earth did a boy like you get an ingot of this size? You offered a simple, disarming smile. My grandfather gave it to me. And now back in the present, soaring through the sky. The weight of that gift truly hit him. He was still reeling from the appraisal. That one block of gold was worth an unbelievable 75 million ronia. He owed his grandfather an immense debt of gratitude for forcing it upon him. He could almost hear the old man's gruff voice yelling in his memory. Gold is currency everywhere, you fool. You will take it. But it's so heavy and inconvenient. You had whined back then. Little did he know that such a burden would grant him the freedom of the skies. As the wind whipped past him, a familiar form materialized from thin air, the small spectral snake. Why? Yu's face lit up, eager to introduce his new creation. You're here. What do you think I use the same concept of spirit and demon that defines you? I've given this motorcycle a soul. Her name is Lilith. From now on, I expect you two to be friends. By imbuing the machine with the profound concept of spirit and demon, Yu had transformed it into a sentient being, a true sibling to his companion. Why? Yi, in response to its master's declaration, merely flickered its ethereal tongue. Its expression was impossible to read, a mix of curiosity and perhaps a hint of jealousy. But Yu, oblivious to the subtle serpentine drama, remembered the real reason for his trip. All right, he thought aloud. I've got the wine for Professor Yumina, and I've given Y a new sibling. Looks like my work here is done. Time to head back to the academy. With a triumphant grin, he banked Lilith towards home. But that triumphant return didn't quite go as planned. A short time later, our hero was found draped over a table, his head throbbing with a dizzying ache. Ugh, my head, he groaned, the sound weak and pathetic. Just then, Lai approached him, her expression far from sympathetic. She placed a glass of water down with a sharp click and shook her head in disapproval. I have to say, I'm genuinely disappointed. The moment our gathering ended, you disappeared without a word, only to return in this state. Her sharp, judgmental gaze made him squirm. It wasn't my fault, he stammered out. Professor Yumina, she forced me. I had no choice. The memory flooded back the professor, eyes gleaming, grabbing him by the collar, refusing to let him escape. Another round, my boy bottoms up. She had insisted he drink until his face was flushed as red as a summer sunset. It was my first time ever drinking anything like that, he pleaded. He snatched the glass of water and drank it down in one desperate gulp, as if trying to wash away the memory itself. That's when Duke coolly, ever observant, pointed to a flower-shaped pin on Yu's chest. So, is that little trinket your reward for becoming the professor's personal drinking partner, the new class representative? Yu leaned back, his head still spinning. Class representative. Oh, if you mean class president, then I guess so. But before the words could fully settle, Duke slammed his hand on the table. If anyone is going to be the representative for our group, he declared, his voice full of arrogance, it should be me. I am, without a doubt, the strongest here. You all agree, right? You don't, she challenged, her eyes fixed on him. Yuli immediately fired back. That's crossing a line. Ji-ho, we're supposed to be equal teammates here. Let me be perfectly clear, he continued, his voice rising. That kind of arrogance isn't going to help us climb this tower. And for the record, I don't accept that you're the strongest one here, Yuli declared, his finger jabbing the air right in front of Jiho's face. A cold laugh escaped Jiho's lips as she shook her head. Equals don't make me laugh. It was just yesterday, that you were asking the professor if you could climb the tower solo. Where's the equality in that, Shah? She asked with a dismissive shrug. The word struck Uli like a physical blow, a deep blush of shame creeping up his neck. That, That's... He stammered, completely blindsided as Yoon and Ruo shot him suspicious glances.
Oh, right, I did say that, Yuli admitted awkwardly. But I was just asking, it was pure curiosity.
It's not like I actually wanted to abandon you all. Meanwhile, Yoon slumped onto the table, his head in his hands. Gods, he thought.
I was hoping we could avoid this kind of infighting on day one. My plan was to suggest we strategize as a team.
But this group is already a complete mess. I never wanted to be the class representative. But now, Dach.
I see exactly why the professor picked me. Yuli is all pride and no finesse, while Jiho is an absolute tyrant. She might be strong, but all she'll ever do is breed resentment. And Ruo, she's far too passive to lead. What a
spectacular mess of a team. With that final thought, Yoon pushed himself up. Hold on, everyone. Just take a breath and listen to me. The class representative doesn't have to be the strongest. In fact, he proposed, his voice steady, they absolutely shouldn't be. Jiho's eyes narrowed into slits. And why is that? Because, Yoon explained, if the strongest person leads, they'll just steamroll every decision. A leader is supposed to unite the team, not dictate to them. The representative needs to be someone who can find a fair path forward for all of us, which is why an easygoing guy like me is the perfect fit.
Easygoing. Jiho nearly choked on a laugh. Fine, the professor has the authority to make the appointment.
So I'll play along with your little plan for now. Jiho conceded with a smirk, seeing the most volatile member of their team actually agree. Dendesh.
Dashu.
Yun let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, the knot of tension in his chest finally loosening. Thanks, he began to say, but Jiho cut him off, her tone shifting to one of chilling sincerity. From the very start, you were the only one here I considered worth my time. So, as much as I hate it, if I have to tolerate this extra baggage to get what I want, then so be it. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Uli and Ruo, cold and dismissive. That's all I have to say. See you around. And with that, the silver-haired girl turned and walked away, leaving a furious Uli trembling in her wake. What did she say? Extra baggage? Uli's voice was a low growl, his teeth clenched in pure indignation. Seeing him about to explode, Yoon quickly stepped in. Hey, take it easy. Uli. After managing to temporarily pacify the fuming Uli, Yoon felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. My God. This feels less like the first day of school and more like the front lines of a war. Wounded pride is the hardest thing to mend. I'll just have to play the long game. Our protagonist resolved internally. He was just attempting to find a moment of peace, but that peace was shattered in less than a few seconds. Ruel suddenly stood up, her voice bright and oblivious to the lingering tension. Hey, Yoon, you didn't bring that cute little snake with you today, did you? I really want to touch it. Her eyes were sparkling with genuine curiosity. Oh, for crying out loud. Yoon groaned to himself. Why is every conversation a minefield? It felt as though he was being ambushed by fate itself, as the world around him shifted to a vast, intimidating fighting arena. A hulking figure named Hector, a man who seemed to have magma flowing through his veins, shot to his feet, his voice booming across the arena. Professor, I'm eager to witness the true caliber of these students who passed the special examination. His challenge hung in the air, and 100 pairs of eyes swiveled, locking onto Evan and his companions. Their gazes were a mixture of raw curiosity and cold assessment. The instructor, clad in the stark, unsettling uniform of a prisoner, gave a slow, deliberate nod. For our first session, he announced, a smirk playing on his lips. We shall begin with a simple sparring match to warm the blood. Any objections? At his words, the students of Class 1 erupted, a chorus of voices clamoring for the opportunity. Professor, let me be the one to test them. No, stand aside, I'll do it. The air crackled with their aggressive energy, a cacophony of challenges aimed directly at the newcomers. The storm of angry, provocative shouts washed over them, silencing both Evan and Liana. She cast a worried glance at him as he realized the brutal truth. Union Academy judged its students by one thing: power. No wonder Class 1, the elite class, held such disdain for newcomers like them from Class 11. Evan managed a strained, awkward smile. Well, he began, it might be this pin I'm wearing. It seems to be drawing some unwanted attention. As the senior student has argued, Hector's gaze was locked onto the insignia on Evan's chest, a furnace of rage igniting within him. How dare this weakling wear the sacred emblem gifted by the goddess of flowers? The emblem of Professor Yuna. To flaunt it so brazenly in his presence was an unforgivable insult. The thought festered, twisting into pure fury. Finally, Hector could contain it no longer. "Professor," he roared, pointing a finger directly at Evan, "I request the honor of personally testing his strength. Let me be the one to face him." The instructor's smile widened, sharp and predatory. "A fine suggestion," he declared without a moment's hesitation. "Step into the ring. Evan, you will face Hector." The words were a verdict, and Evan felt the walls closing in, cornered with no hope of escape. Meanwhile, another pair of eyes watched the unfolding drama. Professor Yuna observed the proceedings from a distance, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach when she saw it was a joint session between Class 1 and Class 11. A cold suspicion crept into her mind. Something was deeply wrong with this picture. What is the meaning of this? Why was her student scheduled for comprehensive combat training with the Academy's most elite class on his very first day in the very first period? No less. How could a student admitted through special circumstances, one from a remote subspace, possibly stand against one of the Academy's top-tier combatants? They knew he couldn't. That had to be the reason for this cruel arrangement. She didn't know who was pulling the strings, but she could feel the venom in their intent. A wave of anxiety for her student washed over Professor Yuna. Back in the arena, Evan was facing an impossible choice. He was no fool. Charging headfirst into a battle with the behemoth of molten rock and fury across from him was suicide. He quickly raised his hand, intending to refuse. "Excuse me, Professor." Evan's voice was steady. "But my combat abilities are still in their infancy. I fear a match like this would be a poor learning experience for either of us." The instructor in the prisoner's uniform merely shrugged. "Oh, is that so?" he replied with chilling nonchalance. "In that case, we'll just deduct 3 points from your record." The penalty left Evan reeling, blindsided by the injustice. "Enough excuses," the professor snapped, his voice sharp. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, his expression dripping with disdain. And in that instant, the chilling realization dawned on Evan he was being deliberately targeted. But why? Why was this instructor so intent on forcing this fight? Was the goal simply to humiliate him in front of the entire class? As the pieces clicked into place, his expression hardened. "I am not making excuses," he stated, his voice now laced with ice. "I am speaking the truth. My admission to this academy was based on a unique set of skills, none of which are related to direct combat. If the professor wishes to gauge the potential of a specially admitted student," he concluded, his eyes locking with the instructor's, "then I implore you to devise a more fitting evaluation than this farce of a duel." Your logic was undeniable, yet your persistent refusal began to grate on the professor. Clad in his prison-like uniform, he finally snapped, his voice a low growl. "Are you presuming to lecture me on how to do my job?" At that, all pretense of politeness vanished. You met his glare head-on and retorted, "Professor or student, it makes no difference. When you're ignorant of a subject, you learn. And last I checked, I am the class representative here." "Another 5 points deducted," the professor roared. Yuan sighed internally. "So, that's the game we're playing," he thought, before swiftly pivoting to a new proposal. "How about this? Sir," he offered calmly, "grant me 1 week to prepare. I will face him next week. Just give me 1 week. I only need to enter the tower a single time. When I emerge, my preparations will be all but complete." A chilling silence fell over the classroom at Yuan's audacious claim. Every eye turned to him, their expressions a mixture of shock and pity, as if staring at a madman. Whispers erupted in stunned silence. "Did you hear that? A match next week? How can he possibly prepare? His power was known to be the absolute lowest in the academy. How could he possibly stand against a prodigy from the special class with only a week's time?" Fury simmered in the professor's eyes. "He dares, ignoring my authority and setting his own terms." He seethed. "Fine, do as you wish." Seeing the man's barely contained rage, a look of pure disdain crossed Yuan's face. "So what if I ignore you? You're not even a real professor anyway." He muttered the insult under his breath, a quiet venom sharp enough to startle even Lai, who stood just behind him. Swallowing his fury, the professor made a grand announcement. "Yuan and Hector, next Tuesday. The two of you will face each other in an official duel. This match will be a public event, broadcast live for the entire academy to witness. I expect you all to be watching." A cruel smirk twisted his lips, already savoring the public disgrace he envisioned for Yuan. So, it's not just about putting me in my place, Yuan realized. He wants to turn my failure into a grand spectacle. Yuan's brow furrowed just as the professor turned his attention back to the class. Yuan, since you've begged for this time to prepare, you had better put on a worthy show. If you fail to deliver, eat there. Yuan cut through his threat, his voice sharp with annoyance. But of course, hey, you're Hector. Right. We have an official duel next week. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. He finished with a dazzling smile, which was met with Hector spitting on the ground in his direction, his disdain palpable. Ah, you pathetic weakling. For a moment, Yuan felt a flash of embarrassment, wondering why he was putting on such a cheerful front for this molten-tempered brute. But then again, I wasn't expecting a handshake. His true goal wasn't to gauge the man's temperament. As he focused, Hector's vital statistics materialized in his vision. Hector's rank was B, with a C in potential. Vitality registered at 250, physique at 300, and magic at a mere 120. Seeing those numbers, Yuan knew with absolute certainty that buying himself a week had been the single most critical decision he could have made. Just as I'd expect from the special class, he mused. His physical stats are monstrous. His vitality was 5 times greater than his own, and his physique a staggering 10 times. And yet, Yuan thought, his gaze drifting towards Li and Ruo. Compared to them, this Hector is still nothing. If I ever hope to climb the tower alongside them, I have to become strong enough to leave people like Hector in the dust. He resolved. He turned back to his friends with a lighthearted laugh. Ha 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 ha. Why the grim expressions? You're not actually worried about me, are you? Paying Yuan no mind, a student named DHS began to stretch, his voice cutting through the tension. What's the matter? Is no one else brave enough to step forward, unlike our esteemed class president? Combat is my specialty. Aren't you all dying to see what a special admission student can do who dares to face me if it's just a friendly spar? I'm always ready, Doha declared, her voice laced with unshakable confidence, as her power stats literally shattered the confines of their hexagonal frame. Her challenge hung in the air, and as the crowd of onlookers processed her words, a stunned silence fell over them, freezing them in place for several heart-stopping seconds. Even their professor, a man clad in a stark prison-like uniform, was rendered speechless, and the reason for their collective shock was terrifyingly simple. Even someone like Yuan, who felt leagues beneath them, could recognize the suffocating, terrifying power radiating from Doha. The silence wasn't just quiet, it was a deafening testament to their fear. My own myriad poison eye is struggling to even begin to measure Doha's true power. Yuan thought, there's no way these first-year students aren't feeling the crushing weight of her aura. As Yuan processed this, Doha's gaze swept across the intimidated crowd. Seeing that not a single soul dared to step forward, a sigh of pure boredom escaped her lips. What's the matter? Lacking confidence? Perhaps I should choose for you. Her finger shot out, landing directly on Hector. You, Hector? You don't just prey on the weak, do you? Step up. I'll enjoy tearing you apart. Faced with this direct challenge, Hector flinched, completely startled. The horrifying realization must have dawned on him in that instant Doha's power was on an entirely different plane than his own. Yuan could almost taste Hector's rising terror. His original prey was me, Yuan realized, but now a true predator has cornered him. Everyone here could feel the palpable shift in power. If he accepts her challenge now, just to salvage his pride, he's finished. He'd be left so broken that recovering within a week would be an absolute fantasy. While this technically had nothing to do with him, Yuan felt a deep-seated conviction that this wasn't how things should unfold. With that thought, he made his move. Yuan stepped forward, his voice cutting through the tension. Wait, Doha. Apologies, but Hector already has a match scheduled with me next week. If you want a piece of him, you'll have to wait your turn. Doha's gaze shifted to Yuan, a single eyebrow raised. Are you certain? Absolutely, I appreciate the concern. But this is a battle I must fight with my own strength, to prove my own worth, Yuan declared with newfound confidence. He was choosing to raise the stakes of his own test. Seeing his resolve, Doha found no reason to interfere. A low chuckle rumbled in her chest. Well, well, I had you pegged as nothing more than a slippery snake, but it seems you have a spine after all. Very well, have it your way. Her voice boomed once more. Now, aside from him, does anyone else dare to step up? Her question echoed, unanswered. The crowd was a sea of averted eyes and bitten lips. No one dared to face her directly. Is there truly no one? The white-haired warrior asked again, her patience wearing thin as the students huddled like frightened mice. Doha let out a heavy sigh, the sound dripping with disappointment. All of you were barking so loudly just moments ago. Yet, when confronted by true strength, you retreat into your shells like pathetic turtles. Her insult struck a nerve. Jaws clenched and fists tightened throughout the crowd of first years. But no matter how deeply her words stung, not a single one dared to stand up. That is, until a new voice, calm and cutting, sliced through the silence. And who are you to call anyone a turtle hiding in its shell? The blonde-haired young man continued, his eyes sweeping over the others with disdain. It's a common sight. The weak and foolish always flock together, barking loudly to feign strength. Is this supposed to be some kind of comedy show? The sheer audacity of someone speaking to Doha with such contempt immediately drew Yuan's full attention. Yuan's eyes narrowed on the newcomer. Who is this? He must be from the special class. But his presence, it feels like it's on a completely different level. He frowned, trying to decipher this new player. The blond man radiated an aura so potent and unusual that it created a visible, empty space around him, as if others were instinctively afraid to draw near. Noticing Yuan's confused expression, Lai leaned in to explain. That's Optima, the ruler of the Centus dimension. Yuan could only blink. Centus? Optima. What's that? He asked blankly. His naive question seemed to genuinely startle Lai. You really don't know beyond our union. There exist 10 other high-level dimensions. Optima hails from the royal family that governs Centus, one of those very dimensions. The weight of that revelation settled heavily upon Yuan. A cold sweat trickled down Leo's spine, so this was his opponent. The scion of one of the most powerful families across all dimensions. Just then, as every eye in the arena was fixed upon him, Optima descended into the ring, his voice, sharp as ice, cut through the silence. Professor. The professor flinched, understanding the unspoken command instantly. Ah, yes, of course, he stammered, scrambling to comply. He fumbled with the strange electronic device, its purpose unclear, which immediately piqued Leo's curiosity. What is that thing? It looks like a recording device, Lian speculated, his tone grim. They intend to make a public spectacle of this, Leo pressed. And then what? What happens after they record it? They plan to broadcast it across the internet, Leon explained. Though I confess, I'm not entirely sure what that is. Lian shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. It was clear he hailed from a world untouched by such advanced technology. But Leo, a product of a far more advanced civilization, instantly understood the professor's chilling plan. So that's their game, Leo murmured to himself. It's the same everywhere. Noticing his friend's sudden understanding, Lian turned to him. Leo, you know what this internet is? As he accessed the Union network on his device, Leo explained, think of it as a vast, interconnected web for sharing information, often used by large organizations or schools. Lian's eyes widened in astonishment, the concept clearly beyond anything he had ever imagined. How is this possible? Lian exclaimed. Your dimension is considered so primitive, you didn't even know about the Union. Yet you understand this. This kind of network is standard where I'm from, Leo replied dismissively. Now, where is this academy's broadcast feed? Leo's fingers flew across his device's screen, but before he could find it, Ray rushed over, pointing. Here, this is the live broadcast channel for our class. Thanks, Ray. You're a lifesaver, Leo said, quickly tapping the link. Instantly, the faces of Joan and Optima filled the screen, locked in a tense standoff. A live broadcast. They're trying to make an example of us, Leo muttered, a grim smile touching his lips. But I have a feeling this won't go the way they planned. Down in the arena, the air crackled with tension. Joan and Optima faced each other, their auras clashing like invisible waves. After a long, silent moment, Optima broke the silence. Your move, a confident, almost predatory smile spread across Joan's face. Tradition dictates the weaker one goes first, she purred, gesturing with an open palm. So please, be my guest. Optima's eyes narrowed. Weaker. You say, let's see how long that arrogance holds. Kneel. With that single word, he thrust his hand forward,
An unseen power erupted from his palm, a tangible force aimed directly at Joan. To the onlookers, it was like a distortion in the very air, a ripple of immense authority. The moment the wave of power washed over her, Joan felt an impossible, crushing pressure bear down on her entire body. Her mind reeled. What is this power? It's nothing like my own. It's not a suggestion. It's a command. It feels fundamental, like gravity pulling water downhill, like the body's need for air. This isn't magic. It's a law of nature. The very fabric of this space is compelling me to kneel, treating it as an absolute truth. Joan realized with a jolt. Is he rewriting the laws of reality itself? Watching from the sidelines, a tense Lian turned to Leo. Did you see that? Do you understand the principle behind his power? I did, Leo answered grimly. But before he could elaborate, Rhea grabbed his arm, her body trembling as she stared, terrified, at the arena. But down in the ring, as the absolute command to kneel washed over Joan, it met a wall of unyielding will. The unstoppable force had met an immovable object. It had no effect, none at all. Instead, a deep cobalt energy began to swirl around her palm. With a single, almost casual wave of her hand, she shattered the oppressive force, leaving everyone, her friends, her enemies, and the entire audience utterly speechless. With effortless grace, she neutralized the crushing pressure, leaving the entire group utterly stunned and speechless. Even Yuan could scarcely believe what he was witnessing. It seemed impossible. She hadn't just defended, she had retaliated with overwhelming pressure, extinguishing her opponent's power completely. As Yuan grappled with the reality of the situation, the golden-haired Optima watched as Dujo shattered his technique, a dangerous glint of interest flashing in his eyes. Ha, so you do have some fight in you, he mused. Dujo merely shook her head, her voice a cold wave of mockery. Your ability is as laughable as those horns on your head. If this is the extent of your power, I am profoundly disappointed. Oh, not at all, Optima replied with a chilling smile. He swung his arm, preparing to unleash another formidable technique, but the shift in energy did not escape Dujo's razor-sharp senses for even a moment. Instantly, she channeled power into her legs, exploding forward and driving a powerful kick directly into his stomach, shattering Optima's concentration and his attack. Did you truly believe I would stand still and allow you to strike me a second time? She taunted. Or are your attacks simply that slow? Optima's energy shield flared to life, absorbing the blow, but being forced so utterly onto the defensive was a wound to his immense ego. He clicked his tongue in frustration. I can't believe I have to use 2 hands for a pathetic fight like this, he growled in annoyance. Well, you always were all brawn and no brains. The voice materialized right beside his ear, so close it sent a jolt of shock through him, causing Optima to swing a wild arm behind him in pure reflex. You arrogant brat, he bellowed, completely oblivious to the fact that he was the most arrogant person on the field. Dujo effortlessly dodged the clumsy attack. With her left hand, she swatted his arm aside like a nuisance, while her right hand snaked out to grab his collar. In the same fluid motion, she delivered a devastating knee strike. It was aimed directly for Optima's chin. Just as I suspected, she murmured. Your movements are hopelessly clumsy. Do you still need someone to fight your battles for you? Her mocking words hung in the air as her attack was narrowly blocked by another of Optima's shields. However, the sheer humiliation of being dominated was making Optima's blood boil. This damn wench, he seethed, gritting his teeth as he poured all his rage into a lightning-fast punch. But Dujo simply swayed to the side, easily evading the telegraphed blow. Lai watched in utter astonishment as Dujo toyed with Optima like a predator with its prey. It was unbelievable. Optima, the self-proclaimed ruler of Centis, was being completely and utterly dismantled by Dujo. Witnessing this, Yuan, who had been observing in silence, finally offered his theory. It seems that man, Optima, is accustomed to winning by suppressing his opponent's movements. He began. He likely achieves this by distorting the very laws of nature. However, for some reason, that fundamental power seems to have no effect on Dujo. And that, Yuan concluded, is precisely why he finds himself in this predicament, his weaknesses exposed for all to see. Before the stunned crowd, the golden-haired warrior was being beaten into submission by Dujo, left with no opportunity to fight back. Each of her attacks was precise, powerful, and punishing. From a brutal barrage of punches to his face to a clean high kick that snapped his head back, she was relentless. If not for his energy shield, he would have collapsed long ago. Yuan,
Our impromptu commentator continued his cold analysis. Although he possesses superior raw strength and a formidable physique, it is painfully clear that he does not train. He has never honed his skills. The remark made Lee marvel at the depth of Yuan's perception. He knew Dujo could stand against Optima, but Yuan could somehow see through the very essence of both their abilities. Clearly, they were all special recruits from the subspace, but what was happening here? His attention snapped back to the battle. Optima was now completely overwhelmed, without even a sliver of an opportunity to counterattack. Dujo's fist flew in a continuous, terrifying blur. "How dare you be so insolent to me?" the fool exclaimed, his pride blinding him to his desperate situation. In that instant, Dujo's fist smashed through his final defense and connected squarely with his face. The energy shield shattered into nothing. "Did you come here just to shout?" she asked, her voice as cold as the grave. "Or has your tongue grown too long? Perhaps I should shorten it for you," Hoso stated, her voice dripping with ice. As for Optima, the humiliation of being so thoroughly outmatched was pushing him to the brink of insanity. A sigil of interlocking diamonds materialized above his head, unleashing a terrifying eruption of raw power. He slammed both palms into the ground, and the very stone of the arena floor fractured beneath the force, splintering into countless shards. "I will never forgive you. If it's a death wish you have, then I'll be the one to grant it," Optima shrieked, his voice ragged with madness. Watching his unhinged display, Hoso simply replied with a chilling calm. "Death is not a word a child like you should throw around so carelessly." Mana began to swirl and coalesce around her arm as she prepared to rush forward and teach the blonde-haired upstart a permanent lesson. Optima, equally ferocious, roared, "Die," and thrust his hands forward, in the split second before their devastating attacks were about to collide. Professor Yumina's voice cut through the tension. "That is enough." With a single, sharp clap of her hands, she froze both combatants in their tracks. In an instant, the fractured arena was transformed into a field of blooming flowers, leaving both Hoso and Optima utterly bewildered. Yumina then spoke, her voice gentle but firm. "This academy does not condone duels to the death among its students. Reserve that ferocity for climbing the tower. Am I understood?" With a snap of her fingers, the illusion shattered, and the vibrant garden of flowers slowly faded back into cold, hard stone. From the stands, Yuan marveled internally. What kind of magic is this an illusion but the scent of the flowers? It was so real. As for Optima, realizing his fight was over the moment Yumina appeared, he could only click his tongue in frustration before turning his back and storming away, completely oblivious to the fact that the professor's intervention had just saved his skin. Otherwise, Hoso would have surely taught him the true meaning of pushing up daisies. As for Hoso, she paid the retreating loser no mind, her attention now solely focused on the powerful professor. "You are incredibly strong," Hoso admitted with respect. In response, the professor simply offered a knowing smile. With a soft sigh, Hoso turned and walked back to her place. "Welcome back." Yuan greeted her, acknowledging him. The white-haired girl then turned to Lee, eager to hear his thoughts. "What did I think? That was incredible. Just watching from the sidelines was a thrill." However, before Lee could finish his sentence, Ruo suddenly darted forward, clinging desperately to Yuan's back from behind. The abrupt action drew the curious gazes of their entire group. "Ruo, what is it? Are you still frightened of Hoso?" Yuan asked, his brow furrowed with concern as he felt his friend trembling uncontrollably. "Heh, how cute. It's all right now. You can come out," Yuan said with a gentle smile, though Ruo stubbornly remained hidden, refusing to let go. Elsewhere, Yumina's voice, now laced with annoyance, cut through the air, immediately capturing everyone's attention. "You will be disciplined, Professor Farron, for permitting a sparring match on the very first day of instruction. Not only did you permit it, but you stood by and turned a blind eye as the situation escalated far beyond acceptable limits. You are aware this is a grave error, are you not?" I apologize," Professor Farron stammered. "An apology will not suffice here, so I suggest you prepare yourself for the consequences," Yumina stated coolly, before gliding over to Yuan's group. "Oh, and as for the class president, one's character is of the utmost importance. Yuan, why is your designation pin affixed upside down?" As she spoke, the beautiful professor reached out and gently corrected the pin on his chest. It was a gesture of startling intimacy, one that instantly ignited a fire of envy in the hearts of the students watching. Yet, she seemed completely oblivious to their burning gazes. With a final delicate adjustment to Yuan's badge, Yumina offered her farewell.
Well then, I shall be on my way. I wish you all a pleasant day.
As he watched her walk away, a dry, awkward laugh escaped Yuan's lips. Well, so much for de-escalation. Our professor came to break up a fight and only managed to start a war. The moment the words left his mouth, he could feel it, a wave of pure malice washing over him from the Class 1 students. Their unseen glares like daggers in his back. A low growl cut through the tension. Why him, that pathetic nobody? I swear he won't get away with this. In the days that followed, the academy buzzed with a single topic: the shocking duel between the newcomer, Doc Ho, and the top-ranked Optima. The story spread like wildfire through the freshman class. Did you hear? A voice whispered in the halls. That transfer girl, the one from the secondary dimension, they say she went toe-to-toe with Optima. Toe-to-toe, I heard she completely dominated him. Another replied in disbelief. A secondary dimension, though, isn't that just a rumor? The questions and wild theories multiplied with every passing hour. And naturally, all of this chatter found its way to our protagonist, Yuan. But this sudden, explosive fame brought him no joy. Instead, it felt like a heavy, unwanted spotlight. It feels like the entire academy is obsessed with us, Yuan murmured, a troubled look clouding his face. Across the table, his friend Lee looked about, ready to explode, utterly defeated by the complex device in his hands, while Doc Ho scrolled through the comments, her expression unreadable. A flicker of doubt crossed her features, her unique eyes narrowing. How strange, she thought. Is that boy truly their #1 prospect impossible? There's someone in that class, at least one, who is leagues stronger than him. Her mind flashed back to an image: a lone girl in a mage's robes, keeping to herself in the far corner of the room. Snapping back to the present, she fixed her gaze on Yuan. I figured you would have sensed it as well, she stated, more than asked. Yuan merely offered a slight shrug, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. Ah, but I was a bit preoccupied watching your spectacular performance, he deflected smoothly. Beside them, Lee had finally given up. His head slumped onto the table in defeat. Hey, never mind that, Lee piped up, lifting his head. They're talking about you all over the forums. Yuan, what's this about you being a master of provocation? Yuan let out a weary sigh. It's simple, he explained. They're too intimidated to openly criticize the girl who took on their #1. So they've decided to aim all their frustration at me instead. But that's not the only thing they're talking about, is it? Doc Ho's gaze drifted to the side. Speaking of which, we're all rather spread out, aren't we? Yuan's eyes followed hers, and he let out a soft of surprise. His gaze landed on Ruo, huddled at a distant table, a visible tremor running through her small frame. A sudden chill seemed to fall over their own table. It was painfully obvious she was keeping her distance, either sensing Doc Ho's intimidating aura or simply too terrified to approach. Yuan's brow furrowed. I can't imagine what it's like for them as roommates. She must still be shaken. Maybe I can do something to help her relax. Everyone deserves a little sweetness, Yuan decided, and with a flick of his wrist, a small, ornate jar of jam materialized from his inventory. This, he began, presenting the jar, is fairy jam. I created it with my synthesis ability. It's a concentrate of tens of thousands of unique fruits. It also has a special property. It's a minor boost, but it promotes the growth of all a person's base stats. Take a look, Yuan said, his voice drawing their full attention, as both Lai and Doc Ho leaned in to inspect the curious jar. A soft chuckle escaped him. Surprising, isn't it? He grinned. Pass me your bread. As he twisted the lid open, an impossibly sweet and enchanting aroma filled the air. From across the room, Ruo's head snapped around, her wide, startled eyes locking onto their table. Yuan carefully spread the shimmering jam onto a slice of bread and pushed the plate towards Lai and Doc Ho. Go on, try it. A flicker of skepticism crossed their faces, but curiosity won out. They each took a bite. Instantly, their eyes widened in shock as an explosion of pure, unadulterated flavor overwhelmed their senses. This is incredible, Lee gasped. What is this stuff? Incredible. They both breathed, their eyes wide with disbelief. A satisfied smile played on Leo's lips. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. Right. Liam, utterly flabbergasted, could only manage to say,
Not bad. It's just, Leo, this is beyond good. It's on a whole other level. The esteemed Seraphina agreed, her expression serious. I have tasted every delicacy the Central Plains have to offer.
But this transcends them all. A little overwhelmed by their intense reactions, Leo turned his attention to Ruby.
Come on, join us.
He offered with a warm smile. The pink-haired girl, drawn in by the irresistible aroma, was already captivated. With a noticeable gulp, she eagerly dragged her chair closer to the table.
Please, could you make one for me? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Absolutely.
Leo responded with a cheerful grin. The first bite sent a wave of pure bliss through Ruby. She practically melted from the exquisite, fruity flavor. This is the most amazing fruit flavor in the entire world, she declared with a look of pure satisfaction. Liam turned to Leo, his curiosity ignited. Did you conjure this with your ability? Nearby, the esteemed Seraphina watched, her eyes already pleading for more. Could I possibly have another piece? Leo's smile was bright and genuine. Of course. Here, eat until you're full. Seraphina delicately licked her fingertips, savoring the last hint of flavor. It feels as if I'm consuming something impossibly rare and precious, she mused. Leo simply replied, not at all. It's nothing so grand. Besides, friends are meant to share. Please, consider it a small token of my gratitude for your help earlier. A soft chuckle escaped Seraphina. Even so, this is no small gesture. All right, I've made up my mind. I will repay you for this ambrosia you've shared. I will personally take you as my student and teach you the art of combat, Seraphina announced, leaning in until her face was just inches from Leo's. His face immediately flushed with color. After their meal concluded, Seraphina guided Leo to a training hall built in a timeless, ancient Eastern style. This will suffice. As long as there is ample space to maneuver, it is perfect. I hadn't expected to find a place of such tranquility here, she remarked, her eyes taking in the serene surroundings with appreciation. At the same time, a sudden realization struck Leo about the nature of the training room's layout. This room, it's a manifestation of your own psyche, isn't it? He asked. Of course, he murmured to himself. Just what I'd expect from someone of her caliber. He then turned to her directly. But we just finished eating. What exactly are we going to be doing? What are you going to teach me? Ignoring his question entirely, Seraphina picked up a wooden sword, testing its weight. This length is perfect, she murmured, her voice low. Do not move. The way she expertly brandished the blade sent a shiver of apprehension down Leo's spine. First, she declared, we begin with this. She gracefully settled into a perfect thrusting stance, holding the sword horizontally before her, with her right hand gripping the hilt and her left poised on the pommel. Seraphina suddenly drove the blade forward with a powerful push from her left hand, straight at Leo. The tip of the blade stopped a mere inch from his eyes, yet the displaced air slammed into his face like a physical blow. This, Seraphina stated with quiet authority, is a thrust. It is a decisive, unhesitating movement, a mortal attack that verges on the supernatural. And in that fleeting moment, a new concept ignited in Leo's mind to pierce, to break through any obstacle. But why piercing? Leo wondered, his expression lost in thought. She's just demonstrating a simple sword technique, isn't she? Leo, Seraphina's sharp tone broke his concentration. Are you even listening? He jolted back to the present. Sorry. Then watch closely. The thrust is not a single technique. It is a principle. You can perform it with anything. I have just demonstrated the fundamental meaning, the very core of the thrust, the number of strikes, the angle of attack, the chosen target, and the precise intensity of the blow. No. To illustrate her point, Seraphina executed a fluid series of movements, each one ending in a perfect thrust, directly toward him. Halting her motion, she continued her explanation. Although there are countless applications, the fundamental core remains unchanged. Never forget that. Although he knew Isabel would never truly harm him, a primal instinct screamed every time that razor-sharp tip blurred towards his eyes. Ethan felt a profound difference. Isabel had refined a single concept to its absolute, terrifying limit, which felt worlds apart from his own method of combining multiple concepts. The sheer force emanating from her simple thrust was a testament to its devastating power. Perhaps that was the very soul of her mastery. After finishing her demonstration, Isabel offered the sword to Ethan, her eyes glinting. Care to try? Yeah, Ethan replied, rolling up his sleeves. He gave a self-deprecating smile, adding, I'm a bit clumsy, so please bear with me. Isabel let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. If you performed it perfectly on your first try, then all my years of relentless training would be rendered meaningless. But the moment she finished speaking, a ferocious gust of wind erupted from Ethan's thrust, carving a perfectly sharp line through the air. The sight wiped the smile from her face, replacing it with sheer, unadulterated astonishment. Is it possible did he grasp the very essence of it after a single demonstration? She wondered, a flicker of disbelief in her eyes. As for Ethan, despite unleashing a strike of remarkable quality, his expression was one of deep dissatisfaction. It's not right. Something is still missing, Ethan mumbled, his focus turning inward. Focus, he told himself. I can't just mimic the form. Until now, my entire philosophy has been about combining concepts. I always believed that power grew only through addition or supplementation, but that's not the whole truth. My strength can be elevated to an entirely new plane by honing what I already possess. Let's see. There are so many words for thrust. So why did she choose the one that means to pierce to her? A thrust isn't just an attack, it's a final fatal blow designed to pierce straight through the target. As this realization dawned on him, it felt like a key turning in a lock. Ethan channeled every ounce of his concentration into a single point and unleashed a powerful thrust. The strike was so impossibly fast it shattered the sound barrier, triggering a deafening explosion that echoed through the training grounds. The moment the strike was complete, a brutal backlash slammed into Ethan's body. He collapsed to the ground, every muscle screaming in exhaustion. Isabel, watching with wide eyes, rushed to his side. Stop, you can't push your body that hard right from the very beginning. Remember the feeling you just had, apply it in a larger space, and unleash it upon the enemy you truly wish to defeat. I understand, Ethan gasped, his breath coming in ragged pants. At that very moment, as if the world itself was applauding his breakthrough, a cascade of notifications materialized in the air around him. You have comprehended and experienced the concept of piercing. You have comprehended and experienced the concept of martial arts. A weary smile touched Ethan's lips as he gazed at the glowing text. He chuckled weakly to himself. Ha 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 ha. I just swung a sword a few times, and my stats are already climbing. But then, a special notification flared brighter than the rest, instantly capturing his full attention. Additional ability update successful. Observed and understood the concept of teleportation. The depth of the myriad poison eye has increased to 110. Martial arts to 36. Swordsmanship to 20. And the brand new piercing thrust to 16. Staring at the glowing figures, a wave of sheer disbelief washed over Ethan. My stats, they've absolutely skyrocketed. This piercing thrust concept I just learned is already at 16 points, and swordsmanship, it wouldn't budge no matter how many goblins I fought, and now it just leaped to 20. My overall combat proficiency has literally doubled. How is any of this even possible? The question echoed in his mind, a whirlwind of confusion. Across from him, Isabel watched, her own expression a mirror of utter astonishment. To think, she murmured under her breath, that in this exchange, I would be the one at a disadvantage. How is it possible to transcend the physical form of the weapon and grasp the very soul of the technique from the very beginning? Duhoro's voice was laced with disbelief and a hint of frustration. How did you manage that so quickly? She pressed. It was nothing special, really. Yuan replied. I just watched you and copied your movements. He scratched his head with a sheepish grin, but his humble words only served to stoke the embers of Duhoro's irritation. Just copied me, copied. If one could truly understand and master a technique by merely watching, she snapped, then who in their right mind would endure years of agonizing training? Sensing her rising anger, Yuan quickly tried to placate her with genuine admiration. That may be true, but what if the real reason is that you're just an exceptional teacher? I'm not exaggerating. From the very first moment I witnessed your form, I felt the profound depth and meaning behind every single movement. I was truly in awe that someone could attain such a level of mastery. I was so utterly captivated by that artistry that I completely lost all sense of time. As Yuan spoke, a faint blush began to creep up Duhoro's neck. Gods, this man, she thought. We've barely known each other for a day. And yet he can say such things so shamelessly. With a quiet, internal sigh, she turned her back to him and began to walk away. Yuan, however, felt a debt of gratitude. He knew he couldn't let Duhoro's incredible lesson go unrewarded. What he had learned today was priceless. From this day forward, allow me to cover the cost of all your mana potions, he declared. Duhoro paused. That's not nearly enough to repay what I've taught you, she continued, her tone shifting to one of playful complaint. What is that so? Then what should I do? Yuan asked, a note of genuine panic in his voice. In response, a smile bloomed on Duhoro's face, one he had never seen before, mischievous and utterly radiant. Haha, it's fine. I'll be sure to collect what I'm owed, with interest, at a later date. You just wait, she added with a wink. For now, it's time for class. Let's get a move on. Oh, right, Yuan replied, completely missing the undertone in her voice as he watched her teleport away in a flash of light. Once he was alone in the quiet training ground, Yuan muttered to himself, a sense of wonder in his voice. I never knew she was capable of making an expression like that. The scene dissolves, shifting to a grand, sunlit hallway within the Union Academy, where two figures, Leo and Rhea, were walking together between classes. Their peaceful stroll was abruptly interrupted as a group of students from another class recognized Rhea, moving with practiced arrogance to block her path. Well now, little lady, where might you have come from? The leader sneered, his sudden, invasive question causing Rhea's expression to freeze. From behind, Leo saw the predatory glint in their eyes and instantly moved, placing himself as a shield in front of the pink-haired girl. This defiant act caused the blue-haired leader to raise a scornful eyebrow. And just what is this? He drawled, his voice dripping with condescension. Leo's reply was as cold as steel. She is my classmate. What do you want with her? For some inexplicable reason, Leo's calm defiance ignited a sudden rage in the bully. What kind of worthless bug dares to interfere with my business? Get lost, he snarled. At that precise moment, a shimmer of arcane energy filled the air as Yuan and Duhoro teleported into the tense standoff. I hope we're not late for the festivities. Yuan's voice cut through the tension, drawing everyone's attention. Looks like we're just in time for the main event, Duhoro added with a smirk. Meanwhile, Yuan spotted his friends and his brow furrowed in confusion. Oh, what are you two doing here? Shouldn't you be heading to class? On the other side of the hall. Yes. The blue-haired antagonist clicked his tongue in annoyance at the new arrivals, realizing they were all acquainted, before spitting out a familiar, empty threat. You'd better watch your back from now on, you worthless piece of trash. After delivering his parting words, the bully and his two cronies turned and stalked away, leaving a bewildered Yuan in their wake, as a still-shaken Rhea struggled to find her words. Thank you, Yuan murmured, his eyes tracking their hasty retreat. What in the world was that all about? What just happened? The scene dissolves into a vast lecture hall where time seems to stand still. A bald professor drones on, his voice a monotone recitation of the Academy's history. He explains, therefore, the history of Union didn't truly begin with its founding by the chairman, but rather, it began the moment the tower manifested in the primordial space. His words fade into a meaningless drone as, in a shadowed corner, the same pack of hyenas from before aim a camera lens squarely at Ruo. One whispers with a sickening grin, Ooh, that's a keeper. Perfect for the private collection. His tone dripping with malice. The red-haired one in the center scoffs, his eyes sweeping over her with pure contempt. What's a bug like her even doing trying to climb the tower? Hearing this, the blue-haired one lets out a cruel smirk. Oh, I can think of a much more suitable role for her. Suitable, one of them echoes. He leans in, his voice a low, suggestive drawl. Come to my estate as a maid. I promise you'll be pampered every single day. The vile implication hangs heavy in the air. What a psycho. Another snickers. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, I'll place the first bid. The group erupts in a chorus of foul laughter. They make no effort to conceal their venomous words, and each one strikes Ruo like a physical blow, leaving her trembling on the brink of tears. From their seats above, Yuan and Lai hear every single word. A storm gathers on their faces. It seems no matter where you go. Yeah. People are the same. Yuan's gaze shifts to the front. It's this loud, and the professor seems completely unconcerned. Is he choosing to ignore it, or is he genuinely deaf to it all? The question hangs in Yuan's mind. Meanwhile, Li's patience has reached its limit. He could not sit by and watch this unfold. He rises to his feet, his voice cutting through the lecture. Professor. The professor halts mid-sentence, turning with a bewildered expression. Ah, yes. Were you calling for me? Realizing the futility of being subtle, Lai states his case plainly. Sir, the other students are being far too loud, and it's making it impossible to concentrate on the lecture. Could you please do something to address the situation? The blue-skinned professor mumbles for a moment before saying, Ah, right. You all heard him. No talking during my class. Please, focus. Now, where were we? Yes, the Union Renaissance. With a perfunctory warning, he turns his back and dives right back into his lesson. The response leaves both Lai and Yuan utterly stunned. That's it. The thought flashes through both their minds, a silent, shared disbelief. Across the room, the trio of tormentors sees Lai's complaint was utterly useless, and it only serves to fuel their arrogance as they turn their attention on him. Well, well, look at the handsome model student. One sneers. Playing the white knight, are we, I get it now. You're the reason she shot me down earlier, aren't you? What? Are you two an item? No, we're not. Ruo whispers, her voice barely audible. Then why is he getting so worked up? Still, you have to admit, the girl's got a fantastic build. Another chimes in, his eyes raking over her. Ha ha ha. Can't argue with that. Laughter echoes once more. Their vile comments finally break her composure. Tears begin to well in Ruo's eyes. Beside her, Lai's fury culminates in a sharp snap as the pen in his hand breaks in two. But before that rage can erupt, a hand rests on his shoulder. It's Yuan. Easy, he says, his voice low and steady. Lai turns to him, his eyes blazing. Are you telling me to just sit here and take this? Lai hisses, after everything they just said about our classmate. But Yuan's expression remains unnervingly calm. And what's your alternative? Yuan counters coolly. Start a brawl in the middle of a lecture. A pointless display like that solves nothing. It only gets you in trouble. Calm down and watch this. With those words, Yuan lifts his phone. On the screen, a video is playing a crystal clear recording of their Union history lecture, Class 1. Lee's eyes widen in understanding. What are you? Yuan offers a faint, knowing smile. There's more than one way to deal with trash. You know, when you're dealing with clowns who only spew venom, the best method is to make them swallow their own poison. A flicker of understanding crossed Lai's face. Wait a minute, Yuan, he whispered. You're not thinking of... Yuan offered no reply, his fingers already a blur across his phone's screen. Let them laugh, he thought with a smirk. Let the whole world hear them. Every single vile word they're spouting in this classroom is being broadcast live for everyone to see. At that moment, the perspective shifts to a high-angle shot. We see the three delinquents, completely oblivious, continuing their barrage of contemptuous insults. What's a pest like her even doing trying to climb the tower? She should just come and be a maid at my estate. I take care of her every single day. What a psycho. And the source of this revealing camera angle, a tiny serpent, perched high above, a miniature camera clenched firmly in its jaws. The moment those words hit the airwaves, the online community erupted in a firestorm of outrage. The live chat flooded with furious comments. What in the world? Calling her a pest. Who are these clowns? What class is this? That has to be the freshmen from Class 7. Have they completely lost their minds? Where is their professor? This year's freshmen are absolutely unhinged. The endless cascade of comments brought a wide, satisfied grin to Yoon's face. The reaction was nothing short of explosive. It didn't take long for the delinquents to realize they had become the unwilling stars of an online spectacle. Hey, what the hell is going on? One of them stammered. This is a live stream. Who's filming us? Find that camera. Now. Panic set in as they yelled and frantically scanned the room, their voices rising in alarm. It was the green-haired one who finally spotted it, the small snake perched high above, camera in its mouth. Up there, he hissed to his cronies. But before the trio could even make a move, the tiny serpent vanished in a flicker, leaving them staring at empty space, seething with impotent rage. There was, however, one crucial detail they had overlooked in their panic. Their chaotic buzzing around the classroom had finally exhausted the professor's monumental patience. His voice cut through the air, cold as ice. Students, your attitude is, frankly, appalling. You three were the source of this disruption. Will you not state your names for the record and then get out of my classroom immediately? The command was absolute. The sheer force of his presence was so immense that even the brash, red-haired leader of the group visibly recoiled.
No, Professor, you don't understand. Someone was secretly broadcasting us online. He desperately tried to explain, but the professor cut him off with a single chilling reply.
I do not care. And before another excuse could leave their lips, he had already ejected them from the room.
I said, get out, he thundered. Then turning his gaze upon the rest of the silent class, he announced, those three will be receiving a failing grade for the entire academic year.
As for the rest of you, let this be a lesson. There will be no more disturbances. Your focus belongs on your studies. Watching the scene unfold, Yuan couldn't help but be impressed. Wow, he thought to himself. Even an adjunct professor in this academy is not to be underestimated. Still, a part of him felt it wasn't enough. Just a failing grade, he muttered under his breath. After everything they said about Ruo, that feels far too lenient. Lai, overhearing him, nodded grimly. You're right, but make no mistake, their academic careers are effectively over. Meanwhile, Ruo, who had watched them both leap to her defense, offered a small, grateful smile. It's okay, she said softly. This is more than enough.
Really, I'm fine now. Thank you both for what you did. Her earnest expression made Yuan feel a sudden warmth in his cheeks, and he quickly looked away. It was nothing. He deflected. I didn't do anything that required real strength. I'm no match for you two in a fight. That was just my own way of handling things, and it happened to work.
There's no need to thank me, he added, still avoiding her gaze. Ruo simply smiled and said, even so, as our class president, a faint smile touched Lai's lips. I feel much more at ease now. Yuan. But that peace was fleeting, as time blurred and the scene shifted to the hardened grounds of the combat arena.
It was there that the three wretches sought out Lai, their intentions dripping with malice. Hey, you the pretty boy over there.
Lai's head snapped around, his voice a blade of ice. What is it now? Is there a problem? What could you possibly want this time? Rage contorted their faces, a primal hunger to tear him apart gleaming in their eyes. The green-haired one snarled. You'd better explain what you did yesterday, you worthless insect, the red-haired youth added, his teeth grinding at the memory of that humiliating live stream. My grades are ruined. My friends are being targeted by the upperclassmen, and my own classmates are avoiding me like the plague. Do you have any idea what you've done? Ignoring their desperate accusations?
Yuan's attention shifted to the professor, who was lounging casually to the side. He watched for a reaction, and just as he predicted, the man observed the confrontation with detached amusement, showing absolutely no intention of stepping in. It was unbelievable. 3 students brandishing weapons against their peer, and the one person with authority simply sat back to enjoy the show. It seems no one here, student or professor, respects those from the secondary dimension. Yuan concluded with a chilling certainty. I suppose it makes a twisted kind of sense. After all, who worries about the well-being of farm animals? As this grim thought settled, Ruo instinctively ducked behind him for safety, back at the center of the storm. The blue and red-haired aggressors tightened their grips on their weapons, their threats turning into low, menacing growls. What did you just say, you bastard? Go on. Say that again. I dare you. They roared, their voices booming across the arena as if desperate for an audience to their bravado. A guttural growl rumbled from Lai's chest, and in an instant, the sword in his hand erupted with a ferocious, palpable aura that sent a shockwave of fear through the trio. Everyone was utterly stunned. They never imagined he possessed such power. It was the first time anyone had witnessed its true, terrifying extent. The 3 bullies recoiled, their faces draining of all color as the horrifying realization dawned that they had provoked a true monster. Lai, consumed by a cold fury, was about to unleash his full might and teach them a lesson they would never forget. Fortunately, just as he was about to act, Do-Hojo swiftly intervened, delivering a sharp, painful flick to Lai's forehead that shattered his focus. You absolute idiot, Do-Hojo. Is that you? Lai stammered, rubbing the stinging spot as his eyes began to water from the pain. But before he could demand an explanation, Do-Hojo cut him off. You're making a scene. Just because some sword is amplifying your presence, you think you can act like a tyrant. She punctuated her words with another sharp flick to his forehead. The message was clear. Lai, understanding her intent, immediately made the weapon vanish. The moment the sword disappeared, Yuan felt the oppressive, otherworldly energy dissipate along with it, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Nearby, the blue-skinned professor, leaning on his cane, clicked his tongue in annoyance.
A lowly creature from a secondary dimension. Such arrogance. He muttered under his breath before turning his back and walking away. His pathetic display left Yuan and Ruo completely speechless. That was far too close for comfort. Yuan glanced toward his pink-haired friend. Meanwhile, Do Hojo was far from finished with her lecture. You get your hands on one useful item, and you immediately start a commotion. Is this who you really are? It was just as he feared. Lai was the biggest ticking time bomb among them. Yuan thought to himself. Later, as the group gathered to eat, he found he couldn't bring himself to start his meal just yet, but he merely pushed the food around his plate, his mind elsewhere, before finally turning to Leo and saying, You know, I've been giving this a lot of thought. If things continue on this path, I don't think we'll ever be treated with any real respect at this academy. Leo looked up, startled. What are you talking about? Evan's expression hardened with frustration. What about you? I'm the one who tried to make peace with the professor. I was provoked into an official duel, and I took it. How can you possibly compare our situations? At his sharp tone, Leo's voice faltered. Well, right, about that. After seeing how you reacted last time, I wanted to try and make things better. That's all. And you made everything 1,000 times worse. Evan cut in sharply. I don't understand you. You let the ones who actually caused the problem walk away, only to turn around and challenge the professor. I'm sorry. Leo stammered, his eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears, but in truth, Evan was less angry about the incident itself and more concerned with Leo's entire demeanor while holding that sword. Normally, Leo was never so reckless. It was as if a completely different person had taken over. A change so drastic, it had to be the sword's influence. Determined to prevent another disaster, Evan's brow furrowed as he looked directly at Leo. Be honest with me. You can control that power you used earlier, can't you? Leo slammed his hand on the table, instantly defensive. Of course I can if I couldn't. How would I have ever passed the entrance exam? I was just furious about the professor's lies. Oh, so it was the lies, Evan repeated, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Well, lying is a terrible thing, isn't it? Leo insisted, but Evan's skeptical tone sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Trust me, Leo pleaded. I swear what happened today will never happen again, Leo declared, thumping his chest for emphasis. Of course, Hogan wasn't about to miss his chance to chime in. It's a good thing this didn't escalate into a real catastrophe, he drawled, watching you get puppeteered by a divine sword. It was quite the performance. Maybe you should be taken down a peg more often. That's enough. Hogan, Evan interjected, seeing Leo's spirit completely crushed. The boy was slumped over the table, the picture of misery. Hogan turned his attention to Evan. By the way, Evan, he began, I'm starting to think I understand that advice the professor gave us a few days ago. If we keep going down this road, our time at this academy is only going to get more chaotic. If you have a plan for our future here, now's the time to share it. I want to hear what our class president is thinking. Hearing Hogan put the question to him so directly, our protagonist was genuinely taken aback. My opinion. He thought back on the last few days, realizing the true poison in this place. It was the ingrained belief that strength is inherited, that one's lineage dictates their worth. It was the absolute suffocating disdain for anyone who came from what they called the lower realms, and it was the archaic system that treated all of this as natural law. In a world where this was the norm, what could outsiders like them possibly do to change anything? Lost in these heavy thoughts, his mind a tangled mess, Evan turned to the others. Hey, he started. What does it take to win people over, to get them on our side, to earn their sympathy? What's the key? Hearing this sudden question, the rest of the group, though clearly confused, offered their best guesses. Communication, Leo suggested. It has to be strength, Hogan countered. Evan immediately shook his head, cutting them off. No, it's something all of you already possess. His gaze swept over his undeniably attractive friends. It's your looks. With that bombshell dropped, Evan began to outline his unconventional plan. Wait, one of them asked, completely astonished. You want to create some kind of channel to broadcast our daily lives? Our protagonist simply nodded. Exactly. Back on Earth, where I come from, it's one of the most powerful ways to get the public on your side. We will craft a narrative, a persona to present to the world. Once that image takes root in the public consciousness, it forges a bond. You see, a connection that blossoms into respect, and maybe even a little awe, Yuan explained, his eyes fixed on framing the perfect shot before turning to Leo. The young man seemed to grasp the concept, yet a flicker of doubt remained. But Yuan, Leo began, if this is all about earning their respect, why stage a fake fight? This isn't a mock battle. This is real, Yuan corrected with grim certainty. And as if on cue, Delilah exploded into motion, a whirlwind of furious attacks. Leo was still reeling from the suddenness of it all, thinking to himself, fight for real just like that. He was far from ready for what was coming. He murmured under his breath, launching a half-hearted right hook, but it was a clumsy, telegraphed move, and Delilah evaded it with contemptuous ease. Don't you worry, she whispered, a blur of motion as she slipped past his guard. In a real fight, it only takes a few solid hits for the lesson to sink in. And with that, Delilah seized his collar, pivoting on her heel and sending him airborne with a powerful shoulder throw. He crashed into the stone floor with enough force to splinter the tiles, his world spinning into a dizzying haze. Delilah loomed over him, a smirk playing on her lips. My, is that really the best you can do? I knew it, she scoffed. Last time was just a fluke, the artifact doing all the work for you. Why even bother drawing that sword? Even if you could. You lack the skill to be a true opponent for me. Delilah finished, her voice dripping with disdain. The insult struck home, and a fire of pure rage ignited in Leo's eyes. With a guttural roar, he threw himself back into the fray, pride overriding all reason. From behind the lens, Yuan watched the chaos unfold with a director's glee. Yes, that's it. Leo, keep that fire. You're doing brilliantly. He maneuvered around the brawlers, hunting for the most cinematic angle. Seeing his unabashed excitement, a worried Rose turned to him. Yuan, are you sure this will make things better for us at the academy? She asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. I just don't see how. Yuan let out a soft chuckle. He paused, searching for the right words. Look, it's not a magic bullet. Things won't change overnight, he admitted. But I promise you, this will make waves. He offered an example to clarify. Just imagine it once those bullies who give us trouble see what you two are truly capable of. They wouldn't dream of messing with us ever again. See? Rose's expression softened as she nodded, finally understanding. Now look at them. Yuan gestured. They're treating that stone floor like it's made of paper, he said with a laugh, pointing to the web of cracks spreading from every impact. In the end, we won't know for sure until we upload the footage. So please, Rose, don't waste your energy worrying. A face as lovely as yours wasn't made for frown lines. Haven't you heard that a smile is the most beautiful thing a person can wear? That's a gift for you. Rose, you have a kindness in your features that people are drawn to. It's a shame to hide it behind a veil of worry. Isn't it so for now? Just trust me. Set those fears aside and just watch, he urged gently. And as if his words were a spell, a genuine smile bloomed on Rose's face. The storm in her mind began to settle, and for reasons she couldn't quite explain. The tension melted away. It was like magic. Every time she listened to Yuan, a deep-seated belief took hold that everything would be exactly as he said. Meanwhile, back in the ring of shattered stone, Leo's best efforts were meeting a brutal reality. He was being systematically dismantled by Delilah. And where do you think you're going? The swordswoman growled, cracking her knuckles with a menacing grin. I'm just getting warmed up. A teary-eyed and bruised Leo glanced desperately toward the camera. Yuan, for the love of all that is holy, help me. She's a monster. But his pleas fell on deaf ears as Rose's faith in the plan solidified. Back in the fight, his best was simply not enough. In a sudden cut, we see Rose, tears in her eyes, staring at a plate of food. I can't eat this. It tastes like actual soap, she whimpered. But it's all for the sake of the channel. With a knowing wink, you tried to reassure her. It's all right. Ruo, you'll get used to the taste. But her question hung in the air. Why are we even filming this? Rue's complaints faded as time passed, and soon, at the class president's suggestion, a new project was born. The 11th grade students launched their own channel, a small act of rebellion chronicling their daily lives. And just as you'd anticipated, the response was nothing short of explosive, especially for the footage capturing the fierce battle between Lai and Duzone. The sheer scale of destruction left viewers utterly speechless. Is this for real? One comment read, are they from some kind of subspace? They're just first years. But before the audience could process it, the next video queued up, showing the group of four engrossed in a peculiar game. What in the world is that? A viewer wondered. The caption explained it was the boss game, a traditional mind sport for master strategists.
It involved moving pieces on a paper board with square stones, following a complex set of rules. Wait, this is supposed to be a game.
That subspace is a world of its own. Another commented, "Look, the rules seem so simple. How can he not get it, haha?" Laughter erupted in the comments as Lai was swiftly defeated. The scene then cut to Professor Yuma, and her appearance instantly triggered a flood of adoration from her devoted fanbase. Wow, Professor Yuma is a true angel. The comments poured in stark contrast. The next clip showed poor Ruo on the verge of tears over a bowl of vegetable noodles. The viewers couldn't help but tease her. Ha ha ha. So cute. Absolutely adorable. Ruo, did you fall from heaven? The feed then moved to the next video. Is the next one a live stream? Awesome. A user typed, "Wait, the broadcast is for tomorrow." That's right, early in the morning. Hold on a second. Another realized with a jolt. Isn't tomorrow the day they climb the tower? A closer look revealed it was indeed a pre-scheduled broadcast. Meanwhile, back with your group, even you were taken aback by the overwhelming and enthusiastic response to the videos.
I can't believe it, Ruo stammered, wide-eyed. Why are so many people watching? As for you, however,
the details were secondary. You were focused on the outcome. Our channel gained 100 subscribers in a single day.
We're a hit, you declared with a grin. Lai, on the other hand, looked thoroughly annoyed, his frustration impossible to conceal.
Of all the videos, why is the one of me getting thrashed the most popular? Lai lamented. Just then, the elegant Professor Yumina noticed the group's commotion. She approached with a warm smile and offered her praise. This is truly wonderful. Union is a place of marvels, yet it's a place where even wonders can become mundane. No student before has ever thought to create content like this, but you've ingeniously forged your own path, creating a channel to connect with the world outside these walls. Building a bridge through entertainment. It's a concept I admit I never would have considered. Hearing such high praise, you couldn't resist puffing out your chest to brag. Our first combat video is already a massive hit. Please, just take it down, Lai pleaded, his voice cracking. That's enough, the professor said, clapping her hands once to get their attention.
All right, everyone, today we enter the tower. You're all aware of this, correct?
Are you prepared? In response, the group gave a collective, confident nod. At that moment, however, Yuan glanced around at his friends and froze, a sudden realization dawning on him. Wait a second. I'm the only one in a school uniform, aren't I? Why is everyone else dressed for battle? He asked, in unison. The group turned to give Yuan a look that was a mixture of pity and disbelief. We're going to be fighting constantly inside the tower, one of them explained patiently. So we all chose practical clothing that's easy to move in. Exactly, Ruo added with a firm nod. When I have to fight, this is the outfit that makes me feel the most secure. I understand, Ethan whispered, his gaze distant. Are you sure about that outfit? Liam countered, a hint of concern in his voice. The question made Ethan pause, lost in thought. It makes sense, he mused. Coming from a world of peace, I never needed attire designed for battle. But this is the path I've chosen. If I must face a struggle between life and death. As the thought crossed his mind, he straightened his tie and declared with newfound confidence, this will be more than enough. He turned to face their professor, who saw the unwavering readiness in their eyes and gave a knowing nod. It seems you're all prepared. Let's begin. With those words, she snapped her fingers, and a shimmering magic circle erupted beneath their feet. A blinding flash of light enveloped them, and in an instant, they were standing before the colossal Tower of Babel. The air buzzed with the chatter of countless other students, all waiting their turn to enter. As Ethan's group materialized, a wave of recognition rippled through the crowd. Aren't those the rebels? You've got to be kidding me. They actually showed up, a student with brown hair exclaimed. Meanwhile, Rose gazed around, her expression as lost as a child in a sprawling city. Hold on. This is the tower's entrance. The tower opens at dawn. But there's a queue. Based on our class ranking, we're slated for the 52nd group, Ethan explained patiently. The news drained the color from Rose's face. Are you saying we're the first freshman class to go in? Well, just think of it as a testament to your exceptional skill, Jane added with a casual shrug. As they waited, Liam's eyes narrowed, spotting the trio of bullies who had once made his life a living hell. "Well, look who it is," Liam muttered. "Something's different, though. The way they're looking at us. It's not the same as before, is it?" the swordsman observed, noticing how the bullies quickly averted their gaze, unable to meet his eyes, witnessing their timid reaction. Ethan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Heh, it seems they subscribe to our channel after all. Nearby, the swordswoman, Jane, chimed in. "Don't get too comfortable. There are still some looks that could kill," she warned, her eyes flicking towards Hector, who was glaring daggers directly at Ethan. "Hey, Ethan," she said. A quiet warning, but no further words were necessary. Ethan already knew. "I'm aware. Let's move." With that, he led his companions into the tower's maw. As they walked, his mind raced. Today, we conquer the tower, and next Tuesday, the duel with Hector. That leaves me only 4 days. But in that time, I will ascend to a level he can't even dream of reaching. Just before the team officially began their ascent, Professor Illumina offered some final words of guidance. "All right, one last thing. For safety's sake, I would prefer you conclude this expedition and return before the weekend. But ultimately, the timeline should be decided by those undertaking the challenge. So how long do you estimate this will take?" Hearing her question, Ethan turned to his teammates. "We've already discussed this, so we're all in agreement." "Allow me to answer for us." "Right. Go ahead." The other three voiced their assent with a nod. Ethan then faced Professor Illumina, his voice ringing with absolute determination. "We will return, as promised, in 3 days and 2 nights. As he made his declaration, he produced a small robotic drone, preparing it for a live broadcast. Seeing their meticulous planning and unshakable resolve, Illumina could only offer her support. "Very well. Please, be careful." After bidding their professor farewell, the team of 4, accompanied by their drone, stepped through the shimmering gate. A silent prayer formed in Ethan's mind. "Ansys, please watch over me." The scene then flashes back to the moment Ethan's group first broached the subject of filming with Professor Illumina. "You want to record your expedition inside the tower, is that correct?" Professor Illumina had asked, seeking clarification, and Ethan had nodded firmly. "That's right. I intend to document our progress, and this drone will handle all the recording." Ethan gestured towards an elegant, teardrop-shaped automaton whirring softly at his side, another of Professor Evans' ingenious creations. "It's much like Ivy and Lilith," Professor Illumina noted, her gaze fixed on the device. "Reconnaissance teams once tried to use such drones to map out strategies, which is why I must caution you. But do you truly believe that will be useful? The tower's very architecture is in constant flux. You see," Ethan's brow furrowed in confusion. "Is that true?" he asked, the realization dawning on him that he was utterly unprepared. Leo, the aspiring knight, glanced up from the data slate he was reviewing and nodded grimly. "He's right. Ethan, it's all in the guidebook. The tower's layout is described as perpetually shifting. Furthermore, any external technology succumbs to its influence almost immediately." Ethan's eyes widened in alarm. "What exactly does that imply?" he pressed, prompting Professor Illumina to elaborate. "Imagine each level of the tower not as a floor, but as a self-contained chamber. Upon clearing its challenge, be it a monstrous guardian or an intricate trap, the very space around you will reconfigure, transporting you to the next chamber. This phenomenon is known as a shift. Every shift you endure will draw you deeper into the tower's heart." "So the chambers themselves are physically rearranging with each shift?" Ethan asked, trying to grasp the mind-bending concept. Professor Illumina gave a single sharp nod. "Precisely. And once you've passed through, there is no going back to the room you just left." Leo's voice was tight with concern. "Does that mean the monsters and traps also change?" "Without a doubt," Professor Illumina confirmed, her tone leaving no room for hope. "Each shift escalates the danger. The beasts become more formidable, the traps more lethal." Drake, who had been listening silently, lowered his teacup and posed the one question that hung heavy in the air. "What happens if someone perishes while ascending the tower?" The question struck Ethan and Leo like a physical blow. A chilling realization settled over them. This was no mere training exercise. "He's right," Leo whispered, the color draining from his face. "What if we fall in combat? How could we have overlooked something so vital?" A shared sense of dread passed between them. Professor Illumina's expression softened slightly. "That is the crucial question. she began. And perhaps contrary to your fears, in most sectors of the tower, challengers who suffer a fatal blow are not truly lost. Ethan let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding.
Phew, what a relief.
He stammered, the tension in his shoulders visibly easing. Both he and Leo were flooded with relief at the knowledge that their lives weren't on the line. Their attention snapped back to Professor Illumina as she clarified the mechanics. To be more precise, should your life force be depleted, you will be instantly transported back to the tower's entrance. What? You mean we'd have to start all over again from the very first level? Ethan asked, his momentary relief evaporating. Not entirely. Your academy identification pendants record your progress, logging every shift you complete, so upon your return, you can re-enter at the threshold of the chamber where you fell. This makes your identification pendant your absolute lifeline while ascending the tower. Under no circumstances should you ever part with it. Remember that. As she spoke, she tapped the crystalline pendant at her own throat, which pulsed with a faint, otherworldly light. The two young men exchanged a look, a new understanding dawning on them after their professor's detailed explanation. Leo chuckled, the tension finally broken. It's just like one of those role-playing games with a save feature. If I can just come back to life after being defeated, then I can keep throwing myself at the challenge until I win, Leo declared with renewed confidence in the midst of his bravado. However, only Drake had latched onto a specific unsettling phrase their professor had used. Hold on, he interjected, his voice cutting through Leo's enthusiasm. You said in most areas of the tower. Challengers aren't truly lost. That implies there are exceptions, doesn't it? Areas or situations where the threat of permanent death is very real. Drake's question hung in the now silent room, all eyes Ethan's wide with renewed fear. Leo's bravado instantly vanishing snapped back to Professor Illumina, awaiting her verdict. Is it true? Ethan breathed. Professor Illumina's gaze sharpened. You are very perceptive, Drake. Yes, I will now detail the circumstances under which this tower can claim your life for good. A profound gravity entered the professor's voice, and the unspoken dangers she described cast a dark shadow over their impending trial. The scene shifts, plunging us deep within the tower's confines where the group is now locked in a desperate battle against a tide of bubbling, venomous green slimes. They were called the Glitz creatures, infamous for their uncanny ability to shred adventurers' gear and plunder their weapons. To Aiden's party, however, they were little more than animated sludge, an obstacle barely worth acknowledging. With a single fluid arc of his blade, Leo effortlessly dispatched 3 of the slimes, while Alara merely flicked her fingers, unleashing arcane bullets that detonated their gelatinous forms in mid-air. But as his companions fought with fierce grace, Aiden was lost in his own world, studying a wall-mounted lamp in a seemingly fruitless experiment. He murmured to himself, just as I suspected, it's not working. I can feel the very essence of fire, but I can't seem to isolate it. I could do this in other dungeons, so why not here? In the tower, unraveling this mystery is the key to unlocking my true potential. As Aiden scowled in concentration, Alara's sharp eyes caught him fixated on the lamp, and she called out, breaking his focus. Hey, Aiden. Startled, he turned to her. Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. You mentioned you needed a moment to think. So, any breakthroughs? She pressed. Aiden could only shake his head. I was attempting to separate the element of fire from its source, but it appears to be impossible here. Is that so? A pity, Alara replied, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. If you had succeeded, we could have used the tower's own structure against it. Hey, now, Aiden responded with an awkward smile. Could you try not to dream up such terrifying applications for my powers? In the midst of their conversation, a lone green slime crept forward, unnoticed. It slithered silently toward Alara's heel before suddenly launching itself into the air, its body expanding like a net, intent on engulfing her whole. But before it made contact, a chain erupted with a supersonic crack, instantly blasting the creature into a shower of viscous liquid. The attack, of course, had come from Aiden. Witnessing the strange and formidable weapon in action, Alara's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, so that's what your automated artifact looks like in a real fight. Yeah, that's the one. Aiden nodded, then gestured with his hand, directing his sentient weapon, Echo, to press the attack. Thanks to its independent core, Aiden's commands were barely needed. Echo became a blur of lethal precision,
flying through the corridor and eradicating every last creature with dizzying speed. Even Alara had to offer a sliver of praise. Not bad. Its reaction time is impressive. Aiden simply offered a cryptic smile in return. Actually, I have something far stronger, he said, his voice low. But it tends to be a bit loud. At his words, Alara's gaze drifted towards Freya. Can it compare to the likes of her? She asked skeptically. As if on cue, their eyes fell upon Freya, who unleashed a ferocious power, her hand morphing into a monstrous clawed appendage. With a single savage swipe, she tore a massive crater into the stone floor, sending a cloud of dust and shattered rock into the air. It's utterly ridiculous, Alara thought, her tactical mind reeling. The first rule of dungeoneering is stealth, to remain unseen by the enemy. And yet, she fights with nothing but screams and brute force in a place like this. Alara shook her head, a deep sigh of exasperation escaping her lips at Freya's chaotic style. Aiden, on the other hand, watched with a stunned sort of amusement. Ha ha. Freya's style is pure, unfiltered instinct, isn't it? Roar of the lion, Freya bellowed, a cry so loud it caused Alara to physically grind her teeth. So noisy. Must she announce every single swing with a battle cry? She muttered under her breath, despite the chaos. The corridor soon fell silent, the last of the creatures having been thoroughly annihilated. It seems this floor is only populated by these minor creatures, Leo observed with a calm demeanor. Foes of this level are hardly a challenge for us. Freya let out a triumphant roar in agreement, a sound that made Alara, standing just behind them, clench her jaw in pure frustration. So much needless noise, she seethed quietly, shaking her head at Freya's wild, untamed power. Leo's confident words, however, seemed to hang in the air, a challenge that fate itself was eager to answer. Because in that very moment, something shifted in the shadows. Ian's myriad poison eye flared to life, scanning the path ahead, and in an instant, it locked onto a sinister energy pulsing from the stone tablet. Wujo, smash that tablet, Ian commanded. With a deafening roar, the hulking guardian charged, its colossal form thundering down the corridor, its fist connected with the cataclysmic impact, shattering the stone and annihilating the nascent monster within before it could even manifest. The shockwave was so immense it trembled the very foundations of the hallway. My God, we just obliterated a high-level monster before it even had a chance to spawn. And it dropped an enhanced magic core. Just like that, Leo murmured, still reeling from the anticlimax of a battle he'd been bracing for. He failed to notice Yuna swiftly stooping to retrieve the prize, but the moment her fingers brushed against the core, something shifted. Her soft pink hair blazed into a fiery crimson. Simultaneously, a new status materialized above her head, visible only to you the words, Furnace Core. Hey, Yuna, your hair is turning red, Yu pointed out, his mind racing as he processed the strange text. Furnace Core. Does that mean a furnace within the heart? It's a state that burns raw emotion as fuel for immense power, much like a berserker. I see. Does this mean her hair will change completely? Now that I think about it, Yu considered silently. The pieces are starting to fall into place. Sensing the tension, Yuna anxiously tugged on Yu's sleeve, her voice trembling. Hey, was I scary just now? Yu forced a reassuring smile. Not at all. You were incredibly reliable. But her fear wasn't so easily quelled. But what if it gets worse? Yuna stammered. June cut her off with cold pragmatism. I already told you. It's fine. What are you still worrying for if you're so afraid of losing control? Yeah. Don't worry. I'll simply put you down myself to prevent any collateral damage, she stated, her tone as sharp and unyielding as steel. The cruel words made Yuna's eyes well with tears. The other two boys instantly panicked. Don't. June, if even one of us falls, we'll be forced to start this entire dungeon over from the very first room. Yu quickly raised a hand, trying to de-escalate the situation. But June was unmoved, calmly stating her grim logic. If things continue on this path, perhaps only the three of us will be capable of ascending. She paused for a beat, a flicker of something crossing her face before she shook her head. Her voice turned even more decisive. No, I think it would be better if only the two of us ascend. The word struck Leo like a physical blow, and he suddenly felt a sting of betrayal, his eyes watering. Hey, wait a second. What about me? He yelled, the frustration of being cast aside boiling over.
You watched him, silently wondering, why is he suddenly so upset? His attention then shifted back to Yuna, who was still lost in her fear and worry. Yu placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, his touch a small anchor in the storm of her emotions. Listen to me, I'm going to think this through. I understand why you're scared, and as your captain, I promise I will find a solution. Yu's sincere smile was like a sunrise, and Yuna's worried expression finally began to soften. She instinctively grabbed his hand, her grip tight with gratitude. Thank you. You. Her earnest reaction sent a faint blush creeping up his neck. He scratched the back of his head, suddenly flustered. It's nothing. That's what a captain does. Across from them, however, Leo and June were looking on, feeling completely sidelined. Their expressions soured with annoyance. So, you're just like every other guy. June scoffed. The moment a pretty face is in trouble, your priorities shift, she said with contempt. You immediately shot back. That's a complete misunderstanding. I'm perfectly normal around you, aren't I? It was Leo who broke the tension with a sharp reminder. Hey, are we forgetting where we are? You're all letting your guard down. With the floor cleared and the drama momentarily settled, the group activated the teleportation circle, descending deeper into the labyrinth. Teleportation complete. We've arrived in the second chamber, Leo announced, his voice focused. He crouched, brushing his fingers over a few strange weeds sprouting from the stone floor. Aside from the creeping moss and stubborn weeds, this chamber is an exact copy of the last one. Meanwhile, Aiden's attention, however, was elsewhere, completely engrossed in the magic core they had acquired on the first floor, a potent artifact from a high-level beast, a gift from Clara. As his focus deepened, the core's very essence materialized before his eyes, a spectral display of its power life. 8. Demonic. 11. Melting. 12. Acid. 5. Resistance. A mere 1. A sigh escaped Aiden's lips as he studied the numbers. Is this all? He muttered, his voice laced with disappointment. This entire dungeon is proving to be a colossal waste of time. The combined conceptual energy in this entire room barely rivals what you would find in a common goblin cave. Acid and melting. Both are decomposition attributes, likely from that chlorite we took down. He reasoned. I will infuse the melting concept into my blade. And as for the acid, he declared with a small smile, this one's for you. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the shimmering acid orb towards his small serpent companion. The snake, Eve, could only stare, its eyes wide with a mix of desire and comical dismay. The orb was simply too large for it to swallow. Seraphina watched the spectacle with an amused curiosity. She moved like a shadow, her voice suddenly materializing beside him. That little one is powering up surprisingly fast, isn't it? The unexpected question made Aiden jump. Hey, must you sneak up on people like that? Aiden snapped, clutching his chest. Seraphina just smirked. Perhaps if you honed your senses, you wouldn't be so easy to startle. As the two bickered, Leah's exasperated voice cut through the tension. Can you two be serious for one moment? The next wave of monsters is about to manifest. We need to focus. And as if on cue, a cascade of arcane circles blazed into existence before them, heralding the arrival of new threats. Before Leah could even finish her warning, Seraphina unleashed a searing bolt of magic, which tore through the gathering black smoke, dissipating it instantly. So much for a serious threat, she scoffed. This second floor is just as dull as the first. Please, she said with a dismissive shrug. A lion doesn't worry about being swarmed by ants, no matter how careless it is. Her confidence was absolute. But just then, from the dissipating smoke, a humanoid figure coalesced, a sinister entity of pure shadow. It was an evil spirit, a vile creature that feeds on the very life force, the mana, of mages. Leah's eyes widened in alarm, immediately protesting Seraphina's casual approach. This carelessness will get us into real trouble, Seraphina said, her tone dripping with mock seriousness, which is why I suggest we let Aiden handle this floor's combat duty. What do you all think? She asked, her suggestion stunning Leah into silence. However, everyone else, knowing Aiden's current limitations, immediately shot down the idea. Are you insane? That's far too dangerous for him. Seraphina, however, maintained her brilliant, unnerving smile. Oh, I think it is an excellent idea. We have that major match next week. After all, he needs to level up, and fast, doesn't he? Her gaze flickered to Aiden, a playful challenge sparkling in her eyes.
Faced with her blatant provocation, Aiden could only let out a short, dry laugh. Seraphina, you never change. Fine, I'll take them on myself. With that, he began to stretch, rolling his shoulders as a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. Leah, however, watched him with a heart full of worry, advising, Aiden, this is too dangerous. But her words fell on deaf ears. His determination was set. It's fine. Just as Seraphina said, I have to get stronger, and I have to do it now. It is a waste for you all to expend your energy here. This is the fastest way for me to improve. Right, Valen, after a moment's thought, gave a firm nod. Yeah, if you are sure about this, we will trust your judgment. Fine, Leah conceded, her expression still tense. But the second it looks like you are in real danger, I am intervening. Thanks, I appreciate it. Aiden smiled warmly before turning his gaze to Seraphina. And you? Just conserve your energy for now. I am counting on you to go all out and help me train later, right? Seraphina's lips curled into a confident, almost predatory smile. Oh, I can at least promise you won't collapse from exhaustion, at least not yet. With her assurance echoing in his ears, a wave of confidence washed over Yuan. All right then, let's do this, he roared, his form shifting in an instant. He materialized a fearsome assault rifle, unleashing a torrent of lead upon the monstrous horde. The creatures were obliterated before they could even lurch forward. Lion Vuocho stared, utterly stunned by the spectacle. What is that? Is that some kind of unique weapon from your world? The speed of annihilation is unbelievable. If only our own soldiers were armed with such power. Lei mused, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Du Jan's sharp eyes analyzed the scene with cold precision. Is that a firearm? No. It fires projectiles of iron. It could certainly handle a second-rate assassin, maybe even pose a threat to a first-rate one. Quite useful in the martial world. However, an attack that only travels in a straight line is effective at a distance. But in close quarters like this, it leaves him dangerously exposed. For instance, if an enemy were to strike from his blind spot, as if her thoughts had summoned it, an evil spirit burst from the shadows, lunging at Yuan's unprotected back. Lion Vuocho cried out in terror. Yuan! But his reflexes were lightning fast. He summoned a long sword from his inventory and with a single, fluid slash, cleaved the spirit in two before its ambush could land. That was a close one. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, a sentiment echoed by Li and Vuocho. Phew! What was that, Yuan? What kind of sword is that? Lai asked, her voice still trembling. This is my long sword. Its enchantments are Magic Blade 12, Slayer 19, Blood Toxin 9, and Melt 12. You didn't know I was this skilled with a blade. Upon hearing this, the other two couldn't help but shower him with praise. But as the group stood there, momentarily distracted, a new horde of evil spirits surged from behind like a tidal wave, seizing the perfect moment to strike. Despite the effusive praise from his friends, Yuan remained humble, not a hint of arrogance in his voice. It's nothing special compared to you, Lai, or even Du Jan. I still have a long way to go. As he spoke, his grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, bracing himself for the remaining monsters. Du Jan observed his humble demeanor and gave a subtle, approving nod. Confident in his seamless combination of firearm and blade, our hero felt no fear of being ambushed by these lesser spirits. Before long, the second floor was all but cleared, with only a single solitary evil spirit left standing in the silence, almost looking forlorn. Yuan calmly observed, I don't see any others. This must be the last one. Once we deal with it, we can press on. Let's take a moment to recover. With that, he commanded his familiar snake to transform into chains, binding the final spirit tightly to prevent its escape. The rest of the group seized the opportunity to catch their breath, while Du Jan knelt to examine the remains of the vanquished spirits. She noted, the blade's enchantment melted and decomposed their forms. He's already using the ability he acquired in the previous chamber. And yet, based on his swordsmanship, it's clear he has no real battlefield experience. So how is he improving this rapidly? She wondered silently. Meanwhile, Lion Vuocho continued to heap praise on Yuan. To come up with a way to coordinate teleportation like that. Yuan, you're truly brilliant. Only the most experienced students could devise a strategy like that. You think so? Yuan scratched his head, a little embarrassed by the praise. Even Du Jan offered a rare admission. Good work. That final sword strike was excellent. Oh, well, thanks.
Not bad, you replied cheerfully, but Jane simply shook her head, her expression critical. You're far too focused on the speed of your attacks. Still, she continued, thoughtfully stroking her chin. It's a world away from some idiot who just thrashes his sword around blindly. Her pointed gaze landed on Leo, and the knight's face immediately flushed with anger. Who are you calling an idiot? I was fighting with everything I had. Jane feigned perfect innocence. Did I mention a name? How could you possibly know who I meant? All that screaming while slashing into the darkness. If that's not the work of an idiot, then what is? She retorted, as Leo began to argue back stubbornly. That is the proper form I was taught, whether in darkness or in light, he insisted, before turning his frustrated gaze back to you. You, however, Lathaida had tuned out their bickering, casually summoning a can of soda from your inventory with a soft laugh. Ha ha ha, you two are truly one of a kind. Even on a break, there's never a dull moment. Your voice trailed off as you noticed the other three were staring, wide-eyed, with an unnervingly intense focus. Jane's face darkened, her voice low and demanding. Hey, you? What are you hoarding all to yourself? Vaughn also eyed the can with a look of pure craving. I heard a fizzing sound, he murmured, and then the most wonderful sweet scent drifted over. You quickly held up the can as if to explain. They sell these everywhere back in the outside world. Leo's voice turned cold. That's easy for you to say. You get to go outside. We don't. Seeing the mood sour, you tried to calm them. I'm sorry for drinking it alone. I wanted to share, but I don't have many left. Besides, it's only truly effective when you're on the brink of exhaustion. It would be a waste for you to drink it now. With that, you swiftly banished the can back into your inventory. In truth, every word you just spoken was a complete and utter lie. But Jane and the others believed you completely. What if I get exhausted? She declared, a new fire in her eyes. I'll take on the third room myself. The swordswoman immediately began a series of warm-up stretches, leaving you utterly bewildered. Huh, you thought aloud. Didn't you just say I needed to handle it myself to improve? Why the sudden change of heart? At your question, Jane's cheeks puffed out defiantly. She completely ignored your point. I've never tried a drink like that before. There's no way I'm letting you have it all to yourself. Jane, that drink has a specific purpose, Leo reminded her with a weary glance, pushing the strange new competition aside. The party finished their short rest. You delivered a final, merciful blow to the unfortunate evil spirit, sparing it any further mental anguish at the hands of your companions. The instant the creature perished, a shimmering teleportation circle bloomed to life beneath your feet, flooding the chamber with light. It pulsed, ready to carry you to the next floor. The teleportation is beginning, Leo announced. In the brief moment you had while waiting, you seized the opportunity to check the results of your recent efforts. A thought brought your status window into view. Vitality, 100.29. Physique, 72.8. Soul, 350. Mana, 101. Martial arts, 62. Swordsmanship, 36. Piercing void technique, 26. Leadership, 7. Piloting, 15. Resistance, 2. All poison eyes at 115. All hearing ears at 105. And all speaking divine lips at 107. A sense of awe washed over you. Compared to the day you first set foot in the academy, your stats had skyrocketed. It was truly amazing. This level was already on par with the academy's average student, and it had only taken a handful of real battles to get here. Even your swordsmanship and the piercing void skill you just learned were improving rapidly. With this kind of efficiency, focusing on the sword seemed to be the smartest path. However, your thoughts drifted to the upcoming match on Tuesday. Victory there would likely depend on how much you could develop all your martial arts skills. You noted the gap between your physique and soul, now separated by more than 200 points. Honestly, that was a dangerous imbalance. Closing the gap between us in a single week feels almost impossible, no matter how relentlessly I train. But my time learning martial arts from Jane Doe taught me something crucial. It's not just about gaining new skills. It's about the relentless effort to nurture and master them that truly matters. When it comes to honing my combat abilities, if only Jane Doe could guide me further. Yu's gaze drifted towards the swordswoman, a flicker of hope in his eyes. But he instantly crushed the thought, scolding himself internally. What am I even thinking? No matter how powerful Jane Doe is, relying on her like this is a path to weakness. It would throw our entire dynamic off balance. Focus. There's still time to figure this out. He massaged his temples, lost in concentration. Just then, the world dissolved in a flash of light as the teleportation magic flared to life, casting them onto the third floor. But as Yu was still wrestling with his thoughts, a blood-curdling scream from Leo shattered his concentration. "Hey, Yu, what are you doing? Wake up!" The desperate cry jolted Yu back to reality, only to discover a horrifying truth. All three of them were plummeting through open air. His eyes widened as he registered the terrifying distance to the floor below. The color drained from his face. What is happening? Why are we falling? His mind reeled in disbelief. Dear God, did the floor just vanish beneath us? The thoughts raced through Yu's dazed mind as Vicky Cho shrieked, desperately trying to keep her skirt down amidst the chaotic descent. A glance downward revealed a nightmarish sight, a pit of sharpened spikes waiting to welcome them. Without a second of hesitation, Yu commanded his serpent familiar, which instantly morphed into a gleaming chain. The chain shot out, wrapping securely around Vicky Cho's waist, snatching her from the jaws of death with only a moment to spare. Dangling high above, Yu gripped the other end with one hand, letting out a shaky breath of relief. Phew, that was way too close. Thank you. Vicky Cho gasped, her voice trembling, as Yu began to scan their treacherous new environment. His mind raced. What in the world was that? What kind of teleportation spell drops you into a death trap? And why is this chamber so massive? They even put a trap at the entry point. This setup feels familiar. Could this be? Duh. An unsettling image of a legendary trial flickered in his memory. Before Yu could voice his suspicion, a sharp voice cut through the air. Hey, you get a move on. Hearing the urgent warning, Yu whipped his head toward the sound and his jaw dropped. In defiance of all logic, Vicky Cho was standing firmly on the ceiling, as if gravity was merely a suggestion. How in the world did you get up there? Leo cried out, his voice filled with disbelief. But even as he spoke, Vicky Cho offered no explanation, her voice tight with urgency. If you just hang there, you're dead. What are you talking about? Yu stammered. He was still trying to process her words when dozens of small panels on the opposing wall snapped open with a sharp, synchronized click. An instant later, a volley of countless spears and lances erupted, hurtling directly towards his exposed position. Damn it, he cursed, his eyes darting to the girl he was holding. I can't just drop Vicky Cho. With that single, determined thought, Yu channeled all his strength into his right arm, beginning a powerful arcing swing. He launched the chain and Vicky Cho with it upward into the air, and in the same fluid motion summoned his flying motorcycle, Lilith, to materialize beneath him, narrowly avoiding a fatal fall. It was a move born of pure, lightning-fast instinct. In a breathtaking maneuver, Yu had pulled them both from the brink of disaster. He then swiftly retracted the chain, catching Vicky Cho securely in his arms in a classic princess carry. Got you, he said, his voice steady despite the adrenaline. Are you all right? Sorry if that was a bit rough. Things were getting pretty hairy back there. I didn't have any other choice. At his words, a deep blush crept across Vicky Cho's face as she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. I'm okay. Good, then hold on tight, Vicky Cho. His relief was short-lived. A quick scan of the room told him their ordeal was far from over. As he spoke, his eyes darted around the chamber, locking onto another set of pillars in a far corner, just as they began to reveal another deadly volley of spears. Meanwhile, the knight, Leo, found himself facing a swarm of flying axes. But for a warrior of his caliber, such rudimentary traps were little more than a nuisance. With a series of contemptuously easy sword strokes, Leo shattered every axe blade that flew his way, while two pairs of ethereal wings, sprouting from his back, held him effortlessly aloft in the chaotic air. But what is happening? Leo wondered, his mind racing. Professor Alumina was clear traps don't appear until the 20th floor. We're only on the 3rd floor. This level of danger feels completely wrong. And Ethan? What in the world is that machine? Leo shouted, watching Ethan expertly weave the bizarre flying contraption through a hail of deadly spears. Ethan grit his teeth, the situation spiraling out of control. This is madness, he thought. Traps are firing from every conceivable angle. This entire structure, what is its purpose? In stark contrast to his panic, Vicky Cho was practically beaming, reveling in the adrenaline of the chaotic ride, perhaps getting a little too swept up in the moment. She remembered Ethan's earlier warning, hold on tight. Vicky, with a mischievous smile, she took his words as an invitation, wrapping her arms securely around Ethan's waist and pressing herself firmly against his back. A sudden warmth spread across Ethan's back, and a flush of red crept up his neck. Whoa, what is she doing? He thought, completely flustered. His thoughts were shattered as a stray arrow slammed into the bike's tail. The vehicle, which he called Lilith, seemed to cry out in pain, lurching violently off course. That was too close, Ethan yelled, just as a flash of gold, a brilliant, sweeping blade intercepted and shattered the spears that were closing in. Leo appeared beside them, wings of light beating the air. You had everything under control. Why the sudden swerve? Ethan, he demanded. Ethan brought the bike to a shuddering halt, his own question overriding Leo's. Leo, since when do you have wings? He asked, his eyes wide with astonishment. Leo tilted his head, a curious glint in his eye. I'll answer that after you answer mine. What is this machine you're riding? Another relic from your world, I presume. It's a flying motorcycle. You've really never seen one, Ethan replied, taken aback. Leo just stared back blankly. Flying what? The utter confusion on Leo's face was answer enough. Ethan realized instantly that the concept was completely alien to him. Deciding to change the subject, Ethan scanned their perilous surroundings. Speaking of which, where is Jane Ho? The question seemed to jolt Leo, a flicker of alarm crossing his features as he realized he'd lost track of their swordswoman. You're right. I haven't seen her since this all started. Do you think a trap got her? Leo asked, a note of genuine worry in his voice. Ethan shook his head firmly. Impossible. Jane Ho is too skilled to be caught so easily. She's out there somewhere, watching, assessing the situation. As they began to navigate the deadly corridor once more, Leo pressed on. So what's the plan? How do we shut this nightmare down? Ethan paused, his mind sifting through information. The guidebook said survival is the only objective. We just have to endure it for a set period of time. I don't know the exact duration or how the trigger mechanism works, he admitted. For now, Leo, I need you to draw their fire over there. I'm going to try and find a pattern. Leo gave a sharp nod and, without hesitation, flew towards the area Ethan indicated. Meanwhile, Ethan's eyes darted between the apertures, spitting out javelins, his mind racing to decode their activation sequence. It's all focused on Leo. The system must prioritize moving targets. I was too rash, he muttered, a wave of self-reproach washing over him. So foolish. As Ethan stewed in his own mistake, Vicky's urgent voice cut through. Ethan, look. He spun around and yanked the arrow embedded in the bike's frame. Tisk. This could have crippled Lilith, he hissed. I have to warn them. We can't keep moving so erratically. But if we stop, we're sitting ducks. How do we get through? He wrestled with the paradox, searching for a solution that didn't involve triggering every trap in the room. Just then, Ethan felt a strange sensation. The arrow in his hand wasn't solid anymore. It was dissolving into a shimmering stream of light that flowed into his palm. Wait a second. What's going on? He thought, a profound sense of wonder mixing with his confusion. Did I just absorb it? It's like I can read its very concept. Why now? Why is this happening? I couldn't perceive a thing in the last chamber. So why now? A deep frown creased Aiden's brow as he searched for an answer. There must be a reason for this. But he quickly dismissed the thought, shaking his head. No, it could just be a fluke. I need to be certain. He reached for a nearby blade, his fingers brushing against the cold steel. Just as before, it dissolved into light in his grasp. Incredible. Aiden gazed in awe at the two symbols hovering over his palm, a profound realization dawning on him. The concept I've absorbed is savor, not sword. It was just like before. The concept was deeper than its physical form suggested. But before he could unravel this mystery, Vera's urgent cry shattered his concentration. Aiden, look out! He whipped around just in time to see Liam engulfed by a sudden violent torrent of water. Liam, you fool! Aiden roared. Liam was already struggling, fighting with every ounce of his strength against the crushing current. Curse it, Liam thought. I got careless. I was so focused on the weapons. I never imagined the trap would be the water itself. A chilling sensation spread through him. There's something in this water. My limbs are going numb. My vision is fading. At this rate, I won't be able to face whatever comes next. His heart pounded as a volley of spears erupted from the walls, flying straight for him.
Panic seized Liam. There were too many to block. This is it. He despaired. But from across the chamber, Aiden saw his friend's desperate situation. Without a second's hesitation, he gunned the engine of his motorcycle, rocketing forward to intervene. As she watched Aiden's retreating form, Vera recalled his parting words. "I'm sorry, Vera," he had said, his voice low and serious. "I'm about to take a huge risk, and I can't drag you into it. Stay put." A determined whisper escaped her lips. "Go get him, Aiden." Back in the heart of the action, Aiden steered with one hand, reaching out with the other to touch the cascading water from the trap. The moment his fingers made contact, new concepts flooded his mind. Concept acquired acid, wave, power increased by more than 10 points. Just as I thought. Aiden realized, like last time, I touched water, but the concept I gained wasn't water. It was wave. Suddenly, it all clicked into place. That's why the first concept was sever and not sword. Across the room, unlike the others who scrambled to evade the deadly traps, the swordswoman, Diana, moved with effortless grace, leaping between pillars as if they were stepping stones. Her gaze, however, was locked onto Aiden as he raced toward Liam, a reckless energy surrounding him. "Aiden," she murmured, "what are you thinking?" A frown touched her lip. Meanwhile, Aiden's mind raced, processing everything he had just discovered. It's not the object itself, but its purpose, its intent. The realization struck him like lightning. The blades weren't just swords, they were aimed to kill, to sever the head from the body. That's why the concept was sever. With this new understanding, a daring plan began to form in his mind. A way to conquer the traps. Aiden shouted to Liam over the roar of the engine, "Get back, I've got this." Then, he twisted the throttle, charging not away from the danger, but directly into the heart of it. As the bike surged forward, he focused his will, whispering an internal prayer. "Let the myriad Venomi open my eyes. Let me see beyond the physical form to their very essence. Let me read the intent behind every single trap." As he activated the myriad Venomi, the world transformed. Aiden could now perceive the raw concepts swirling around each weapon. Liam, however, could only watch in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. What is he doing? He's driving straight into them. But oblivious to Liam's terror, Aiden was already putting his plan into motion. "I don't need to absorb everything," he thought, a grim smile on his face. "I just need to corrupt their form, to break them." In his outstretched palm, a swirling sphere of raw concept began to coalesce. It drew in all surrounding concepts like a miniature black hole, causing the deadly weapons to dematerialize into dust. In that moment, Evan knew he had triumphed. A victorious roar escaped his lips. The moment the vortex stabilized, Leo was at his side, his voice tight with concern. "Hey, Evan, are you all right?" Yeah, I'm okay." Evan managed a tired grin. "Leo, I'm just glad you're still in one piece." "Ha ha ha. We were almost history back there." Leo laughed, the tension finally breaking. "So, what in the world was that?" Evan held up the swirling sphere of pure concept. "Honestly, I have no idea. It's like everything just condensed into this single point. I think I've created something incredible." Leo's eyes widened in awe. "Looks like you just awakened a whole new power. Taking on a trap like that head on. You're an absolute monster." The praise had barely left his lips when the air filled with the deadly whistle of 1,000 incoming spears. Before Evan or Leo could even react, Jana and Hugo became blurs of motion, intercepting the volley and deflecting every single weapon with chilling precision. With the threat neutralized, Jana's icy voice cut through the silence. "If you two don't learn to shed that reckless habit of yours, you'll find yourselves in a grave sooner rather than later." Thanks. You two. You really saved my skin," Evan sighed, the adrenaline finally leaving him. Meanwhile, Jana's gaze shifted to Leo, a condescending smirk playing on her lips. "And look at you. Barely escaped being turned into a pincushion, and you're still just as reckless as ever. What did you just say?" Leo snarled, his fists clenching, just as their argument began to heat up. The floor beneath them erupted in a brilliant flash of light as a teleportation circle formed. It was the signal that they had finally conquered this grueling floor. "Oh, it looks like that was the final test. We're about to be transported," Hugo observed with a note of caution, but his words were lost on Leo and Jana, who were now locked in a fierce stare-down. "What is your problem?" Leo demanded. "Don't you think that's a bit much to say to someone who was just inches from death?" Jana didn't flinch, her tone dripping with sarcasm. And whose fault is that? Perhaps if you weren't so weak, you wouldn't have been caught by such a pathetic trap. You just waited for the perfect moment to swoop in and act all superior. You planned that from the very beginning, didn't you? Leo seethed, but his fury was met only with a cool, knowing smile from her. You're only just figuring that out now. Back with Evan, he watched the two bicker endlessly, choosing not to step in. A small smile touched his lips. Ha ha. These two are something else. Still, whenever things get dangerous, we all jump in to save one another. So what's there to even fight about? If anything, this just proves how well our team works together. Right then, he thought. But his hopeful musing was instantly shattered by Jana's next cold declaration. Of course I did. I waited for the most critical moment. Now you owe me a favor. And trust me, I always collect my debts. With interest. The entire group could only stare at her, utterly stunned, while Evan desperately hoped that the sense of teamwork he'd just felt wasn't a complete and utter lie. In a flash of light, the scene shifted, depositing the team onto the 4th floor. A sprawling chamber filled with the crumbling ruins of an ancient city. Evan scanned the new environment, his eyes tracing the dilapidated architecture. The ceiling's much lower here. At least we won't be ambushed from the sky this time. That's a relief. As the words left his lips, he gestured behind him, and his serpent familiar morphed into an assault rifle, instantly unleashed a burst of fire. The rounds tore through the air, striking a monstrous spider lurking in the shadows, but instead of falling, the creature merely shrieked in annoyance as the bullets sparked harmlessly against its armored hide. Evan's relief vanished in an instant as Leo's voice cut in, low and urgent. It's a tower spider. They're a unique species of monster. They can show up on any floor of this tower. Doesn't matter if it's a low-level or a high-level floor. Evan swallowed nervously. It's completely unharmed. It just shrugged off Leo's attack like it was nothing. Leo moved to stand in front of Evan, his stance defensive. That's the terrifying part. A tower spider's abilities are completely random, no matter which floor you find them on. It seems your weapon is outmatched. You'll have to handle this room. For Diana, it seemed this was her moment to shine. I'm counting on you. The female swordsman offered a firm nod. Understood. Elsewhere, Ian could only click his tongue in frustration as his own weapon proved utterly useless. Tisk, to think a monster this powerful would show up so soon. Diana sighed, raising a hand to halt the group in their tracks. All right then, everyone fall back. You too. You, she commanded. Watch closely. This is the spectacle you wanted to see. Key blast, she roared, and a torrent of pure energy erupted from her palm, rocketing straight into the heart of the tower spider swarm. With just that single, devastating attack, she had utterly annihilated them. A wry smile touched Yu's lips. Now that's a real key blast, far more potent than any of my bullets. Most of the spiders were now crippled. Nearby, Diana, after a cursory glance at her handiwork, casually delegated the task of finishing off the survivors to him. You won't find another leader as generous as me, she declared with a touch of arrogance, faced with such a golden opportunity presented on a silver platter. Yu saw no reason to decline. Instantly, he summoned the longsword from his inventory, turning to give orders to his two companions. Leo, you cover our rear, and Victor, keep your eyes on the ceiling for any surprises. Roger that. The two responded in perfect unison, nodding their assent. Returning his focus to the battlefield, now safely protected by his teammates, Yu calmly advanced on the crippled spiders to gather his experience. How interesting. Yu mused to himself. Diana isn't my leader, so why is she being so accommodating? Honestly, I can't help but feel grateful. Lost in thought, Yu tightened his grip on his sword and charged directly at an immobilized spider. He anticipated the satisfying chime of experience, but it never came. The moment his blade struck the spider's carapace, a harsh metallic clang rang out. A powerful recoil shuddered up Yu's arms, jarring his entire frame. It was like striking the solid block of iron. It's no use. It's too hard. Yu gritted out, his teeth clenched in frustration. A look of helplessness flickered across his face. Below, the tower spider began to stir, its eyes flaring to life like malevolent headlights. It lunged at Yu with vengeful fury. Yu deftly stepped back. There's always a way. Though, With that thought, he gathered his momentum and lunged forward again, powerfully thrusting his sword straight through the spider's head. It had momentarily exposed a weak point, and Yu hadn't missed the opening. He did it, Victor cheered, while Leo let out a quiet sigh of relief. Phew. But as for Yu, despite having dispatched one of the creatures, he didn't look pleased. If slashing is ineffective, then this strategy is useless. I can't afford to just thrust and retract my sword against a whole swarm. Perhaps these tower spiders are still beyond my abilities, Yu thought grimly. Suddenly, a memory sparked in his mind. Ha, I'm such an idiot. He chided himself. I have that incredible item from the previous room. Why didn't I think of it sooner? Now is the perfect time to use it. With renewed purpose, he retrieved the concept orb of severing, which held 20 accumulated points, and fused it with his longsword. Instantly, the blade began to glow like freshly forged steel. Let's see how compatible this is with my sword. A system notification materialized before him. Item evolved. Due to excellent compatibility, Executioner's severing longsword, 30 magic power, 30 lethality, 19 blood poison, 9 melting, 12. On the other side of the chamber, after their brief recovery, the remaining tower spiders had shaken off the effects of Diana's ki blast. Sensing the potent killing intent now radiating from Yu, they all charged as one, clearly intending to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Yu confidently gripped his transformed sword, slowly drawing it back to prepare his counterattack. All right then, let's give this a proper test. With that, he swung the blade powerfully forward. In a single fluid arc, he effortlessly sliced clean through the bodies of 3 tower spiders, carving through the very creatures that had once been untouchable. Behind him, Leo and the others could only watch in stunned silence, wondering what could have caused such a dramatic surge in his power. Leo voiced his confusion aloud, while Diana observed with a sharp, analytical gaze, as if trying to deconstruct the secret behind his newfound strength. But for Ethan, the victory felt hollow, and a flicker of confusion crossed his face. He muttered to himself, "Wait, the cut was clean, but something's not right. It feels clumsy. I think I put too much force into it. Let's go again. I need to perfect this." With that resolve, Ethan once again plunged into the fray, his blade a blur of motion, testing his theory against several more arachnids. Seeing the swarm was far from thinning, Leo and Victor didn't hesitate to charge in and support him. "There are still too many of them. We've got your back," Leo shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Victor nodded in grim agreement as they joined the battle, but Diana remained still, her eyes fixed on Ethan, having already perceived something profound. "He's done something with that blade," she thought. In a single moment, he's overcome a foe that was his superior just minutes ago. How can one person wield such intuitive, overwhelming power? More than that, he's evolving, not just relying on his innate talents. Normally, when someone acquires a more powerful weapon, they become reckless, drunk on its strength, but he shows no sign of that flaw. It may not be immediate, but it's inevitable. One day, he will master the very soul of the blade. While there's no reason to interfere with his growth, it would be a tragic waste to simply let it be. After I survived the 3 calamities, I believed myself to be the greatest prodigy the martial world had ever seen. But now, I am witnessing a talent that makes my own history pale in comparison. No, this cannot be. This man, he must be mine. As the thought took root, a dangerous, possessive light ignited in Diana's eyes. Meanwhile, our hero remained completely absorbed in his dance of steel, oblivious to the fact he had just become the object of a prodigy's obsession. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill shot down his spine, forcing him to halt his attack. "Hey, Ethan, what's wrong?" Leo called out with concern. "Oh, it's nothing," he replied, shaking his head. "Just felt a sudden chill. For a second, I thought a high-level monster was about to spawn," Ethan explained, completely missing the shadow that fell over Diana's expression behind him. He then turned to her, a playful grin on his face. "Diana, why are you just spectating? Aren't you going to contribute some of those flashy energy blasts?" You seem to be handling things perfectly well on your own. Why would you need my help?" she retorted, a clear note of irritation in her voice. Ethan's grin widened. "Is that so? Well, if I'm doing so fine, I suppose I can keep this victory drink all to myself." "What did you say?" Diana's eyes widened in disbelief as Leo let out a sigh of relief. "We finally cleared the room." Just then, Ethan produced 2 ice-cold cans of soda, dangling one tantalizingly in front of the swordswoman.
I guess this means more for Leo and Victor. You just want to hoard it all for yourself. Diana shot back, playfully chasing after him, but their lighthearted moment was cut short when a notification chimed for Leo. A message from outside the tower. It wasn't just him. Diana and Victor received the exact same alert. A message from the outside. But why now? Did everyone get one? Leo asked, his expression growing serious as he read the contents. His eyes widened in alarm. It's an order. To evacuate the tower immediately. What? Why all of a sudden? Victor questioned. This is a direct order from the headmaster himself. Does this apply to the entire academy I refuse to leave? Diana declared. This was barely a warm-up, and I still haven't received my soda. Unless there's a perfectly good reason for this, I'm not budging. Diana grumbled, her frustration boiling over, but before she could protest further, a sharp cry from Vaughn suddenly pierced the air. They're here! The entire group whipped around, their hearts pounding. They were horrified to find that the very air before them had torn open, revealing several spatial gates from which countless tower spiders were now swarming. Ah, so that's what this is. This must be the reason they're calling us out, Leo said, his mind flashing back to a previous briefing. This is the very thing we were warned about. Diana nodded, her expression deeply thoughtful. Ha ha ha. No wonder the difficulty felt so strange. Yuri chuckled darkly. The swordsman, Diana, anxiously checked her identification necklace, only to shake her head in helpless resignation. The identification collar has stopped functioning. It seems we are well and truly trapped in this room. A chilling realization dawned on them all. This was exactly what the professor had warned them about, a phenomenon where even students could truly die. An irregular space, Leo said, his voice strained as a chittering wave of tower spiders surged toward them. His mind flashed back to the grim meeting with Professor Illumina, recalling her mention of a dire situation where students could face life-threatening danger. When first years climb the tower, there is a rare chance that invading space pirates will appear. Hearing this memory echo in his mind, Yuri had turned and asked, "What are space pirates?" I will explain later. The problem is that their unusual invasion creates an irregular phenomenon. It is a completely unpredictable event that does not happen in normal expeditions. Ordinarily, you cannot die. But once an irregular phenomenon occurs, everything changes completely. All the rules in the tower will be distorted, and safe zones will become deadly traps, while the number of cloned monsters will become uncontrollable. The difficulty of the rooms will skyrocket to an abnormal degree. You could effectively call it hell mode. In addition, a series of other problems occur simultaneously. Hearing this, the color had drained from all three of their faces. Just imagining being caught in that catastrophic situation was enough to frighten them to their core. Back in the lecture, Professor Illumina had said, "As you can see, the tower does not guarantee absolute safety. Therefore, you must remember this well. If you are unlucky enough to get stuck in an irregular phenomenon, remember that it is a genuine life or death situation." Returning to the terrifying present, after realizing the gravity of their predicament, the group immediately decided it was foolish to confront the seemingly endless wave of monsters. Yuri immediately fired up his ship, pulling Vaughn aboard as they fled, while the other two began to run as fast as their legs could carry them. However, the spiders clung to their trail like a shadow, refusing to let up for even a moment. We don't know how long these spiders will keep appearing, so trying to hold our ground in this confined space is far too risky. Yuri frowned and said, "We have to assume their numbers are infinite." Diana muttered in agreement just as the spiders began to pour out from the connecting hallway. She unleashed a powerful palm blast, firing a concentrated stream of internal energy that sent the creatures flying. At the same time, Leo was a blur of motion, continuously swinging his sword, sending out shimmering blades of sword aura that pierced through the spiders' bodies, shouting as he slashed, "Diana, don't stop." "Just worry about yourself first," Diana shot back, the two of them falling into a rhythm as they joined forces to hold back the monstrous tide. However, Yuri was growing worried about their rapidly depleting energy. Diana had already killed dozens on the way here, and so had Leo. His stamina was hemorrhaging away, a creeping darkness staining his hair as his voice failed him entirely. A terrifying question echoed in his mind. What would happen if that darkness consumed him completely? These spiders were a relentless tide, and he was running out of options. As panic began to set in, Dahlia's voice cut through the chaos. "Your feral friend," she said, her eyes locked on Vex. "He seems to have completely lost his mind." "Who could have predicted this?" she continued, her voice strained with exhaustion. "I can't last much longer either. It's going to become..."
Uh, Incredibly dangerous if I don't recover. As she spoke, she rotated a wrist that was clearly aching from the constant barrage of palm blasts.
Without a moment's hesitation, you materialized a can of soda from your inventory and offered it to her. Oh my, she breathed. What is this? Dahlia asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. Just drink it. You insisted. I'll hold them off. You need to take a break and recharge. At your gallant words, a faint blush touched Dahlia's cheeks as she accepted the can. Are you sure you can handle it? She challenged lightly. Of course. Just watch me. Let's go. With a confident smirk, you produced a grenade from your inventory, pulled the pin, and hurled it directly into the seething mass of spiders before you. The world erupted in a violent explosion, scattering the severed limbs of the tower spiders like grotesque confetti. What in the world was that? What is that kind of power? Leo exclaimed, his face a mask of pure astonishment. How about that pretty cool? Right, I put a lot of effort into crafting that little surprise. Get some rest, Leo, you said with a grin, before revving your flying motorcycle and diving back into the fray to absorb the waves of experience. As you carved through the horde, you focused on drawing in the abstract concepts from the spiders' fallen bodies, your mind racing. Vex still looked full of raw power, but he was a terrifyingly unpredictable force right now. The monsters just kept coming. I have no idea how much time we have left. Letting Leo and Dahlia rest is the only strategic option. In the meantime, I have to eliminate as many of these creatures as I can. I need to buy them the time they need to recover. Your thoughts were interrupted as a notification blazed to life in your vision. The executioner's longsword's blood venom has increased by 15. You have grasped a deeper understanding of the concept of severing. The depth of severing has reached level 2. The instant the message appeared, the sword in your hand began to thrum, enveloped by a sinister blood-red aura. Is the blade itself turning red? You wondered, frowning at the weapon. Even though I have no idea what concept blood venom is, that's... I'll find out soon enough. With that thought, you gripped the hilt tightly and unleashed a devastating swing. Immediately, you felt the change. Wait, the arc of the sword is expanding. If severing strengthens the cut, then blood venom expands its range and the distance of the attack. But the power came at a cost, draining your own life force. I can't use this recklessly. Every swing is like making a blood donation. You thought in horror about the treacherous nature of this blade. From behind, Leo saw the transformation and called out, "Did you get another interesting toy? What's with that wicked sword aura?" You ignored his question, your focus shifting to a more urgent matter. Vex, you asked, your voice sharp. Where is he? Leo gestured grimly to the side and shook his head. He's over there, just slaughtering them. We really shouldn't approach him right now. You followed his gaze to see Vex, roaring like a primal beast as he punched to pieces every spider that dared to come near him. You let out a heavy sigh and warned your two companions to stay back. Just get some more rest. There's no need for you to join in. I've recovered enough. Thanks to you, Leo said softly. You should look around. The spider swarm has thinned out considerably. Startled by his words, you scanned the cavern and realized with a jolt that he was right. The number of monsters had indeed decreased significantly. Now that you mentioned it, I'm only just noticing, Diana added, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The momentum has completely died down. Usually, when the monsters halt their assault, it means one of two things: the battle is nearly over, or something far stronger is about to emerge. And just then, Victor, who was lost in a battle frenzy, also sensed the shift and froze, his head snapping towards a shimmering spatial gate that was materializing before them. From its depths, a colossal spider began to crawl forth, gazing at the creature's building-sized frame. Leo murmured grimly, "We're too late." Ethan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind struggling to process the impossible sight before him. Weren't behemoths like this supposed to appear only on the much higher floors beside Ethan? The swordswoman saw his naive shock and couldn't help but let out a frustrated sigh. Aren't you tired of constantly being surprised by these unusual situations? I've heard it so many times my ears are about to bleed. However, their terror multiplied when they realized it wasn't just one giant spider that had appeared. Facing the monstrous arachnid, the true scale of the danger finally crashed down on him. Gods, I was so confident, talking so big just moments ago. But what am I supposed to do now? The smaller ones were simple. A clean cut and a dose of blood venom was all it took. But against a creature of this magnitude, he doubted his attacks would even leave a scratch. The more he considered it, the more his courage withered. In that moment of doubt, Diana stepped forward. Weren't you the one just telling me and the others to stand back and rest? Why the sudden certainty that we can't win and you still refuse to ask for my help? Is that your pride talking or just plain stubbornness? Oh, Natasha. She whispered softly into Ethan's ear, a warmth spreading across his face. Pink. Huh? Ethan muttered, almost unconsciously. You have a thing for this color, don't you? It's unique. I don't hate it. Now it's time to pay the price for that sweet moment. The price might be steep, but don't you dare think of it as a debt. As she spoke, Diana slowly unsheathed her sword. It was the first time Ethan had ever seen her draw a weapon. A sword. She's a master of hand-to-hand combat. Is she doing this for my benefit? As if reading Ethan's thoughts, Diana glanced back over her shoulder to explain. I just don't feel like getting my hands dirty, she stated coolly. Don't read too much into it. Hearing that, Ethan's face turned beet red. Sorry, he mumbled, flustered. His flustered reaction drew a soft chuckle from Diana. You're only missing one final piece of the puzzle. I'll show you, but only this once. For you. A single slash from this blade should be more than enough to give you the answer you seek. After saying that, an immense aura began to radiate from her. Her voice dropped to a serious command. Hey, Ethan, watch closely. She drew her sword back slowly, and the very air around her crackled with a tension thicker than anything he'd ever felt. Just then, a commotion from Leo's direction shattered the focus. Hey, Victor, you idiot, stop coming after me. Go hunt the monster, Leo yelled, struggling to parry Victor's relentless attacks with his own blade. Have you completely lost your mind? You're attacking your own teammate. But while the two were locked in their dispute, the giant spider behind them saw its opening. It shot a thick, heavy strand of silk directly at the warring pair. Victor, with his sharp reflexes, leaped aside just in time. Leo, however, wasn't so fortunate. The silk slammed into him, pinning him helplessly against the cavern wall. Seeing the spider dare to interfere in his battle, Victor let out a threatening growl, turning his feral gaze upon the new intruder. The unfolding chaos made our protagonist break out in a cold sweat, thinking, oh man, what an absolute disaster. At that moment, Diana's sharp voice cut through the noise. Hey Ethan, what are you looking at? Where are your eyes wandering? Focus on me. Ethan quickly snapped his attention back to her, explaining, I am watching. But the spider is over there, Diana calmly replied. I told you it would be fine. There's only one spider remaining. With that declaration, her sword became a blur of motion. In a single fluid slash, she cleaved the monstrous spider in two before it could even register the attack. Yuan watched, utterly transfixed by Diana's movement, an arm swinging up from below. A simple gesture that unleashed absolute destruction. In that one motion, he thought, his mind reeling, I witnessed death itself carving the world in half. After witnessing such an ultimate technique, Yuan's mind felt overwhelmed with a flood of information, a dizzying sensation washing over him. A cascade of system notifications materialized around him. His skill comprehension had skyrocketed. His control over authority had been profoundly enhanced. The depth of the myriad poison eye, the myriad listening ear, and the myriad tongues, God had all increased by 5 points. He had successfully comprehended a fragment of an overwhelmingly powerful and intricate martial arts concept. The depth of his soul now stood at 390, his martial arts at 97, and his swordsmanship at 52. Having observed the very essence of the slash, its depth had surged to 15. But he had no time to process the notifications. His head throbbed with a pain so intense it felt like it might split apart. Unbelievable. Just by watching her for a moment, my stats have soared. That power. It felt just like when I shattered Optimus's energy field. This must be an evolved form of that lethal technique she's used before. How could a person possibly channel such an overwhelming will into a simple blade? The concept of death he had just glimpsed was so pure, so vivid, it sent a deep chill through his very soul. Just contemplating it made him tremble, imagining what it would be like to be on the receiving end of such an attack. Noticing Yuan's dazed expression after the strike, Diana called out, Hey, Yuan, were you paying close attention? Don't ever expect me to show you that a second time. With that, she leaned in, her face just inches from his, causing him to flinch and instinctively step back. Why are you pulling away? She asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. You're
Standing a little too close, Yuan stammered, his face flushing.
Unfazed, Diana casually tossed him the core from the elite spider she had just dispatched. Huh, isn't this the core from that creature?
Yuan stared in awe at the stats of the 3-body life core. Stamina 11, demonic power 12, carapace 15, and spiderweb 10.
+1 resistance. A wave of hesitation washed over him. Diana was the one who defeated it. Was it really all right for him to accept this?
He looked up at the swordswoman with a complicated expression, but it seemed she had already read his thoughts.
Diana flashed a teasing smirk. Hey, think of it as a reward. Don't be so bashful. Just take it.
Hearing her words, Yuan turned away, a wave of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. As the charged atmosphere between them thickened, the Knight Leo, standing off to the side, could only watch. This blatant display of affection right in front of him, he couldn't take it anymore and finally roared. Hey, you two cut the lovey-dovey act and get over here. Vera has completely lost it. As he yelled, Leo shot a terrified glance toward the distant Vera, who was currently in a frenzy, beating the other elite spider into a mangled mess. Damn it, I'm completely outmatched here. Leo despaired. I'll be wiped out in an instant. There's only one person who can stop her now. And who else could that be but Diana? He thought, turning his pleading eyes toward the strongest member of their team. However, when he saw her standing there with her arms crossed, a picture of utter indifference, Yuan also felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Don't look at me, the peerless swordswoman replied coolly. I've already done my part in this battle. But knowing he couldn't force Vu Cho's hand, Yuan resorted to a desperate plea. I understand your reluctance, but this is an extraordinary crisis. If any one of us falls here, who can say what the consequences will be? The words had barely left his lips when a sudden twitch. The elite spider's legs stirred, a grim confirmation that the battle was far from finished. As expected, a voice mused. Fine, very well then. I suppose I'll go play with that little beast, Diane declared, cracking her knuckles as she limbered up, much to Ethan's immense relief. Oh, now that's more like it, he exclaimed with a hopeful grin. However, Diana's assistance came with a firm condition. In return, you will finish off the creature at your feet. Come now, beast, don't just perch up there. Get down here. As she spoke, she launched a searing blast of energy directly at Vexia's face, an undeniable invitation. Let's have some real fun. The provocation hit its mark. Vexia snarled, baring her teeth in a feral growl before hurtling from her perch, a blur of rage aimed straight at Diana. Her landing struck with the force of a meteor, the very ground cracking and splintering under the sheer impact. But Diana sidestepped the cataclysmic strike with effortless grace, continuing to taunt Vexia to draw her deeper into the fray. Over here, beast. She laughed, just like that. Vexia continued her mindless onslaught. After a wild punch missed its mark, Diana moved like lightning, seizing Vexia's wrist and using her momentum to slam her brutally into the earth. Oh dear, that's not where I am. I said over here. She chided with a cruel laugh. Is that all you know, to charge blindly at anyone stronger than you? Get up, beast, still full of energy. Are we? I'm going to play with you until not a single shred of that sanity is left. Go on. Run wild, Diana mocked, her words fanning the flames of Vexia's already uncontrollable rage. Witnessing this display, a chill ran down Ethan's spine. Good heavens, she's actually just toying with her. Even while effortlessly keeping Vexia contained, Diana didn't forget her partner. Hey, this is no time for you to be slacking off. Her sharp command snapped Ethan back to the grim reality of his own fight. Ethan drew his sword, turning to face the wounded but still terrifying elite spider. I get what you mean, but isn't this task a little too difficult? He stammered. Even though Vexia had injured the spider, it remained a formidable opponent. If you observe my attacks carefully, then you can do it. Diana shot Ethan a look brimming with unshakable confidence, prompting only an awkward laugh in response. Haha, and what exactly are you basing that on? Before he could finish his thought, the spider struck, slamming one of its massive legs straight toward him. Ethan's body was hit hard and sent flying into the distance. Ethan, are you all right? Leo cried out, his voice filled with panic. What in the world was that? Ethan pushed himself up, a look of shocked realization on his face. In that moment, he felt the spider's contempt, its arrogance. It's barely hanging on. And it still thinks it can look down on me. Fine, let's see you try. Ethan roared with newfound determination. Instantly, intricate magic circles materialized around the gargantuan spider. and from their glowing depths, ethereal chains erupted, binding its legs tight. Is he tying up the spider's legs? Leo exclaimed in sheer amazement, watching the impossible unfold before him. Meanwhile, Ethan quickly capitalized on the creature's immobility, rushing forward to press the attack. I'll use these to lock it down. Then stack on more damage with blood poison in a close quarters assault. It's decided. With his mind made up, Ethan swung his sword fiercely, carving a deep gash across the spider's grotesque face. The monster shrieked, a deafening roar of pure agony echoing through the chamber. Take that, he yelled, adrenaline coursing through him. However, Leo, still trapped on the sidelines, watched with a worried frown. What should I do? Ethan, it looks like the situation is still dire. In the distance, Diana, effortlessly evading Vexia's attacks, muttered under her breath, "Too shallow. If you want to kill it, you have to take its head. What are you doing?" Ethan, back with our hero. He, too, was realizing the grim truth. His attack had only enraged the spider further, dealing no significant damage. Was the slash too shallow, but why? Could it be that the blood poison didn't activate properly? A frustrating thought crossed his mind. Then again, it makes sense. I've never tried to use two abilities consecutively before. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the monstrous spider channeled all its might into its limbs, causing the arcane chains to explode into a shower of fragments. In an instant, its legs crashed down upon Yuan, triggering a deafening explosion. Damn it all. Yuan cursed silently as the world erupted. In the distance, a terrified scream tore from Lai's throat while Dujan stood frozen in shock. As the thick curtain of dust began to settle, Yuan's silhouette slowly emerged. Miraculously, he had raised his sword just in time to deflect the crushing blow. Yet even though he had blocked it, the sheer force of the impact sent a tremor through his entire body, making him feel as if he would shatter. Gasping for breath, he thought, I nearly didn't make that. As it struck the blade, I shifted the angle. If I had met that attack head on, both my sword and my arm would have been obliterated. But how did I even perceive it? In that critical moment, a single fleeting second had stretched into an eternity. Perhaps it's because I witnessed Doss's swordsmanship, Yuan mused to himself. In that same instant, a subtle shift occurred within him. In the crucible of combat, he had instinctively perceived and embraced the fundamental concept of flow. The depth of his flow had ascended to level 5. Leaning heavily on his sword, Yuan confirmed his own dawning realization. So, that's what it was. That single sword strike. It left an imprint on me. Incredible. To think you could awaken a part of me I never knew existed. While I can't replicate your mastery perfectly, he thought with a newfound clarity, I believe I finally understand what I must do. With this revelation, a fiery fighting spirit ignited within Yuan's soul, and he rose to stand tall and unyielding before the elite arachnid. All right, you beast needers, he declared, his voice steady. Let's dance again. Come on. As he spoke, he locked his gaze onto its many eyes, his expression one of deadly seriousness. In response to this brazen challenge, the elite spider unleashed a furious barrage from its 4 forelegs. But something had changed. Yuan moved with an impossible grace, his blade a blur of silver, deflecting every single relentless assault from the colossal creature. Watching this breathtaking display unfold, Lai, observing from the edge of the fray, recognized the impossible technique taking shape. It was the art of the parry. It's a skill that involves redirecting an opponent's attack rather than meeting it with brute force. When executed perfectly, it not only nullifies the blow, but it also prevents grave injury and can create the perfect opening for a devastating counterattack. However, mastering such a technique on a live battlefield is almost unheard of. Most warriors perish long before they can grasp its nuances, or they wisely choose a safer style of combat. After all, you are only granted one life to gamble with. That is the harsh reality. But how? She wondered. Can you wield that technique with such impossible skill in this very moment? Didn't he claim he'd never even held a sword before this? The more she pondered, the deeper her fascination grew with Yuan's staggering, almost unnatural, rate of growth. Back with our hero, Yuan now moved like an illusion, seeming to split into 3, a whirlwind of motion deflecting the onslaught that rained down from every direction of the towering monstrosity. Amidst the storm of attacks, his eyes were wide and sharp, scanning his adversary, hunting for a single moment of weakness. And then, as the giant spider reared a leg for another strike, Yuan saw his opening had arrived. This is it, he thought, his mind racing. The frontal assault, I'll block that. And the one from the right, I'll deflect. As the thought solidified, Yuan's sword became an extension of his will, sweeping out to knock aside the massive leg descending upon him. In the very next breath, the monstrous spider lashed out again, its scythed leg whistling through the air from his flank. In response, Evan met the assault not with force, but with finesse. Angling his sword upon his shoulder, he allowed the limb to grate against the steel, masterfully redirecting its deadly momentum harmlessly into the earth. With that danger averted, a sharp, steadying breath escaped his lips. All right, he thought, a newfound clarity cutting through the chaos. I'm starting to understand. Let's press on. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Diana and Willow was a portrait of futility. The beastkin girl was utterly outmatched, a frantic mouse caught in the unhurried, predatory game of a cat. Finally growing weary of the charade, Diana extended a single leg with contemptuous ease, hooking Willow's ankle. With her balance shattered, the girl tumbled gracelessly to the ground. Giving the fallen girl no further thought, Diana fixed her gaze upon Evan's desperate battle. Impossible, she mused, her eyes widening slightly. I expected him to grasp the basics from my strike. But this is something else entirely. There exists a martial art in the Central Plains, one founded on the principle of flow, but it is a path few dare to walk. To deflect an opponent's momentum is to capture a fleeting moment, a sliver of time no wider than 1/100,000th of a second. The risk is astronomical, the required focus immense. It's no wonder most warriors choose a simpler, more direct path. For someone like me, who has dedicated my life to the pursuit of overwhelming power, you have just shattered my perception of what is possible. To think that a technique I once dismissed as a trivial parlor trick could hold such profound and breathtaking depth. There, as the realization settled, a faint blush colored the swordswoman's cheeks, a spell broken only by Willow's indignant cry from the ground. Thank you, little beast, for reminding me of my own ignorance. Hey, just let me go, Willow shouted, struggling uselessly. Ignoring her plea, Diana's mind raced onward. But simple deflection is not victory. To truly win, you must grasp the entire tapestry of the battle. If you've truly come this far, Evan, then prove it to me. If you can harness the river of your opponent's power, then you must be able to turn that very river back against its source. As if hearing her thoughts, Evan's eyes sharpened with the very same realization. He stopped merely reacting, his gaze now sweeping over the creature, hunting for the perfect singular moment. And then it came, as the elite spider thrust his leg forward in another vicious stab. Evan didn't retreat, he surged forward, meeting the attack head-on. In that critical instant, he harnessed the raw, piercing force of his enemy, channeling it into a fluid, spinning motion that seamlessly blended two severing slash skills into one. Now his mind screamed as he guided the spider's leg along his blade, using its own unstoppable momentum to amplify the power of his rotation. He poured two more traits, poison blood and cleave, into the swirling attack, unleashing the sword in a devastating arc directly toward the spider's face. The blade carved a deep, smoking chasm across its head, and the creature shrieked, a sound of pure agony, as if its very essence was being set ablaze. From afar, Diana watched, her hands clenching into tight fists, a thrill of excitement coursing through her. That's it. That is the way. You've done it, she roared in the silence of her mind. Back in the fray, Evan watched the colossal spider shudder and collapse before his own strength gave out, sending him crumpling to his knees, gasping for air. In recognition of his incredible feat, a soft light bloomed in his vision as the system delivered its verdict. Temporary synthesis of concept origin has been achieved. Conceptual depth of poison, air, and language has increased by 5 points. Staring at the glowing text, Evan could only blink in disbelief. Wait, did I actually do that? It rose by that much. He wondered, his mind reeling, but before he could process the full implications, the frantic voices of his friends tore him from his stupor. Hey, Evan, it was Leo. His voice strained. A little help over here. Could you maybe give me a hand with this? He called out, still hopelessly entangled in a thick cocoon of spiderweb. Meanwhile, Ren continued his frenzied assault on Dorian, a chaotic situation that Dorian himself made sure to point out. Yuan could only offer a wry smile, thinking, I defeat a single elite monster, and suddenly everyone expects me to be their savior. Lai's eyes welled with tears, her voice trembling. I'm sorry. I'm completely trapped. I can't use any of my magic. Dujan grunted, her eyes fixed on the rampaging beast, This thing has unbelievable strength and resilience. Honestly, she muttered with a grimace. I almost wish I was the one tangled up like that fool.
As she lamented their situation, her offhand comment sparked a brilliant idea in Yoon's mind. A slow grin spread across his face as he whispered, that could actually work. Without a moment's hesitation, he put his plan into motion. Focusing his mind, he deconstructed the very concept of the spider silk binding lie, channeling that essence into his companion. Yuan, all I need is a net to catch a monster, he thought, absorbing the conceptual data from the silk and pouring it into the small snake coiled around his arm. A surge of power flowed through Yan. The concept of spiderweb was successfully acquired, its conceptual depth far surpassing the original, registering at a level of 25 compared to the web's mere 16. Having fully integrated the new concept, Yan's serpentine form dissolved and reformed, twisting into a formidable cage woven from shimmering magical chains. Yun launched the newly formed chain net at Yucho, who was caught completely by surprise. In an instant, the chains enveloped her, binding her entire body in their inescapable grasp. Her struggles only caused the chains to constrict further, tightening with every desperate movement. A triumphant smirk played on Yoon's lips. Go on, struggle all you want, Yucho, this is far more durable than simple silk. Not only that, he added, his voice laced with satisfaction, it's also draining your mana. The more you fight, the tighter it will become. As he spoke, the chains began to shift, coiling around Yucho's form in a rather suggestive manner, causing a deep blush to spread across both Yoon's and Lee's faces. Lai reacted instantly, covering Yoon's eyes with her hands. You shouldn't be looking at that, she warned, her own face bright red. Yoon gritted his teeth in frustration. Then what about you? He shot back. I'm fine, Lai stammered awkwardly. Meanwhile, Du-Jan, completely unfazed, scanned their surroundings and let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness this chamber hasn't warped yet, she noted, glancing at the ensnared Yucho. And that chain seems quite effective. Her pragmatic observation was cut short as Yoon's ID card suddenly began to emit another series of urgent beeps. A jolt of urgency shot through him. My ID is going off again, he yelled to the others. We need to get out of here. Now. Du-Jan's expression hardened in agreement. He's right. Let's move. But the moment the words left her lips, before anyone could take a single step, a brilliant orb of crimson energy materialized in the air behind them from its shimmering depths. A strange, ethereal voice echoed through the chamber. You, who have passed the trial. The group froze, startled, instantly shifting into a defensive posture. Yoon immediately spun towards the source of the sound, his eyes narrowed. Who's there? He demanded, his voice sharp. In response, the crimson orb pulsed and began to reshape itself, its light coalescing until it revealed the ethereal form of a woman. She extended a hand towards them, her voice resonating with ancient power. For your success, I shall grant you a reward. I will offer you the chance to forge a contract with the overseer of the myriad eyes. Sometime later, the scene dissolves and reforms outside the imposing tower. There, under the open sky, Professor Illumina paced restlessly, her heart heavy with anxiety. An agonizing amount of time had passed, and her students had still not emerged. But her agonizing wait was finally over. A shimmering teleportation circle flared to life on the ground, and from it, Yoon's group materialized. Where are we? Lai asked, blinking in the sudden sunlight. Back where we started. Du-Jan answered dryly, ever the pragmatist. The moment she saw them, Illumina rushed forward, her face etched with profound worry. Are you all right? She cried out. Is anyone injured? Are there any lingering effects? Seeing her on the verge of tears, Yoon offered a gentle, reassuring smile. We're fine, Professor, truly, he said softly. Everyone's safe. Please, don't worry. But despite his words, Illumina's frantic heart refused to calm. The emergency evacuation signal had failed, and when the system malfunctioned, she had feared the absolute worst. I was so worried when no one emerged, she confessed, her voice thick with emotion. But thank the heavens, you're all safe. Now, what on earth happened in there? Can you tell me everything? Illumina's question hung in the air, catching the group completely off guard. Yuan, visibly unsettled, ran a hand through his hair. That's a long story, he stammered. Can we find somewhere private to talk? A short while later, the scene dissolved, reforming in a more secluded corner of the academy. Now that they were alone, Yuan finally voiced the question that had been burning in his mind. So, what happened out here?
Shortly after we entered, the fourth room transformed, and we were dragged into some bizarre dimension. What in the world was going on in the tower while we were gone? A shadow crossed Illumina's face at Yuan's question, her voice heavy with sorrow as she replied. The truth is, an outside intruder murdered one of the students. The academy is attempting to manage the situation, but the victim's teammates are overcome with grief. We believe their emotional distress may have caused the anomalies you experienced. Intruders. Yuan's mind raced. Recalling Illumina's earlier warning with a chilling new clarity, he remembered her words: dimensional robbers targeting freshmen, murdering them to steal their precious certification cards. The grim reality that they couldn't be revived, that they were trapped forever, sent a cold sweat down his spine as he asked tentatively, "So, did you catch the person who did it?" Illumina's solemn shake of her head was all the answer he needed. They escaped. The students who were present were powerless to stop them. As the weight of her words settled, Duho John, who had been listening silently, stepped forward with a cynical glint in his eye. "This whole test was a setup, wasn't it?" he began, his tone cutting. "There are always others who covet a place in the tower, even without being students here. And newly ascended freshmen are the perfect unsuspecting prey, so they hunt them down, fresh from their entrance exams, with the goal of stealing their certification cards to infiltrate the academy, and simultaneously tarnishing its prestigious reputation. Then, from the academy's point of view, confronting these murderers becomes just another mandatory test for the students, shifting an immense burden onto the shoulders of children. Am I wrong?" He punctuated the accusation with a sharp, mocking glance toward Illumina. His words struck with unnerving accuracy. Illumina stared back at Duho John, utterly speechless and unable to form a single word of rebuttal. He watched her flustered silence, the way she struggled for an explanation, and let out a soft, condescending sigh before a smirk touched his lips. "What a truly bizarre institution this is," he mused aloud. "Intruders can waltz brazenly into the tower, a place supposedly deep within academy territory, and yet the administration is apparently powerless to stop them from slaughtering its own students. It certainly calls the reputation of the greatest academy of all time into serious question." Behind him, Yuan and his companion stood in grim silence, each of them lost in the disturbing implications of his words. Only Illumina, the professor, found her voice to object. "You've misunderstood. Duho-jan, the academy's primary responsibility is to protect its students. However, once they step foot inside the tower, they are on their own. The fact that the tower permits intruders is an immutable law. It is the will of the tower itself." As she finished speaking, Illumina lowered her gaze, as if she couldn't bear to meet the eyes of the students she was meant to protect. Her words struck a nerve. The female swordsman clenched her jaw, her voice tight with fury. "The will of the tower, if that's how it is, then I have no reason to be here." Without another word, she activated the necklace around her neck and vanished in a flash of light, so fast that Illumina had no time to react. Beside her, Yuan spoke up, his tone placating. "Please, try to understand her. Professor, we went through some difficult things in the tower." As he spoke, Illumina finally recognized the strange, heavy atmosphere that had clung to his group since their return. The pieces clicked into place, and she looked at him with newfound concern. "Yuan," she urged, "tell me exactly what happened in there." Yuan paused, lost in contemplation for a moment, before recounting the incredible event. "Just before we returned," he began, "we met a guardian of the stars." The moment the words left his lips, Professor Illumina's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. "The omnipotent protectors, also known as the observers," she explained, her voice trembling slightly. "They traverse countless dimensions, and when they discover a mortal they deem worthy, they forge a contract with that person. They are transcendent beings, wielding immense influence over the very fabric of reality. They bestow power, magic, authority, otherworldly skills, legendary artifacts, anything to ensure their chosen one's loyalty. But such gifts never come without a price. They demand a great deal in return, and while some have been known to refuse their offers, in a world where power is everything, nothing is more alluring than what the Guardians promise. They are, without a doubt, the most sought-after patrons in existence." Professor Illumina took a few seconds to compose herself, her initial shock giving way to intense curiosity. "A guardian of the stars has truly appeared in our world?" she asked, her eyes wide. Yuan gave a firm nod in confirmation. "That's right. The observer of all things, it spoke to me in a very peculiar way. Yuan explained. That entity promised to grant me its power. In exchange, I would have to fulfill its requests. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Yuan's face as he spoke, a detail that seemed to escape Professor Illumina's notice entirely. Instead, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she looked at him, exclaiming, "That's absolutely wonderful, to receive an offer from a guardian so soon after entering the tower. This is an unprecedented event in the entire history of the Academy. Securing a contract this early is undeniable proof that your immense talent has been recognized by the highest of powers." She continued to speak with breathless excitement, completely oblivious to the shadow that was slowly creeping over Vex's expression. Yuan, however, found it difficult to accept such high praise. "Is that really true?" he asked again, his voice laced with disbelief. His eyes were filled with doubt, but Professor Illumina just nodded eagerly, her own conviction unwavering. "Are you serious? You're not just telling me what I want to hear? Are you?" he pressed, finding no comfort in her praise, but only a deepening confusion. "Professor, what is the Academy's official stance on these contracts and the Guardians of the Stars?" He posed the question directly. Illumina's curiosity flickered for a moment before she gave a practiced reply. "Officially, we maintain a neutral stance, but if a genuine opportunity presents itself, we strongly encourage our students to seize it." Yuan nodded slowly, beginning to understand her meaning. "So, the Academy would want me to accept this contract," he stated. Seeking clarification, Professor Illumina elaborated. "Precisely. Of all the dimensions, the tower is a beacon that draws the attention of the Guardians, and there are none better suited to ascend the tower than those who bear the contract of a star." Her words, meant to be encouraging, only fueled the suspicion growing within him. It was impossible to believe an institution like the Academy had no defensive measures against such meddling entities. They might appear benevolent, but there was far too little known about them to be trusted blindly. This is also convoluted, he thought, his mind racing, only to be pulled back to reality by Illumina's next question. "So, Yuan?" Professor Illumina leaned in, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "What exactly did the Star Watcher ask of you?" Yuan replied. His expression hardened, the weight of his words settling in the air. "That entity made a chilling demand, a life for a pact. It promised to form a bond with 2 members of our group, but only if one of us took the life of another first." A heavy silence fell over Illumina, her face etched with concern as Yuan pressed on with his harrowing tale. "It was a test from the being known as the Star Watcher, which claimed that only those with a true thirst for power were worthy of its gifts. It demanded we prove our ambition by turning on one another." The memory of that cruel pronouncement was still fresh in his mind. Its voice echoed, "End your comrade's life and offer their soul to me. In return, I will make you my most favored servant, guiding you to the tower's peak and all that you desire. My favor will be yours eternally. Now begin." Its cold voice was a command, an invitation to a massacre. The sheer absurdity of the demand was staggering, to sacrifice a friend, a comrade, for the mere promise of power. "The thought was pure madness," he recounted. "And as I considered it, my gaze drifted warily toward Do-Yu-Jan. He knew that if Do-Yu-Jan lost control, none of them could hope to restrain him. And just as he feared, Do-Yu-Jan made his move. With chilling resolve, he stepped forward, his eyes locking onto the Star Watcher. "Get out of my sight," he commanded. A threatening wave of power erupted from him. Back in the present, Illumina struggled to process the story. So, that's truly what transpired. "That young man, he must have unleashed everything he had, didn't he?" she asked. Her voice hushed. Yuan nodded grimly. "He did. He forced the Star Watcher into a full retreat. But the fact that it treated our lives like a game, that was the truly terrifying part." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in before continuing. "Does this mean the tower is off limits for the rest of the week? It feels far too dangerous to return," he asked. Illumina's reply was swift. "They're locking it down. The tower will be under strict surveillance until the end of next week to prevent anyone from entering." The news sent Yuan's mind racing, forcing him to rethink everything. He desperately needed to grow stronger for his confrontation with the rector, but his primary training ground, the tower, was now inaccessible. "The duel's this Tuesday," he thought, the pressure mounting on his shoulders like a physical weight. "And I can't even enter the tower. This is an absolute disaster." Yuan murmured to himself, a wave of frustration washing over him. How could he possibly prepare in the time he had left as he wrestled with the problem? A sudden thought struck him, and he turned back to his professor. "Professor,
I intended to submit a formal report on the tower incident, complete with the audio recording we managed to capture. Would that be acceptable? Illumina considered it for a moment, then gave a slow nod. That would be fine. Though, if circumstances were different, well, I would have preferred to hear the full story from you over a meal, but I can see that now is not the time. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Vuo, who sat withdrawn and silent in the corner, reading the somber mood of the room. Yuan could only shake his head in understanding. You're right, everyone is completely drained. Turning her attention back to her students, Professor Illumina's voice softened with compassion. I understand, Yuan, Vuo. You both handled an impossible situation with courage. I will personally ensure nothing like this ever happens again. Starting next week, please, don't let this incident tarnish your view of the academy. For now, all I ask is that you get some well-deserved rest. Hearing her words, a bit of the tension seemed to leave Lai's shoulders. He turned to her and said, Yes, ma'am. With your permission, I'll take my leave. Have a good weekend. With that, both Lai and Vuo activated their pendants, vanishing in a shimmer of light. Just as Yuan reached for his own, Illumina's voice stopped him. Wait, just a moment, she requested. Yuan, I have one more question for you, and I'll be direct. This entity, this spectator of all beings, it didn't just promise a pact with 2 of the 4 of you. It also specifically named one of you, didn't it? It was you and Diana, wasn't it? Her sharp guess caught him off guard, and he could only nod grimly, recalling the moment the spectator of all beings had called his and Diana's names, its voice echoing. You two, you can definitely reach the very peak of Chibi. We will ascend the tower together. Yes, absolutely, but only after you have shed these burdens, the spectator of all beings declared, its finger gesturing dismissively. The gesture was aimed at Li and Wu, a look of profound disappointment on the entity's face that left them both frozen in shock. Ignoring their shattered expressions, the spectator continued. Now, my dear children, go and dispose of those weights holding you down. I give you my word, you two will climb to the very top. Side by side, your potential refined to its purest, most absolute form, enough to crush all who stand against you. Take the power I possess. It is the very axis upon which this world turns. Back in the present, the memory faded. Yuan returned to his room to find Lai coiled in a chair, a 1,000-yard stare fixed on nothing, utterly lost to the world. He's finally back. Isn't he even going to wash up? Yuan muttered to himself before speaking aloud. You're making quite a scene. Even Wu Cho couldn't manage to cheer you up. Are you actually comfortable like that? You look like you're in knots. Li's head snapped toward him, his gaze like ice. Are you mocking me? The way I'm sitting? Yuan immediately backpedaled. No, not at all. That's not what I meant. Li's head drooped, his voice laced with a venomous shame. I'm sorry. Honestly, I just want to dig a hole and crawl into it. Go on. Feel free to curse me, he added. That's not what this is about, Yuan replied, completely thrown off, but for some reason, his denial only made Lai laugh. A bitter, scornful sound. Is that right? So I'm not even worth the energy it would take to insult. The more Yuan listened, the more he realized how fractured Lai's state of mind truly was. What is this reaction? He's always been the pinnacle of arrogance. Yuan wondered. Abruptly, Lai's voice turned cold as steel. Hey, I think I genuinely hate you. Yuan didn't even flinch, his face a mask of indifference. Is that so? The feeling's mutual. I guess we finally have something in common, was the sharp retort that screamed in his mind. But he couldn't bring himself to say it. I desperately want to say that, he thought, but I have to bite my tongue. I have to put up with it, because it's just cruel to point out a fool's own foolishness. Yuan's fists tightened at his sides. After a moment of steeling his resolve, he moved and sat down beside the broken knight. Look, Lai, if you've got something to say, just let it out, whatever it is you need to complain about. I'll listen to every last word, he promised, his eyes fixed on the young man before him. It was only then, after hearing Yuan's unexpected offer, that Li's walls began to crumble, and his story spilled out. In my world, I was hailed as a peerless genius. That isn't an exaggeration. My family, my retainers. Yeah. Everyone looked up to me. They praised my innate talent. They entrusted me with the holy sword, not as some empty gesture, but as a symbol of their unwavering faith in me. I forged a pact with that blade and came to this academy carrying the weight of all their hopes. But look at me now. What in the hell am I even doing here? Why did that being look at me like I was nothing but a useless, disposable weight? As the words tumbled out, Lai's composure shattered completely, and Yoon instinctively reached out to steady him.
Hey, Lai, don't listen to a single word from that so-called sacred being. Whatever it is, it's not worth your anguish.
Before Yoon could finish, Lai violently cut him off. You can call it whatever because you're one of the chosen. It's easy for you. But I'm not. I'm just the third wheel, the outsider caught between the two of you. That being, it's a transcendent entity. A divine being with immense power and wisdom. It knows things far beyond human comprehension. Faced with an offer like that,
How could you and Dojan just turn it down so easily? Lai's voice rose to a shout, the raw question hanging in the air and leaving Yoon utterly speechless. Yoon then explained with a heavy heart, because it's utterly meaningless. There are countless paths to power that don't require sacrificing a single soul. We didn't come to this academy to embrace that kind of darkness, did we? Yoon pressed gently, but Yoon's words failed to reach him. Kyle simply recoiled, shaking his head in turmoil.
It's easy for you to say, Kyle retorted, his voice strained. You're a prodigy. But for someone like me, if that was the price of being chosen,
I might hesitate. But in the end, I'd sacrifice it all. I'm not strong like you or Joan. I would make that choice. And the truth is, I hate myself for it. I'm terrified, and I can't forgive myself for even thinking it. He confessed, his expression a mask of torment. Sometime later, the difficult conversation had faded into a tense silence. Yoon, fresh from a shower, returned to their room to find Kyle lying motionless on his bed, as if feeling Yoon's presence. Kyle spoke without turning. Yoon, I'm sorry about before, for unloading all of that on you. Don't be. Yoon replied softly. It wasn't your fault. I'm the one who steered us into that dark territory. I'm the one who should be sorry. At this, Yoon offered a faint, reassuring smile. We're friends. Kyle, I'll always be here to listen whenever you need it. I'm just heading out for a moment. He added, I left you some hot chocolate. Drink it if you want.
Placing a warm mug on the nightstand, he said, sometimes a little sweetness is all you need to chase away the bitterness.
A quiet thank you was Kyle's only reply. As Yoon closed the door behind him and stepped into the corridor, his own thoughts began to churn.
He's not the same person I first met, Yoon mused. I need to be more careful. His thoughts were cut short. Joan was striding down the hall and her eyes lit up when she saw him.
Oh, there you are, she exclaimed, jogging over. Perfect, now I don't have to go in. What a relief.
Startled by her sudden appearance, Yoon's voice was a harsh whisper. Joan, what are you doing here?
This is the boys' dormitory, he hissed, his eyes wide with alarm. Joan just pressed a finger to her lips with a smirk. Shh. If nobody sees you, then it's not a crime, right? She whispered playfully. Before he could argue, she grabbed the sleeve of his shirt, tugging him down the corridor and silencing any further complaints. The scene shifts, finding them seated on a quiet wooden bench outside. So, Yoon began.
Did you track me down just because the cafe was too busy? But Joan completely bypassed his question, her focus already elsewhere.
I was curious, she admitted, leaning in. So, how's your little burden holding up? Is he okay?
A flash of irritation crossed Yoon's face. Burden, seriously? Joan, why do you keep calling him that?
Joan just cleared her throat, unfazed. Am I wrong? He's all brute force and no finesse. A pitiful case. Really, a talentless boy who can't adapt to save his life. She finished. Kyle is not talentless. Yoon shot back defensively. He's an incredible swordsman with a host of other skills. Yoon's defense of his roommate was fierce, but Joan saw something deeper, a fundamental flaw in the knight's power. The problem, she stated coolly, is that it all comes from the sword. And you know it. His monstrous strength, his razor-sharp instincts, his special abilities, every last bit of it is borrowed from that blade. Take it away, and what's left? He's just an empty shell. He can't read the flow of a battle. He panics under pressure, and he constantly gets himself caught. He becomes a liability, she concluded, her words like daggers as she systematically dismantled every one of Kyle's supposed strengths. Yoon rubbed his temples, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. All right, that's enough. I get it. If I let you continue, you'll be listing his flaws until sunrise. Hearing this, Diana paused mid-thought, her voice taking on a graver tone. In a life-or-death situation, That is how serious it becomes. If he loses his courage and his spirit shatters, then it is all over. There would be no reason for us to travel together any longer.
After all, the monster was already on the brink of death. If Leo had simply held his tongue, she would not have said another word. But her point was made, and he understood her meaning perfectly. Still, he found himself wondering if Diana was criticizing Leo or genuinely worried about him. With this thought weighing on his mind, he turned to her. So, what about you?
You acted strangely after meeting that entity, and you were on edge with the professor too. Are you truly okay?
The genuine concern in his voice brought a faint blush to the swordswoman's cheeks, and she grew flustered.
Are you worried about me? Why don't you just use your ability to check?
Diana stammered. He let out a soft sigh. I don't need to use my ability. It's written all over your face.
I just wanted to ask if you're all right. After speaking, he retrieved a cup of steaming hot chocolate from his inventory and handed it to her.
Diana accepted the cup, a flicker of pleasure in her eyes. Right, she thought. He's trying to comfort me, isn't he? She took a sip and nodded in approval.
It's sweeter than I thought. Hot chocolate is supposed to be sweet, he replied nonchalantly.
Diana's mood seemed to lift, and she began to open up.
Thank you for worrying about me,
but it's not that serious. I was just irritated at the time, he asked with genuine curiosity.
What made you so irritated? Well, I'm not entirely sure myself. Do you think that I and that thing, the observer with 10,000 eyes, think alike? Is that what you believe? Her words startled him. What Diana continued to explain, essentially, it's the same cold logic.
If those two couldn't be of any help, I was considering eliminating them.
The more he listened, the more he felt a chilling unease creep into her story. He had to ask, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Diana's expression turned to ice.
That's why I feel so irritated. If I were more ruthless, I would have only brought along those with proven potential.
If I were truly determined, I wouldn't even need to kill them directly.
I could have indirectly caused their deaths through simple indifference.
Perhaps I was wrong to even entertain that method, Diana said, her voice laced with bitterness.
Meanwhile, our protagonist just silently took a slow, deliberate sip of his hot chocolate before asking again.
Is that so? That's right, Diana replied calmly. So that just means you were being silly, right?
His teasing tone made the swordswoman's face flush a deep crimson, and she turned her head away, muttering to herself. I share my innermost thoughts, and this is the reaction I get. Huh. Then she turned back and challenged him.
Do you really think those two have talent? He looked straight into Diana's eyes, his own gaze filled with unwavering confidence.
Of course. No matter how great an artifact is, they couldn't have come this far without talent. Leo has a natural gift for the sword, but he's too dependent on the holy sword, which makes it difficult for him to adapt to the fluid nature of a real fight.
As for Vera, she possesses an extraordinary physique and immense potential, but she is held back by the prison of her own mind.
If they can learn to compensate for one another, to overcome their individual weaknesses, their combined talent could ascend to heights we can't even begin to fathom. A faint smile touched his lips at the assessment, but his words sent the white-haired girl into a spiral of deep contemplation. Though a flicker of doubt remained in her eyes, she made her choice, her gaze locking onto you. Very well, I will place my trust in you. If they dedicate themselves to this, the outcome will speak for itself. At her words, a spark of pure elation ignited in Yu's eyes.
So, you'll truly help them? He asked, hope coloring his tone.
As you said,
she replied coolly. If they conquer their weaknesses and truly grow stronger, then I will concede that you were right.
But be warned, if the results fall short of my expectations, you will bear the full responsibility for this folly. She delivered the ultimatum with an unwavering stare that made Yu flinch. Before he could muster a response, Diana pressed on. You've convinced me to set aside my better judgment and waste my precious time on those fools. Consider that. I will see you at dawn, and be sure to bring those two delinquents with you.
And with that final, sharp command, she turned and departed, leaving Yu standing there, momentarily speechless. Time seemed to blur, and as the sun rose the next morning, the grueling training commenced.
Leo and Diana were locked in a fierce hand-to-hand spar, their strikes slicing through the air with sharp, whistling sounds. The impacts echoed across the training ground, but the outcome was brutally predictable. Leo was utterly outmatched, his frantic punches failing to even graze Diana before she sent him hurtling toward Yu with a single-sledged, effortless blow.
Ethan, Leo gasped, his voice thin and frail. as if he were uttering his final word. "What's wrong? I'm here. I'm right here," Yu cried, rushing to his side. Leo could only glare up at him, a deep sense of betrayal burning in his eyes. "You said you were going to teach me something. So why am I the only one being used as a punching bag?" He wheezed. "Well, you see, it's because—" Yu stammered, fumbling for the right words. He couldn't find a convincing explanation, but before he could invent an excuse, Diana strode forward, her boot stomping decisively on the packed earth. "You absolute fool," she roared. "This is body conditioning. A method like this is perfectly standard procedure. You're not like you, who can learn just by observing. So, cease your whining and get back on your feet." Trembling, Leo's hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword. Tears welled in his eyes. "My sword. Please, give me my sword." "Absolutely not." Diana's voice was like ice. "Until you learn to fight without that crutch, you will not see it again." "This is just like my time in the tower." Diana's blunt refusal left the young knight utterly stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. "But I am a swordsman, to take a swordsman's blade. How can that possibly make any sense?" Diana shot him a look reserved for the truly simple-minded. "And what happens if you're disarmed in a real battle? Do you simply lay down and die?" Leo immediately fired back. "No, I would never lose my sword." His naive confidence only seemed to stoke Diana's fury. "So, you want your precious sword to face me? I guarantee I would have it out of your hands in less than 3 seconds. Her absolute certainty left Leo completely speechless. All he could do was mutter in despair, a broken whisper to himself. "But without my sword, I'm nothing." Sensing the crushing despair, Yu stepped in, his voice firm but gentle. "Leo, this is a regimen designed to make you stronger. It's something Diana and I both agreed upon. Please, just trust us this one time and train without your blade. Everything we're doing is for your own benefit." Yu's earnest plea seemed to finally penetrate Leo's despair. Slowly, a flicker of his former determination returned to his eyes. He thought, if Yu has a plan, there must be a good reason for all this. "I understand," he declared, pushing himself to his feet. "I'll trust you. I'll give it my all. All right, let's go again." But before the words had fully left his mouth, Diana was already on him, a blur of motion as she launched a devastating spinning kick from above that sent Leo flying like a discarded rag doll. "You left yourself wide open again," she barked. "What are you doing? Your stance is a complete mess. Why aren't you blocking? Stop relying only on your eyes to react. Feel the battle with every one of your senses if you understand me. Then focus. Are your combat instincts truly this pathetic without that holy sword of yours?" Diana roared, unleashing a relentless storm of blows so fast that all Leo could do was cower and raise his arms in a desperate defense. Watching from the sidelines, your eyes narrowed as you finally pinpointed the problem. Everything Diana had said was undeniably true. At this very moment, Leo's power was visibly, gradually, draining away. Normally, he was a force of nature, a monster who could fell a colossus with ease. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he was fighting barehanded, his sword nowhere in sight. His potential for growth is astronomical. But if this debilitating change is somehow tied to his sword, then his condition is far more critical than I ever imagined. At this chilling realization, your brows furrowed deeply. Meanwhile, Diana pressed her advantage, her voice sharp. "You're fading. Is the holy sword your entire identity? Are you nothing more than a weapon?" she goaded. "I'm not," Leo roared back, his voice raw with fury. "What are you trying to say? Are you utterly useless without a blade in your hand?" Diana's question was a dagger. "That's not true," Leo snarled, the words forced through clenched teeth. "If you truly believe that," she challenged, "then stop grasping for a phantom sword and face me as you are." Diana's voice rose to a shout, her eyes wide with intensity. Her words struck a nerve, igniting something dormant within Leo as his entire form erupted in a blinding, brilliant light. In an instant, Leo let out a primal scream and unleashed a punch with lightning speed. Diana flinched, reflexively snapping her head to the side to narrowly evade the blow. The sheer force of the punch was staggering, unleashing a concussive blast of wind that tore through the air and sent everything behind him scattering. But the true shock wasn't the power of the blow. It was Leo himself. His entire appearance had radically transformed, his form now unmistakably feminine, with long, silky hair and a startlingly curvaceous physique. This stunning metamorphosis left both Evan and Vera utterly speechless, their minds reeling from the impossible sight before them. Diana stared at Leo's new form, a thoughtful expression on her face, and opened her mouth to speak. But before a word could escape, Leo's body convulsed, once again enveloped in searing rays of light.
The brilliant energy swirled and converged, rapidly being drawn into a glowing cross-shaped sigil that materialized in the center of her chest. This sudden surge of power was too much. A sharp, agonizing cry escaped Leo's lips as she collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Evan immediately rushed to her side to check on her condition. However, Diana swiftly raised a hand, blocking his path. "Calm down," she stated, her voice steady. "He's fine."
"But this," she continued, her eyes narrowing with a grave seriousness, "is not a problem that can be so easily resolved." A moment later, the light faded, and Leo slowly reverted to his original form. "Diana," he said, his voice cold and resolute, "you were right. I can't go on like this."
Deanna's expression softened slightly.
"In that case," she proposed, "let's have a proper rematch. And first, I apologize. I misjudged you."
Leo scratched the back of his head, a flush of embarrassment on his face. "No, don't apologize," he replied. "You're the one who helped me." A hint of cheerfulness returned to his voice, but that fleeting moment of relief lasted less than 3 seconds before Diana cut in again. "I used to think you were just a clueless idiot," she said bluntly. "But now I see you're an idiot carrying a ticking time bomb on his back. I just pray that bomb doesn't decide to go off while we're inside the tower." With that, she let out a long, weary sigh.
Leo could only shout back in frustration, "I really can't stand you." All the while, Vera stood off to the side, observing the tense dynamic between Leo and Diana.
A spark of excitement lit up in her eyes as she turned to Evan. "Hey, Evan," she suggested eagerly. "We should try that too." Clearly inspired by the raw display between Leo and Diana, her own competitive spirit flared. "Evan," she repeated, "we have to do that too." But your mind was elsewhere, fixated on something strange you had just sensed. What was that aura, holy and demonic energy? How could two such diametrically opposed forces possibly coexist within a single body?
So that's what triggers her outburst. I wonder if Leo even knows about this. Ethan decided he would tell him later, once they were back in the dorms. He turned to Violet. Sorry, Violet.
You've been trying to get my attention, haven't you?" "I was lost in thought," she replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "It's all right. More importantly, Yashay, perhaps we could try sparring, too." The memory of her frenzied eyes flashed in Ethan's mind, making him hesitate. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" Violet quickly explained. "I know it's not, but you have a way to restrain me. I need to learn how to control my own power."
"I want to be useful, too," she pleaded,
the desperation in her tone making it impossible for Ethan to refuse.
"All right," he agreed with a nod, striding towards the weapon rack. As he walked, he mused, "Violet is being unusually proactive today.
Could it be that yesterday's event shocked her more than I thought?" He then tossed a wooden sword to Violet and began to lay out the plan. "You're being unusually forward," he said aloud. "Is it because what happened yesterday was such a shock to your system?" He held his own wooden sword at the ready and explained, "I think we should set our own pace. No need to be as loud and flashy as they are. Let's just slowly build up the intensity."
"Okay,"
Violet nodded.
"I understand."
Ethan raised his blade.
"All right. Shall we begin?"
Violet replied. "Yes, I'll give it my all." In that moment, a profound realization washed over Ethan. "Wait a minute. When I think about it, yeah. Isn't this my dream academy life? The youth I always pictured wasn't about one chaotic battle after another, but about this, a boy and a girl, encouraging each other, honing their skills together. This is it. I'm so lucky. Thanks to Violet. My dream has come true." He thought with such pure happiness that the tip of his nose turned a little red. Violet asked with concern, "So, shall I start?" Ethan replied with a soft smile. "All right. Bring it on." The very next second, the pink-haired girl's entire demeanor warped, shifting into a terrifying, frenzied state that scared Ethan senseless. After just 5 short minutes, Ethan had to desperately command Y, his serpent familiar, to transform into a chain and bind Violet. "Y, hold on tight, don't you dare let go, no matter what happens," Ethan yelled in a sheer panic. The enchanted chain immediately began to drain the excess mana from Violet's body, allowing her consciousness to slowly return. "Are you back with us?" Ethan asked, his eyes welling with tears of pure exhaustion and relief. Seeing the look on his face, Violet knew things hadn't gone well. She covered her mouth in horror,
asking worriedly, Ethan, are you okay? Are you hurt? How many times did it happen? Ethan, looking completely drained, answered, I lost count, but it had to have been more than 10 times. It's fine, though all my limbs are still intact. Hearing this, Violet could only break down in tears, blaming herself. I'm so sorry. It's because of me that you have to suffer like this. The corners of her eyes were wet with tears of guilt, a truly pitiful sight. Ethan couldn't bear it and reached out, patting her head comfortingly. It's really okay. I promised I would help you, and I was prepared for this. So please, don't be sad anymore. The warmth in Ethan's voice made Violet's face flush. However, their tender moment was violently interrupted by a familiar shout from across the grounds, startling them both as if they'd been caught red-handed. Well, while I'm over here training my butt off, you two are getting all lovey-dovey. John's voice boomed as she dragged a limp body behind her in their direction. Ethan quickly retorted, Lovey-dovey, are you kidding? I almost died just now. Diane's eyes narrowed in disbelief, certain he was just murmuring sweet nothings to an innocent creature. A sharp note of displeasure laced her voice. Willow quickly interjected, her cheeks flushing slightly. It's not like that. Yara was just concerned for me. But Diane shot Willow a skeptical glance. Is that really it? She pressed, a smirk playing on her lips. Or does your little companion have some hidden agenda? Her pointed question sent a wave of crimson across Willow's face. Seeing her friend's discomfort, Diane's teasing demeanor vanished, replaced by a stern focus. Losing concentration during training is a grave insult to your opponent. Yara, you need to clear your mind of such distractions. As she spoke, Ethan observed Willow from a distance, lost in thought. He remembered a girl who was once so full of life, but now, she had become withdrawn and timid, especially around Diane. Still, he thought, wasn't she giving it her all, in her own quiet way? A resolve formed in Ethan's mind. He had to do something to rekindle that spark in the pink-haired girl. He finally spoke. All right, listen up. I've just received permission from the professors. He announced, I'm allowed to take one of you with me on a trip off the floating island. Diane immediately brightened, flipping her hair with a dramatic flair. Oh, that's wonderful. It's been so suffocating here. But Ethan's gaze bypassed her completely, landing squarely on Willow. So, Willow, he said, his voice gentle but firm, let's you and I go out. A date. What do you say? The unexpected invitation left the other two utterly stunned. True to his word, Ethan and Willow found themselves on their promised date, browsing through a chic clothing boutique when Diane's sharp voice crackled through the communication device. No, I explained this before we left. Ethan replied, a hint of exhaustion in his tone. We aren't planning on staying out all night. It's just for a few hours. I promise. We'll be back before it gets dark. A wave of relief seemed to wash over Diane on the other end of the line. Fine, she conceded. But honestly, have you spent so much time in another world that you think it's normal for a man and a woman to be out so carelessly after dark? From another line, a new voice joined the call, thick with unshed tears. It was Leo, and he couldn't contain his feelings any longer. Ethan, is this really happening? He wailed. You're going on a date with someone else. What about me, your roommate? Before Leo could spiral further, Ethan cut him off with a groan. Are you my mother? At that exact moment, the curtain to the fitting room swept aside, and Willow stepped out. Her cheeks were a deep shade of crimson as she nervously smoothed down the fabric. Sorry to keep you waiting. I tried on the one you picked out. Does it look all right? It feels a little revealing, she admitted, her voice barely a whisper. Yet, despite her shy hesitation, the dress highlighted her natural grace so perfectly that Ethan was left speechless. He instinctively covered his mouth in awe before giving her an enthusiastic thumbs up. It's absolutely stunning. Through the open communication link, both Leo and Diane were witnessing the entire scene, and their reactions were explosive. Leo's shriek was the loudest. You just wait until you get home. I want to go on a date, too. Ethan, however, chose to ignore the outburst as he and Willow began their walk through the city. For Willow, this was her very first time beyond the academy walls. Every sight and sound was a new discovery, her excitement palpable. Wow, this is incredible, she breathed. I had no idea a city this vast existed just outside our school. Her eyes darted everywhere, trying to take in everything at once, her face a mask of pure wonder.
A gentle, knowing smile touched Ethan's lips as he nodded. It's breathtaking, isn't it? He agreed. I've only been to the city's edge myself, just 2 times before. Let's explore for a while. There's a shopping district just up ahead with all sorts of stores. Yes, okay, Willow agreed eagerly, quickening her pace to keep up with Ethan. However, she quickly found herself overwhelmed, swallowed by the surging river of people. I'm going to lose him, she thought in a panic, instinctively reaching out her hand, sensing her distress. Ethan immediately turned, his hand finding hers and gripping it firmly. Oh, I'm so sorry, he said, his voice laced with concern. Are you okay? I completely forgot this is your first time in a place this crowded. It's all right. Really, I'm fine. Willow reassured him, though her heart was still pounding. She shook her head to emphasize her point. Seeing her lingering apprehension, Ethan's grip softened, gently intertwining his fingers with hers. The shopping district is always packed like this. So, let's hold hands from now on, he murmured, quickly turning away to hide the blush creeping up his neck. Vera nodded softly, a simple, okay, sealing the moment. The rest of the day was a blur of laughter and discovery as they explored the city together. Their day was a whirlwind of simple joys, savoring street food, marveling at a shop filled with teddy bears, and wandering through a sun-dappled park. With each new experience, Wuo's spirits soared higher than ever before. As twilight painted the sky, they settled at a bustling outdoor food stall, where Yuan turned to her with a hint of concern. Are you certain you're okay with this? Everything they serve here is, well, monster meat. His worry, however, was entirely misplaced. Wuo was already digging in with infectious enthusiasm. This is exactly why I love it. It's incredible. So delicious. A look of pure bliss washed over her face, prompting Yuan to try a bite himself. Wow, this is much tastier than I expected. Wuo, lost in the moment, continued to savor her meal. A contented hum escaped her lips. I can't believe I get to eat something this amazing after coming to the city. And it's all thanks to you, Yuan. But just as quickly as her joy had bloomed, it withered. The light in her eyes dimmed, a sudden shift that Yuan immediately noticed. What's wrong? Is it the food? He asked gently. Wuo shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. No, it's not that. I think I got too carried away. It's been so long since you brought me into the city. You bought me these beautiful clothes and treated me to this incredible meal. But I haven't done a single thing for you in return. Is it really okay for me to be enjoying myself this much? Her voice trembled with uncertainty. I don't even know if any of this is actually helping me learn to control my powers. Her words hung in the air between them. Yuan fell silent, his expression thoughtful, before slowly lifting his hand. Palm up, magic coalesced above his palm, a swirling wisp of energy. Look here for a moment, he said softly. The doubt you're feeling right now is taking shape in my hand. Wuo stared, her brow furrowed in confusion, before shaking her head. I don't see anything. Right. Well, just pretend it's there, Yuan replied, a bit awkwardly, before pressing on. Until recently, the only emotion my ability could manifest was anger. But that's changing. Even in the short time we spent together, I've started to recognize other feelings. Your feelings. If we continue to grow closer, I'm certain we can find an answer to your problem. At his words, Wuo's gaze fell to the ground. A shadow of sorrow crossed her features as she mumbled, My problem. You already know everything, don't you? I do, Yuan affirmed. But as of this moment, all those worries are gone. With that, he closed his fist, crushing the invisible orb of sadness that rested in his palm. He looked her directly in the eyes and declared, I promise you, Wuo, I will solve every single one of your problems. So for now, just enjoy today without a single care. Yuan's unwavering conviction seemed to wash over her, calming the storm inside. Okay, she whispered, thinking to herself, that's incredible. The way you said that, it's like magic. Seeing her reaction, Yuan suddenly seemed to realize how bold he'd been, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Maybe I got a little carried away, he stammered. Next time we hang out, I won't call it a date anymore. No, Wuo interrupted, her head shooting up. It wasn't too much at all. In fact, I want to get closer to you. I want to understand you more. The way Dujan does, I know she seems intimidating to everyone, but she genuinely cares about you a great deal. Yoon simply shook his head with a wry smile. She doesn't care about me. She just sees me as a tool to be possessed, like a sharp blade or a powerful weapon. An unexpected peal of laughter escaped Wuo. You really believe that? Yoon stared at her, completely bewildered. What's so funny? Oh, nothing, she replied gently. It's just, I feel more at ease now. I always pictured you as this perfect, all-powerful mage, but maybe I was wrong. It makes me feel like I can try harder, too. Her spirit renewed. She smiled brightly. Come on. If you're finished eating, let's go. You've bought me so many gifts and clothes today. So as my thanks, Nanash, I'm going to pick out the absolute coolest street outfit for you. A warm smile spread across Yoon's face as he nodded. All right, and don't worry about the money. Let's just enjoy ourselves. Vera smiled, her voice light. Ha ha. Being out with someone as gifted as you feels like a real luxury. Meanwhile, in a starkly different setting, the atmosphere in the Academy's faculty meeting was thick with tension. Even the small automaton perched on Professor Illumina's shoulder seemed to bristle with anxiety. I'm fine, she whispered, subtly signaling for it to settle down. This is just a bit uncomfortable. It will pass. But her calm was shattered as a furious voice echoed through the chamber. How did information about the tower leak to this extent? Who in their right mind would acknowledge a ranking like this, tower climbing leaderboard, the sheer audacity? A female professor then interjected. The data is spreading like wildfire. We have no way to contain it now. Another added. Precisely, because there is no internal conflict to slow it down. One professor offered a counterpoint, but was immediately cut off as another slammed his fist on the table, his voice trembling with indignation. This is what happens when we allow those from the lower world to act with such reckless abandon. We were wrong from the start. As the arguments reached a fever pitch, one commanding voice cut through the noise, silencing the entire room. That is enough, Professor Illumina. Regardless of your personal feelings, your students' unauthorized activities have gone too far. This is a flagrant violation of Academy regulations. Is it not? Are you prepared to accept responsibility for allowing him to run wild like this? The purple-haired professor fixed her with a glare, his tone dripping with accusation. But to understand how it came to this, we must rewind time to just before this heated meeting began. Professor Illumina was reviewing the footage captured by Leo's team, and her head was spinning. My stars, she breathed. He had actually managed to record everything from inside the tower. His initial proposal was simple. He would ascend the tower and document the experience. I didn't forbid it, she mused, but I never dreamed it would be this successful. It was a known fact, after all. So that all electronic devices and magical artifacts ceased to function within the tower, overwhelmed by its immense energy currents. It was a fundamental law of their world, yet somehow he had bypassed it, returning with something previously thought impossible. He probably doesn't even realize the magnitude of this, she thought. It wasn't just the footage. He had invented a device that could actually operate in that hostile environment. It was utterly staggering, and his ambition didn't stop there. Illumina's mind drifted back, to the conversation she'd had with Leo when he first pitched the idea. What you intend to upload this footage to your channel? Illumina had asked, stunned. Leo had answered with unwavering confidence. Yes, I believe it will generate a significant amount of buzz. Our group? Rebel. Yeah. That's our name. This will help reshape our reputation among the other students here. And in that moment, Illumina hadn't stopped him. Back in the present, Leo sat in quiet contemplation, his thoughts drifting to Vera. She was once so full of life, but now she seemed so withdrawn back, and far too lenient with Joanna. Still, he mused. It wasn't as if she was truly smitten with the other girl. Leo resolved to do something to lift the pink-haired girl's spirits. He cleared his throat and announced, All right, listen up. I petitioned the faculty for permission to take one of you with me off the floating island. They just granted my request. Joanna preened, smoothing her hair smugly. How wonderful, she said with a dismissive air. It's so dreadfully dull here. After all, Leo completely ignored her, his gaze fixed solely on Vera. So, Vera, let's you and I go out. Let's go on a date, okay?
His sudden proposal hung in the air, leaving the other two utterly speechless as the moments ticked by.
Just as planned, Leo and Vera were enjoying their date in a boutique when Professor Joe's inquisitive voice crackled through the communication device. "No, I already told you before we left," Leo explained, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "We're not staying out all night. We're just out for a little while. I promise I'll be back before evening." Hearing this, Professor Joe seemed to relax slightly and replied, "Very well. But have you been in this other world for so long that you've forgotten men and women can't just wander about so carelessly after dark?" From somewhere in this background, Lily's voice, thick with mock emotion, cut in as she struggled to hold back dramatic sob. "Hey, is that all you have to say? You're out on a date with someone who isn't me, your own roommate." Before Lily could finish her tirade, Leo immediately cut her off, exclaiming, "Are you my mother? Why are you so worried?" And just at that moment, Vera stepped out of the fitting room. Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. "I'm sorry, I just tried on the outfit you picked out. Does it look all right?" It feels a little revealing. And though she was clearly embarrassed, the outfit accentuated her beauty so perfectly that Leo could only cover his mouth in awe, giving her a silent, emphatic thumbs up. "It's stunning," he managed to say, on the other end of the line. Lily and Professor Joe were practically losing their minds. Lily's voice erupted from the speaker. "You just wait until you get home. I want to go out on a date." 2. Setting the commotion aside, Leo and Vera began their walk through the city. For Vera, this was her very first time beyond the academy walls, and her excitement was radiant. "Wow," she breathed. "This is incredible. I never imagined a city this vast existed just outside the academy," she murmured, her eyes wide with wonder. Leo simply smiled and nodded. "It's amazing, isn't it?" he said, conveniently forgetting he'd only been to the city outskirts a couple of times himself. "Let's explore for a bit. There's a shopping district with all sorts of stores just over there." "Yes, okay," Vera agreed, eagerly following his lead. But it didn't take long for her to feel swallowed by the bustling crowd. A flicker of panic crossed her mind. "At this rate, I'm going to lose him," and she instinctively reached her hand out towards him. Thankfully, Leo noticed her distress and quickly caught her by the wrist. His voice filled with apology. "Oh, are you all right? I'm so sorry. I completely forgot this is your first time in a place this crowded." "It's okay. I'm fine," Vera replied, shaking her head. Seeing her reassurance, Leo gently took her small hand in his. "The shopping district is packed with people," he suggested softly. "So maybe we should hold hands from now on." After the words left his mouth, he quickly turned away, trying to hide the blush creeping up his own neck. Vera simply nodded gently. "Okay." And just like that, the two spent the rest of the day blissfully exploring the city together. They sampled delicious street food, marveled at the wonders in a toy shop, and enjoyed a quiet stroll through a sun-dappled park. Every moment filled Vera with a joy she had never known. As evening fell, they settled at an outdoor eatery, where Leo asked with a hint of concern, "Are you sure you're okay with this place? Everything on the menu is, well, it's made from monster meat." It seemed, however, that his worry was completely unnecessary, as Vera was already digging in with gusto. "That's the best part," she declared. "This is absolutely delicious," she said, her face alight with satisfaction, prompting Leo to nod in surprised agreement. "Wow, you're right. This is much better than I expected." Vera continued to savor her meal, even humming a contented little tune. "I can't believe I'm getting to eat food like this," she mused. "It's all thanks to you for bringing me to the city." But then, her cheerful demeanor suddenly vanished, a shift that Leo noticed instantly. "What's wrong?" he asked gently. "Did you not like it?" Vera looked down, her voice barely a whisper. "No, it's not that. It's just, I think I was getting a little too carried away. It feels like it's been forever since you brought me into the city. You've spoiled me with these beautiful clothes and this incredible meal, yet I haven't been able to repay your kindness at all. Is it really all right for me to be this happy?" she wondered aloud, "when I don't even know if any of this is truly helping me control my power." Her voice trembled with each word, a fragile thread of doubt weaving through the air. Hearing her distress, Leo paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He then slowly lifted his hand, as if gathering an unseen essence into his palm. "Clara," he said softly, "could you look here for just a moment? The very anxiety you're feeling, I can see it, right here in my hand. Clara stared, her eyes wide with confusion, before shaking her head.
I don't see anything at all. A flicker of awkwardness crossed Leo's face. Well, just trust me that it's there, he replied, quickly moving on. Not long ago, my power could only channel anger, but something has changed. Even in the short time we've spent together, I've started to understand other emotions, like yours. If we continue to grow closer, I know we can find a solution to your problem.
Clara's gaze fell, a shadow of sadness touching her features as she whispered, My problem.
You knew all along, didn't you? I did, he confirmed gently. But now, that worry is gone,
Leo said, closing his fist and extinguishing the invisible orb of her sorrow. He met her eyes with unwavering certainty.
I promise you, I will resolve every single one of your troubles. So,
for today, just let yourself be happy without a single care. Leo's conviction was like a warm light, melting away the frost of her anxiety. She replied with a soft whisper, Okay,
and thought to herself, It's incredible. His words feel like a spell. Returning to the matter at hand, he said,
scratching the back of his head, a shy blush creeping up his neck. Maybe I was a little too intense just now. Next time we hang out,
I won't call it a date. But Clara quickly cut him off. Nope, Ed, it wasn't too much at all. In fact, I want to get closer to you. I want to understand you better, the way Diana does. I know she seems intimidating to most people, but it's obvious she cares for you deeply.
Leo immediately shook his head.
She doesn't care for me, he insisted. She just sees me as a tool, something to be wielded like a prized weapon.
A genuine bright laugh escaped Clara's lips.
Ha ha, is that what you really think? Leo just stared, completely bewildered. What's so funny? Clara replied gently. Oh, nothing.
It's just, I feel so much more relaxed now. I had this image of you as some untouchable, all-powerful mage, but I see now that I was wrong. And because of that, I feel like I can try harder too. Come on, if you're finished, let's go. I still need to properly thank you for all these wonderful gifts. The scene shifts to a tense meeting room where Silas turned his sharp gaze to Professor Lumina. Tell me, Professor, he began, don't you think you should share the rest of the information from that footage? It would certainly help the other faculty members grasp the full situation. Immediately, every pair of eyes in the room swiveled to face the professor, a wave of curiosity washing over them.
Is there something more?
Professor Lumina, more info. Another echoed, information that was kept from us, caught in the sudden crossfire of questions. Professor Lumina's calm demeanor shattered, replaced by a look of utter bewilderment. She was speechless.
What are you talking about?
Silas observed her flustered state, a glint of calculated surprise in his eyes, before he addressed the room. It seems Professor Lumina herself was not aware of this crucial detail.
Then allow me to enlighten you all. Leo Van and his party are the only tower climbers to have received the favor of the Guardians.
The revelation dropped like a bomb in the silent room, shattering the composure of every professor present. Professor Talia shot up from her seat, her chair scraping against the floor. The boy, who just entered the tower for the first time yesterday, she demanded. He was chosen by a constellation. Before Silas could even part his lips to respond, Professor Lumina cut in sharply.
Vice Chairman, she warned, her voice laced with steel, a student's bond with a constellation is a deeply personal matter. To speak of it so recklessly in this form is unwise.
But Vice Chairman Sterling cut through her words, his tone leaving no room for argument.
Then, answer me truthfully. This is a question from me in my official capacity as Vice Chairman. Did Asher and the other students enter into a pact with a constellation faced with such a direct inquiry?
And since this was a question from a superior to a subordinate, Professor Alara was compelled to answer, regardless of her own wishes. No, neither Asher nor the other students have signed a contract with any constellation. The focus shifted back to Vice Chairman Sterling upon hearing her answer.
His expression grew pensive, his mind clearly turning over the implications. So, they refused. He mused internally. As expected, they're not ordinary children. To declare their intentions under the immense pressure of the constellations, it must have been an incredible ordeal.
With his mind made up, he brought his hands together in a single decisive clap. In that case, he declared, very well, I will permit Asher and all the grade 11 students to attend my special lecture. His proclamation sent a fresh wave of disbelief and dissent through the assembled professors. "What, wait just a moment. Vice Chairman," one professor interjected. "Did you not just confirm that none of them signed a contract with the Constellation? So on what grounds should he be allowed to attend your special lecture hearing this challenge?" A flicker of weariness crossed Sterling's face as he prepared to explain the obvious to the short-sighted faculty around him. "Professors, the crucial point is not whether they signed a contract. It is the fact that they were chosen by a constellation in the first place. To be chosen is, in itself, proof of their exceptional potential. And now that they have refused the initial offer, other constellations will undoubtedly take an even greater interest in them. So tell me, are they not precisely the kind of students who should be attending my lecture? My purpose here is to guide students who have been chosen by the constellations. If Asher has been chosen, then he is, by definition, one of my students. Do you all understand?" As he spoke, a faint light emanated from his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the room, unleashing an almost palpable pressure that left the other professors no room for dissent. "Yes, sir," they conceded. The reply was a weak collective murmur. Satisfied, Sterling pressed on. Then, to continue the meeting regarding the leak of the tower's internal footage, "There is nothing that we, as an institution, can do to punish the student in question. As for inquiries into his abilities, individual questions and requests will be permitted. However, should we discover that anyone has pressured the student or subjected him to any form of disadvantage in the process, the person responsible, regardless of whether they are a professor or a student, will be expelled from this academy. I trust everyone will keep that in mind. With that, this meeting is concluded. I hope you all have a pleasant rest of the week." And with that, the smiling vice chairman departed, leaving Professor Elara in the quiet aftermath, the pieces finally clicking into place. "Now I understand," she realized, a wave of clarity washing over her. This meeting was never about deciding on a punishment. The vice chairman's true intention, it was a reflection of the chairman's will. This was the chairman's warning, delivered through his second in command, "Do not touch Asher." A profound sense of relief settled over her. Asher. I never imagined he would earn so much of the chairman's favor. I don't need to worry anymore. As she contemplated this turn of events, Professor Elara let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. It was then that Professor Corbin suddenly approached her, a suggestive tone in his voice. "Professor Elara, what do you say? Shall we have a drink at the bar? I'd like to celebrate your student's remarkable success with you." In immediate response to this proposition, her small robotic companion shot him a glare so furious it could have melted steel, its silent fury screaming, "How dare you!" After he had spent the entire meeting backing the professor into a corner, and after all that, Professor Collins still had the audacity to ask her for a drink. Beside him, Professor Illumina gave him a look that could cut through stone, seeing right through his charade before leaving the meeting without another word. Witnessing this, a few of the other male professors could only offer a forced smile to console him. "Ha ha ha. Looks like you struck out. Professor Collins, come have a drink with us instead." And just like that, time swept forward to the next day. The scene cuts to the cafeteria, where, for reasons he couldn't comprehend, Ethan was completely swarmed by a crowd of students, all vying for his attention. "You're Ethan, right? My name is Myra, from the Shadow World. Are you interested in the student council?" "Ethan, can we talk for a minute?" "I'm Eureka. Is it true you're from a world without mana?" "Hey, are you listening? I'm asking you on a date. Let's meet up tonight, shall we? Should I write this in my diary? The student council always welcomes talent like yours, Al." A relentless barrage of questions assaulted him, leaving Ethan with an expression of pure, unadulterated bewilderment. He was utterly frozen, with no idea how to react. Taking in the chaotic scene, Juno couldn't help but ask, with a curious head tilt, "What in the world why is it so packed over there?" To explain, Leo spoke up, his voice brimming with pride. "You remember that channel we created, don't you? It's become a phenomenon. Right after we posted the tower climbing video, our subscribers shot past 2 million, and the video itself has already hit 5 million views. At this point, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone in the academy who hasn't seen our channel." Her gaze drifted back to Ethan, still trapped by the adoring crowd, and Juno mused to herself, "Honestly, compared to his raw power, I never imagined a simple recording could cause such a stir, but seeing how everyone is reacting, Ben's vision and talent are truly something to be admired." Time slipped away, and at long last, Ethan managed to escape the mob, collapsing into a chair at their table, completely drained. he complained to his friends. My gosh, it's only Monday morning and it's already this intense. Across from him, Val offered a supportive smile and praised him. You handled that well. Liam, however, couldn't resist a little teasing. Well, well, look at you, Mr. Popular, enjoying the spotlight. Ethan shot back with a wry grin. I suppose it's better than being dragged into controversy just for breathing. Then, a thought suddenly struck him, and he turned to Liam, saying, Oh, hey, you have a lot of admirers. You know, if someone wants to talk to you, maybe try to be a little less intimidating. They said they're too scared to even approach you. Liam offered a calm, placid smile. If they approach with good intentions, there is no problem. However, not everyone was a fan of Ethan's group. From a nearby table, whispers of scorn began to surface. How pathetic, making such a fuss over a staged video. There's no way they could clear 4 floors in such a short time, especially not that bunch from a lesser world. Look at the size of that spider. It's an obvious fake. How can the Academy let frauds like them run wild? Just you wait. Tomorrow, all of their lies will come crashing down. Caden shot a venomous glare in Ethan's direction, and those words sent a jolt through Ethan as he suddenly remembered. Ah, that's right. Tomorrow's the day I have to face that rampaging giant. After all of this, the people who doubt the video, or the ones who just plain despise me, they're probably dying to see me get torn to shreds tomorrow. Hearing his words, both Liam and Val's expressions tightened with worry. However, beyond offering their support for Ethan, there was little else they could do. At that same moment, Elara, having just finished her meal, delicately dabbed her lips with a napkin and said with a serene smile, In that case, your only option is to give them a show they'll never forget for your fans and your critics alike. Right, Ethan laughed. Ha 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 ha, you've got a point. A thought crossed his mind tomorrow was the perfect opportunity to grow his audience. Time blurred into this next day, and the scene cut to the training arena, where Ethan and his opponent, Hector, stood facing each other under the harsh lights. The referee's voice boomed across the arena. This duel will be broadcast live on the Academy's official channel. Do you both consent? If so, please acknowledge the terms. The moment he finished, a holographic system window materialized before them. Ethan's eyes widened as he scanned the text. What in the world? What kind of disclaimers are these? The match concludes only upon surrender or incapacitation. Strikes to vital areas are forbidden. However, all injuries sustained are the sole responsibility of the combatant. He thought, are they seriously telling us to fight until one of us can't stand anymore? The more he considered it, the more baffled Ethan became by the Academy's brutal policy. Just then, Hector broke the silence. His voice was laced with pure venom. Hey, negotiator? Startled, Ethan shot back. What? But Hector was just getting started, feeling a little nervous. Are we? If you're scared, just give up now. All it takes is for you to get on your knees, crawl through my legs, and beg like a dog. Do that, and I'll graciously accept your surrender. The words ignited a fire in Ethan. This muscle-bound idiot? What nonsense is he spouting? Nearby, the same group of bullies that Leo had previously put in their place were jeering from the sidelines. That worthless commoner has some nerve showing his face. Hector, rip him to shreds. In another section of the stands, Olivia watched the unfolding scene with a contemplative gaze. Meanwhile, unaware of her stare, Diana turned to their friend Leo. He was also broadcasting the duel on his personal channel. What's the chat saying? She asked. Leo's expression was grim. We've already broken 10,000 live viewers, but most of them are absolutely tearing Ethan apart. Observing the hostile atmosphere, Violet murmured with concern. Everyone is against him. This is completely unfair. Diana, however, seemed unfazed by the backlash. This was to be expected. She thought coolly. You can count our supporters on one hand, so this kind of reaction is no surprise. With this many eyes on him, Ethan has no choice but to prove them all wrong. If he wants to establish his name, he has to earn it himself. Back in the arena, Hector's crude taunts made Ethan erupt in laughter as he mused internally. Kneel, crawl, and bark like a dog, huh? As if, I can't believe I just heard someone say that out loud. It sounds like a line from some cheap dime store novel. Ethan knew he couldn't let such a ridiculous comment slide. It would eat at him otherwise. Hey, he called out. Did you rehearse that little speech just for me? I have to admit, it was memorable.
But do you have the power to back up such big words? Hector shot back from across the field, his face a twisted mask of rage. Let's see how long that smug look lasts on your face. Ethan simply shrugged, turning to create some distance. Why don't you come over here and find out? As he spoke, he materialized a sword from his inventory, beckoning Hector forward with a dismissive flick of the blade. The gesture sent Hector over the edge. He gritted his teeth, a low growl escaping his lips as pure, unadulterated rage consumed him. He spun towards the referee, roaring, "Professor Jones, start the match now. Let me at him. I will tear that worm apart piece by piece." His venomous tone sent a cold sweat down the professor's back, who could only hastily agree. "Very well. The duel will be between Erector of Class 1 and Ban Yun of Class 11. Let the match begin." The final word had barely been spoken when Erector surged forward, a blur of pure aggression. First, he balled a colossal fist, swinging his gigantic arm like a living sledgehammer straight for Yun's head. "Die!" he roared, a single word meant to shatter his opponent in one blow. Yun, however, remained perfectly still, his eyes tracking the assault with an unnerving calm, thinking, "You seem a little too sure of yourself, don't you? But with that sluggish speed, what could you possibly hope to accomplish?" He took a single, almost imperceptible step back, twisting his torso as the massive arm whistled past. In the same fluid motion, the sword in his hand flashed upwards, striking Erector squarely on the jaw. The impact snapped the giant's head aside, the momentum dragging his immense body off balance until he crashed heavily to the ground. Against a living boulder like this one, Yun knew the only answer was the fluid movement technique he had so painstakingly mastered. His mind drifted back to the training hall, to the night after his outing with Vuo. When Ho-Jan's relentless instruction began, her sharp voice echoed in his memory. "This technique isn't simply learned, it is forged through endless trial and error. Otherwise, it's just a clumsy, half-mastered trick. When you face a new enemy or an unknown attack, you must think on your feet. Your first instinct will be to panic, but you must fight it. You must remain calm and observe their every move. True mastery comes only when he died. This movement becomes as natural as breathing. With this staff, I will attack you with varying speeds and from every angle, each strike carrying a different purpose. If you can land a single counter, just one, you will pass." Faced with Ho-Jan's unyielding voice, Yun remembered trembling like a newborn lamb, tears of frustration stinging his eyes. But now, in the present, that terrified boy was gone, replaced by a focused warrior, observing, analyzing. "This lumbering oaf can't even touch me if he keeps up these pointless attacks, so..." He's bound to reveal an opening. Across the arena, Erector was still reeling, his mind struggling to comprehend the impossible. How did he hit me? What just happened? A guttural scream tore from Erector's throat, but it was cut short as a sickening crack echoed through the arena. A fissure spiderwebbed across the rocky flesh of his face. He clawed at his cheek, a raw, agonized howl replacing his confusion. Watching this display, Yun gave a slow, satisfied nod. "It seems my technique was a complete success. Before I struck, I infused wave energy into my blade, a body as dense and hard as stone, like yours. Proves to be an excellent conductor for this kind of internal vibration. That is the true source of your agony." Erector's only response was a glare of pure, murderous insanity. You dare defile my body," he bellowed, his voice breaking with rage. Yun turned, his expression a mask of cold indifference as he began to walk slowly toward the writhing giant. "My apologies. But could you perhaps stop screaming and actually try to fight if the pain is too much? You are free to surrender." For the arrogant and foolish Erector. Such a taunt was more than he could ever endure. His entire body began to tremble, not from pain, but from pure, unadulterated fury. Then suddenly, without a shred of warning, he swiped his massive arm toward Yun, attempting to snatch him from the ground. However, with his ponderous speed, it was a futile gesture. A single light leap was all it took for Yun to evade the clumsy grab, a move that only stoked the fires of Erector's rage. You piece of trash from a lesser world. You dare to look down on me." As he spoke, his eyes bled into a solid, soulless black. Then, from his open mouth and the fresh cracks in his stone skin, an ethereal white smoke began to pour out, coiling into the air around him. He unleashed a skill, causing his already massive hands to swell to an impossible size, dwarfing me entirely. "I will end you," Erector bellowed, raising a stone-like fist high above,
before bringing it crashing down. The impact was so immense, the very foundations of the arena trembled. But such monstrous size came at a cost speed. To Yuan, the attack was a lumbering, predictable blow, easily avoided. A smirk touched his lips as he thought, how utterly foolish.
After a miss that spectacular, you'd think he'd try a different strategy.
But if you're just going to repeat the same useless attack, I'll have no choice but to end this swiftly. Oblivious to Yuan's cold assessment, Erector had descended into a blind rage, charging forward with wild, artless swings. In stark contrast, Yuan moved with a dancer's grace, channeling his energy into the fine edge of his blade. In the split second before Erector's colossal hand could connect, Yuan's sword met the hardened stone of his arm. A single, elegant slash was all it took. A web of countless fractures spread across the massive limb, and a raw, guttural scream of agony erupted from Erector's throat. Elsewhere, from the quiet sanctity of his office, Vice Principal Zhou observed the duel, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he shook his head in amusement. What a one-sided affair. It wasn't just him. Even Yuan's harshest critics were now flooding the spectator chat with messages of disbelief, a sight that brought a deep sense of satisfaction to Lai. He savored the moment, knowing that even witnessing it firsthand, they were struggling to accept the reality of what they were seeing. Exactly, Vo chimed in, her voice buzzing with excitement. Compared to the day he enrolled, Yuan's power has grown to an unbelievable level. Meanwhile, the very same thugs Lai had previously put in their place could only stare, scratching their heads in utter confusion. Is this really happening? How could Erector be dominated from the very start? And by someone from a lower world, of all people? Could it be that all those skills we saw on his channel were actually real? They murmured to each other, their faces etched with doubt. In the center of it all, Professor Jun, the match referee, was utterly stunned by the spectacle unfolding before him. He could only think, what in the world is going on just 1 week ago? He showed none of this power. What could possibly have happened in just a few days? As he watched, a brilliant golden aura began to emanate from Yuan, a visible manifestation of some new, indescribable power. However, before he could analyze it further, an urgent message flashed into his view, a direct communication from the professor's council. His attention was pulled back to the arena, where Erector lay motionless on the floor, his body a canvas of wounds. Yuan stood over him, a conflict brewing in his mind. So, what now? He thought. There's no honor in striking a man who's already too injured to even move. It's nothing but cowardice.
Get up and fight, Ye,
he silently urged, but before the thought could fully form, Professor Jun raised his hand, his voice cutting through the tension. That is enough. Halt the match immediately. By the unanimous decision of the supervising council, we declare Erector unable to continue the fight. For the safety of both participants, this match is concluded. The sudden declaration left both fighters stunned, but none more so than Yuan. A bitter feeling rose within him. Stopping the fight at such a pivotal moment felt deeply wrong. What are they even talking about? If I were the one lying there broken, I doubt they would have intervened so quickly, Yuan thought with a cynical sneer, before raising his voice to object. Professor Jun, please wait a moment. But the professor's response was swift and absolute. You have no right to object. Yuan, this match is over. Leave the arena at once. The finality in his tone left Yuan clenching his jaw, his victory soured by a wave of pure frustration. Though a bitter taste filled his mouth, he was powerless against the council's decree. Yuan turned his back on the arena, his shoulders tense with frustration. A draw, he mused silently. A bitter pill to swallow. But at least it wasn't a loss. He could live with that. But just as he took a step, Professor Jun's desperate cry shattered the silence. Wait, Hector, stop. You can't continue the fight. You can't. It's over. At the sound of the professor's voice, Yuan glanced back to see Hector, his body a canvas of fresh wounds, staggering to his feet. A guttural roar escaped his lips. Who dares say it's over? Am I expected to bow to someone from an inferior realm and swallow this disgrace? You cur, I'll tear you apart. With a primal scream, he activated a terrifying skill, his right arm unnaturally swelling with grotesque power as he charged straight for Yuan. The very stone of the arena floor fractured beneath his thunderous, hate-fueled advance. From the sidelines, Professor Jun could only watch in horror, his voice cracking as he yelled, Stop! Hector Yuan, get out of his way. The sting of the council's injustice was still fresh, and now this pride-blinded fool was charging at him again. In that moment, all of Yuan's restraint simply vanished. A blade materialized in his hand, summoned from the ether of his inventory. Dodge, he murmured, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. Why should I? He's the one who came here to die. He heard the professor's warning. Didn't he? Or do the rules simply not apply when your opponent is from a so-called lower world? The professors sanctioned this fight, then ended it on a whim. And now this brute is trying to commit murder over his wounded pride. The sheer hypocrisy of this institution was infuriating. As the thought solidified, the last spark of warmth fled from Yuan's eyes, replaced by glacial ice. The sword became a blur of silver light. In the next instant, Hector's monstrous arm was no longer attached to his body. Sent spiraling through the air as a look of disbelief washed over his face. He looked down at the gushing stump where his limb used to be, and a raw, blood-curdling scream of agony finally erupted. In the stands, a wave of shock silenced the crowd. No one could process what they had just witnessed. Professor June scrambled to Hector's side, his voice trembling. Stay calm, Hector. We can reattach the arm. I'm getting you to the infirmary this instant. As his fingers flew across a translucent system panel, a different kind of notification appeared before Yuan. A message, cold and impersonal, materialized in his vision. System notification, absorbed traits from the severed limb of Hector. Below the query, a list glowed ominously. Vitality, Titan's body, volcano, monstrous strength. The impossible notification sent a cold sweat beading on Yuan's brow. Is this even possible? As Yuan's mind reeled, struggling to comprehend this sudden, terrifying new ability, Professor June finalized the sequence on his panel, and a flash of light enveloped Hector and his severed arm, whisking them away to the infirmary. With his student gone, the professor rounded on Yuan, his face a mask of fury. Explain yourself. Yuan, what was the meaning of that? I explicitly told you to move. Yuan slid his blade back into its sheath with a calm, deliberate motion. He offered a slight shrug and said, My apologies, Professor June. But with the match declared over, the situation escalated so unexpectedly that I could only react on instinct. June's face purpled with rage, clearly not buying the thinly veiled excuse. An excuse is that all you have to offer, but before he could continue, a holographic screen flickered into existence beside him. The composed, authoritative voice of Vice Principal Jean echoed from it. That will be all, Professor June. I will handle this matter personally. At the sound of that voice, the fury on June's face instantly evaporated, replaced by meek compliance as he stammered. Yes, Vice Principal, I understand. The holographic display swiveled to face Yuan directly, and Jean's voice, now laced with steel, addressed him. Greetings, Yuan. I am representing the Professorial Council. We have observed the entirety of what just transpired. From this point forward, I will be asking the questions. And you will provide the answers. I suggest you think very carefully before you speak. A heavy silence fell as Yuan met the Vice Principal's digital gaze. His gaze, sharp and cold as ice, pinned Yuan in place, dissecting Hector's reckless assault. You can't possibly claim you were unable to evade that, can you? Given your abilities, dodging would have been effortless. The chasm in power between you two was so immense that the Faculty Council itself intervened to halt the match. So, you will provide an explanation we find acceptable. Why did you choose not to dodge that attack? Yuan, the weight of Zan's question was suffocating, and Yuan felt the tension coil in his gut. He remained silent, his mind racing, delving deep into his own thoughts. He thought to himself, I may have mastered the art of wielding words as weapons, but I've never truly contemplated their soul, their very essence. An immense pressure bore down on Yuan, a palpable fear emanating from the man before him. He wondered, just who is this person? Finally, Yuan broke the silence, his voice steady. As you have all surmised, I did not dodge Hector's attack. Instead, I chose to counter because I witnessed a student who not only dared to disrespect the authority of our professors, but reveled in it. Such an act demanded a consequence. A flicker of surprise crossed Sun's face. The authority of the professors, you say? Yuan met his gaze and nodded firmly. Precisely, he continued. Furthermore, this was an official sparring match, a sanctioned event where the rules are absolute. I intended to send a clear message that no student should ever believe they can disregard those rules or launch a cowardly attack on an opponent and escape retribution. Sun pressed on, his voice low. And why is that? Yuan's reply was calm, his logic unassailable. because countless students and observers from other dimensions were watching. Hector willfully ignored the official declaration that the match was over. He chose to continue his assault on me. Had I merely dodged, it would have broadcast a dangerous message that against students from what some call inferior dimensions. The rules simply do not apply. While my decision was made in a fraction of a second, I am certain it was the correct one. My actions were to uphold the very honor of this academy. Yuan concluded, his voice a bastion of calm confidence. This brilliant maneuver, using the academy's own honor as an unassailable shield, drew a hidden reaction from the vice principal. A ghost of a smile touched Sun's lips as he thought, "Ha ha ha, what a masterful deflection. He's acutely aware of his audience and has skillfully transformed a personal grievance into a matter of institutional integrity." There is no refuting such logic, but just as quickly, the warmth vanished and Sun's voice became steel. Student Yuan, disregarding sparring regulations is, without question, a punishable offense. However, determining who is to be punished falls under the jurisdiction of this academy and myself. It is not the place of a student. Is that not correct? The words hung in the air, and a shadow fell across Yuan's face. Nearby, Assistant Professor Run could not contain a smug, triumphant grin. Run gloated internally. Ha, that's what you get. Your silver tongue is useless against the vice principal. You're done for. Yuan. But Yuan was no fool. He understood the power dynamics perfectly. There was no defying the vice principal's authority here. And so, he chose a strategic retreat. You are absolutely correct, sir. If my actions in any way overstepped and infringed upon the faculty's authority, then I offer my sincerest apologies. I am prepared to accept whatever judgment you deem necessary. At this, Sun let out a sudden disarming chuckle, the tension instantly dissolving. Ha ha, punishment, my dear boy. No, not at all. I had no intention of discussing punishment. I was merely curious to understand the reasoning behind your actions. As he said this, Sun paused, his sharp gaze once again appraising Yuan, weighing every facet of the young man before him. Sun thought, he is remarkably articulate, with an iron will to win the favor of the constellations. With that final assessment, he brought the matter to a close. In any case, the ultimate fault lies with Hector. He willfully ignored the signal to end the match and continued his assault. Therefore, I recognize Yuan's actions as nothing less than justifiable self-defense. In the stands, Leo and Vaughn erupted in celebration. Only Assistant Professor Rune stood there, stunned into silence, before hastily blurting out, "Professor, but what he did..." Before he could utter another word, Professor Solis turned, his voice sharp as steel. "That is enough, Assistant Professor Rune. Cease this shameful display at once. Had you intervened to stop Hector from the beginning, before he lost all control, then this entire incident might have been avoided. That's right. You bear a portion of the responsibility for this outcome as well." The color drained from Assistant Professor Rune's face, and he dared not speak another word as Professor Solis brought the matter to a close. Reattaching Hector's arm will not be a difficult issue. Therefore, we will conclude this matter here. All students observing, please return to your positions and prepare for the upcoming activities. As for you, Yuan, you have endured enough. You are dismissed. Yuan himself was taken aback, shocked to be let off so easily. He stood frozen for a moment before quickly bowing his head in gratitude and turning to depart. But in that very instant, a whisper, faint as a phantom's breath, echoed in his ear. "So, we'll meet again." The enigmatic words sparked a deep curiosity within Yuan. He cast a fleeting glance back at the large screen behind him, before finally turning to reunite with his friends. Seeing Yuan approach after his overwhelming victory against Hector, Leo and Vaughn rushed to meet him. "There you are. That swordsmanship you used at the end was absolutely legendary," Leo exclaimed. Vaughn, however, let out a deep sigh of relief. "More importantly, I'm just glad you're not hurt." Responding to them, Yuan nodded. "I saw you out there. Thanks for the support. I guess all that training against elite monsters in the tower really paid off." Huh. Just then, the swordswoman Jasmine approached, her voice cutting through their chatter. "That was an impressive match. You've grown stronger again, haven't you? Tell me, how does it feel to wield a new power? Is it as useful as you hoped?" Yuan sheepishly scratched the back of his head, turning to her. "Thanks. I owe it all to those mysterious training exercises you always put me through." But Jasmine cut through his deflection, her tone turning deadly serious.
I'm not talking about that. That man's arm. You absorbed its power, didn't you?
Jasmine's accusation hung in the air, and Yuan's expression instantly hardened as the memory of that moment flooded his mind. He had made a split-second decision to absorb the energy from Ector's severed arm, reasoning it was better to claim that power just in case. Without a second thought, he confirmed the action in his mind, and immediately, a system notification materialized before his eyes. Depriving life force 22.9, body 27.9,
Titan 14, Volcano 14, Superstrained 14.
The words Titan and Volcano echoed in his mind attributes no human should possess. He was stunned for a moment before the world came rushing back, and he faced his friends. Until now, I've never been able to control the absorption of attributes from living beings, he confessed, but it seems I can claim them from severed body parts. So, I chose to take the power from Ector's right arm. Yuan finished, a shadow of profound sadness clouding his features. Seeing his troubled expression, Jasmine's voice was cold and pragmatic. Isn't that a good thing? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Yuan looked away, explaining. At first, I was ecstatic about becoming stronger, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized something was deeply wrong. I didn't just defeat a monster. I severed a man's arm and stole a part of him. To feel happy after taking someone's arm just to gain power, it just feels wrong to me. Yuan's voice dwindled, laced with a profound sadness. This sentiment clearly troubled Vuo, who stood nearby, but Ho-Jan immediately cut through the melancholy. What kind of nonsense is that hold your head high? He came to take your life. An arm was the price he paid for his failure.
You won. He lost. The result is all that matters. It doesn't matter who it is. If someone threatens your existence, you don't have the luxury of being soft. Understand? Ho-Jan's sharp words pierced through Yuan's haze of guilt.
His mind slowly cleared, and he let out a soft chuckle, nodding in agreement.
Yeah, you're right. Haha. Sorry, everyone. I was just overthinking things.
Seeing Yuan return to his senses, Ho-Jan scoffed. Worrying about things like that is a complete waste of your time. So, what if I went around and politely requested an arm from each of those rumored prodigies? What do you think?
I'd take their power and spare their lives, but I'd make sure to completely shatter their spirits.
Hearing this chilling declaration, Yuan could only force a weak smile.
You really had me worried for a second.
Lai simply shook his head at Yuan's soft-heartedness. Don't worry. Compared to Ho-Jan, you're still far more human. This provoked a sharp glare from Ho-Jan. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Suddenly, a holographic notification materialized before Yuan. He groaned. Oh, seriously, what is it now? His exclamation caught the attention of his three friends. Hovering in the air was an announcement for a class taught by Professor Zhou. A cold sweat broke out on Yuan's brow. Oh no, it's a mandatory supplementary course with no option to decline. Professor Zhou's Babylon Constellation Seminar for final year students from the 4th year and up. Professor Zhou's voice echoed from the screen. Learn how to attract the support and favor of the constellations. Discover how to negotiate contracts more skillfully. Gain the essential knowledge to avoid a constellation's wrath.
And learn how to easily change your allegiance. Among other things, this course extends a special welcome to the members of Class 11. Time passed, and as Yuan's group made their way through the corridors, they were met with a barrage of unfriendly stares.
Look, it's that group of underclassmen. Look at that one, walking with such an arrogant swagger. It's an absolute eyesore, so irritating. While one student sneered, another offered a different take. Really,
even if he's a junior, he's quite handsome, and his dueling was incredibly sharp. But why are they even up here?
This is the 4th year's floor. Someone wondered aloud. Yeah, that's right. The only lecture hall on this level belongs to Professor Zhou. Back with our protagonist, Yuan noticed the hushed gossip had silenced his friends to shatter the heavy atmosphere. He spoke up. Have I ever told you guys in my world there's a saying the more people curse you, the longer you get to live? In response, Ho-Jan gave him a look of utter disbelief, as if he were a 3-year-old.
Huh, by that logic, you must be immortal. Then, right, she mocked. Meanwhile, Lai scowled in annoyance. Listen to those cowards talking behind our backs. Do they think we're deaf, Vivi? The petite girl tugged on Yuan's sleeve and whispered,
Are you okay? After what happened yesterday, I was so worried that everyone would avoid you.
They don't even know you, and they're already spreading such nasty rumors. Her eyes welled up, shimmering as if she were about to cry.
A wave of understanding washed over Yuan. It wasn't him.
but Vivi who needed reassurance. It's all right, Vivi. It's a little unsettling, but it's far better than the scorn we used to face. Thank you for worrying about me, he said softly, gently patting her head. The simple gesture seemed to lift her spirits, but the fragile peace was shattered by the grating sound of Yuan grinding her teeth. Well, one weekend together and you're already this close. She sneered, her voice laced with ice. Lai visibly flinched and took a hasty step back. Yuan's gaze bore into Vivi. You really love that outfit he gave you, don't you? If you're so desperate for affection, take it somewhere private. You beast, Vivi shot back, her voice surprisingly firm. Is it jealousy I hear? Yuan's eyes widened in shock as Yuan bristled like an enraged cat. Did you forget the beating you took in our duel, you little creature? Yuan snarled. Vivi darted behind Yuan for cover, but her eyes still burned with defiance, left with no other choice. Yuan stepped between them to mediate. Hold on. Settle down. Yuan urged. Class is about to begin. Let's not cause a scene. Vivi peeked around him, a small, triumphant smile on her lips. You act as though you weren't the one who tormented me first. The comment made Yuan tremble with fury, earning Vivi a sharp glare from Yuan. You too, Vivi, he warned. The tension lingered, but time waited for no one, and soon the group found themselves standing before the Babylon Constellation lecture hall. Before they entered, Lai hesitated, his voice laced with anxiety. This is the Babylon lecture hall, isn't it? We're not late, are we? They already had a class last week. He continued. What will the upperclassmen think of us freshmen joining partway through the course? Yuan just smirked. Worried about that, don't be. They'll just see us for what we are, genius underclassmen. Here to shake things up. As they pushed open the grand doors and stepped inside, a wave of pressure washed over them. Every single pair of eyes in the lecture hall turned, fixing upon them with unnerving intensity. Yuan had to admit, just as she expected, these were the elites of the academy. Even she couldn't afford to underestimate the power radiating from them. In stark contrast to Yuan's steely composure, Vucho nervously clutched Yu's arm, his face a mask of apprehension. His face was pale, his eyes wide with the fear born of seeing more than his friends. My word, I knew this class was for the gifted. But this is something else entirely. Before Yu's very eyes, a cascade of incomprehensible notifications flickered into existence. Each one was a testament to the terrifying auras of the upperclassmen, a level of power so immense that Yu's current abilities couldn't even begin to measure it. A system window materialized in his mind. You have successfully perceived and interpreted a fragment of a concept held by a transcendent being. Your comprehension of the Book of All Poisons has reached level 137. Lost in this internal revelation, Yu was oblivious as Professor John's gaze fell upon him. The professor, seeing the newcomers had finally arrived, addressed the class. Welcome, our new 11th grade students. I am delighted to have you join my lecture. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Professor Jean, and I will be your instructor. Please find any available seats. As the professor spoke, a jolt went through Yu. He knew that voice. It was the same one that had guided him during his desperate battle against the rector. Once the group had settled, Professor Jean, who also served as the academy's vice principal, began his lecture. As you'll see in the syllabus I provided, E-. The objective of this course is singular and profound to comprehend the very origin of the tower and the constellations themselves. As we have our younger students joining us today, we will begin with a foundational lesson on the tower. Now, at first glance, yay. The tower might appear to be a chaotic structure without rules or a definitive summit. But in truth, it behaves much like a living, breathing organism. To ascend, one must conquer its trials and unearth the treasures hidden deep within its layers. You might assume that rewards are simply given for passing these tests, but that perception is fundamentally flawed. You are not hunting for treasure, but rather, the tower itself has prepared these gifts for you to claim. Its true purpose is to select the most elite individuals, bestowing upon them ever more precious items, ever more unique treasures, and magic that transcends the ordinary. The tower actively seeks those who can comprehend its nature, revealing its deepest secrets only to those who truly understand. This is the fundamental drive of any intelligent being with higher consciousness. Back with Yuan, the vice principal's words echoed in his mind, and he couldn't help but scoff internally. What utter nonsense. A system so fragile it could be shattered by a single, unusual invader using unorthodox methods. And he dares to speak of the tower, choosing People. It was a laughable exaggeration. How could anyone fall for it? And yet, a seed of doubt began to sprout in Yuan's mind. His thoughts drifted back to the harrowing climb, replaying the events in his head. Wait a minute, he thought, a sudden realization dawning. The principal's letters had been sent out in a flurry, not long after an invader had first breached the tower's defenses. That's why we all assumed the spider swarm was just another anomaly caused by the intruder. But looking back on it now, the sheer difficulty of the first floor was wrong. The creature that had ended Louis' life in an instant was undeniably an elite-class monster. If the tower's systems only began to destabilize after our group reached the fourth room, when the invader truly began to wreak havoc, then the hellish difficulty of the first, second, and third rooms makes absolutely no sense. What in the world is happening? Could the tower? Could it actually be a living organism? The thought was insane. But as he turned it over in his mind, he considered a different premise. Suppose the tower's difficulty wasn't altered by the invader at all, but by something else entirely. Could it be because of me? Was that infernal challenge truly set by the tower for our entire class, or was it tailored specifically because I am a descendant of the tower's master? Could that be the reason the idea was so narcissistic it bordered on delusional? It made no logical sense, yet the more Yuan pondered it, the deeper his confusion grew. So much so that his hybrid friend leaned over and asked, "Yuan, is something wrong?" At the front of the room, though the vice principal continued his lecture, his gaze kept drifting back to Yuan, a knowing look in his eyes as he observed the boy's troubled expression. A mysterious smile played on his lips before he turned away, leaving Yuan stroking his chin, lost in a new train of thought. There's no point in getting lost in the why. If the tower truly selects its climbers, just as the professor claims, then there is no better proving ground than the one we just survived. Our class faced a challenge, a reality, completely different from any other. High risk, high reward, as the saying goes. The prize the tower has prepared for us, it must be on a completely different scale. So why can't I see it? What is the true purpose of this class? His eyes scanned the room, searching for an answer. And across that room, Vice Principal Zhou met his confused gaze. "Astonishing," the man said, his voice filled with surprise. "You've already perceived it, haven't you, the barrier layer that surrounds us? Some students can be here for years and never notice a thing. Yet you've seen the orb on your very first day auditing this class." "That's correct. You are exceptionally sharp, Bainon. It's quite surprising, even for a first-year student. You are more than worthy of attending this lecture." As the words left his lips, the professor reached into the empty air, his hand closing around a shimmering purple orb that materialized from nothing. "And so, I have a question for you, Bannon," he continued. "Tell me, what do you see inside this orb?" The cryptic question hung in the air. Yuan focused on the sphere, but even his system could only return the most vague and useless information. Yuan admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. I don't see anything." A knowing smile touched Zhao's lips. "You must channel your focus. Yuan, look deeper." "Try again," Zhao urged gently. But still, nothing. Yuan could only shake his head in defeat. "Concentrate," the vice principal insisted. "There is something there, waiting to be seen." He strained his senses, desperately trying to pierce the veil of the mysterious orb. For a long moment, there was only darkness. But then, after a period of intense observation, spurred on by his instructor's faith, faint concepts began to flicker into existence within his mind. "Shield, severe, protect," he murmured, his brow furrowed in confusion. "But that's all I can grasp." Zhao recognized the boy had reached his current limit and pressed him no further. "That is excellent," he said with an approving nod. "You may close your eyes and rest now." A quiet sigh of relief escaped Yuan's lips. Internally, however, Zhao was reeling with surprise. "To perceive 3 of the orb's fundamental concepts on your first attempt," Zhao mused aloud. "You are far from ordinary, young man. Now I see why the headmaster himself has taken a special interest in your potential." He leaned in slightly, his gaze piercing. "Do you have any inkling as to what this object truly is?" "Not a clue," Yuan confessed with brutal honesty. The blunt reply seemed to catch the vice principal off guard for a moment. "Your honesty is refreshing," he managed,
But you must learn to think more deeply, addressing the entire class now. His voice resonated with authority. I want to impress upon all of you that in your studies, and indeed in life itself, the expansion of your mind and the nurturing of your imagination are paramount. The growth of your mind is inextricably linked to the growth of your power. If you ever hope to wield your abilities at their highest echelons, you must cultivate the raw power of your intellect and learn to command it. You must train yourselves not just to act, but to think.
Even when the path forward is unclear and the results are not immediate, you must never ever cease to think.
The words washed over Yuan, leaving him more bewildered than enlightened. His mind raced, trying to connect the dots. What does any of this have to do with that orb? He wondered, before deciding to voice his confusion aloud. Sir, he began, does this mean that someone with incredible perception or a powerful imagination could actually control this sphere? Zhao's eyes widened in surprise at the insightful question. Then a smile formed. Precisely, he confirmed. One day, if you can truly comprehend the fundamental structure of all things, analyze it, deconstruct it, and then build upon it with your own will, this orb will grant you the power of a god. A profound silence fell over the lecture hall. Every student was lost in the weight of his words. Zhao let out a soft chuckle. It may seem incomprehensible now, but through the long journey of learning, you will, piece by piece, begin to understand. This concept is the very heart of my lecture, and it is all interconnected. Now, this brings us to our main topic, the Constellation War simulation. But our time for today is at its end. For your homework, I want each of you to meditate on the potential applications of what we've discussed. I will see you all next week. As the class was dismissed, Yuan felt as if he hadn't grasped a single solid thing. He scratched the back of his head, muttering to himself, this is all way too abstract. A god is a god, but what on earth is a pseudo-god? Is that like a demigod or a fake god? What's the secret to becoming one anyway? Is this lecture just too advanced for first years? This class is impossible, Yuan thought, feeling like his brain was about to short circuit. Around him, the other students began to file out of the grand hall. Lai gestured to their friends. Come on, let's head out. Once they had stepped out into the open corridor, Yuan, still reeling from the incomprehensible lesson, turned to them desperately. Can someone please explain what any of that was about? Li's eyes widened in disbelief. What I was counting on you to break it down for the rest of us, but just as he spoke, a familiar, condescending voice cut through the air from nearby. So, the lesson for the simple-minded has finally concluded. Yuan flinched and spun around, his eyes locking on the newcomer. Tima, what are you doing here? In response, the blonde noble simply leveled him with a look of utter contempt. You insignificant peasant, Tima sneered. Silence yourself. I am the one who asked the questions. His gaze swept past Yuan, scanning the crowd impatiently. Now, where is she? A wave of confusion washed over the group. Leo's voice was hesitant, barely a whisper. Her, you can't possibly mean. In an instant, a single, unforgettable face flashed through all their minds. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the tension. What's all this commotion? Helena strode towards them, her gaze sweeping across the gathered crowd with an inquisitive air. But her eyes were drawn to Optima. With a dismissive air, she remarked, Well now, I thought something truly important was unfolding here. Across the way, the moment Optima spotted Joan, he moved with unwavering purpose, closing the distance between them. He met her gaze, his voice low and serious. You are Joan, are you not? He asked. At his question, Joan crossed her arms, her expression unreadable. I am? What of it? Optima pressed on. There is something I must discuss with you. His persistence seemed to irritate the formidable swordswoman. Another duel if you're so eager to meet your end. I won't be the one to stop you, though finding a proper dueling ground within this academy is a challenge. However, what Optima did next left every onlooker utterly speechless. In a swift, unexpected motion, he knelt on one knee, materializing a breathtaking bouquet of roses from his inventory. He presented the flowers to Joan, his voice ringing with solemnity. Joan, I want to ask you on a date. The moment the words left his lips, a deep blush crept up his neck, a clear sign of his own mortification. Behind them, Yuan's friends could only stare, wide-eyed, as a cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. Fear gripped them for Optima, who had the sheer audacity to approach Joan like this.
As for Joan herself, her expression turned thunderous, unleashing a palpable, murderous aura that threatened to consume everyone present. The scene was so surreal, no one could trust what they were seeing. Yuan and Lai's faces drained of all color. They were floored that anyone could possess such a peculiar inclination. He's actually fallen for the woman who utterly demolished him. Lai observed with a detached calm. The answer was in your question all along. Yuan gasped in horrified realization. It just can't be. Meanwhile, Jian watched with a look of weary resignation. You boys are all the same, she stated calmly. So cease your bickering. I, for one, am intensely curious about his true objective. The three boys turned to her in unison, their faces a canvas of confusion. What objective? Jian sighed, a hint of amusement in her voice. You all truly don't see it, do you? She then began to walk towards the spectacle, explaining as she moved. He must be driven by some ulterior motive. I can see no genuine romantic interest in his eyes. Yuan cast a lazy glance over his shoulder and retorted, No chance. It's not what you're imagining. Besides, you're looking quite adorable yourself right now. Upon hearing his words, Jian, who was easily flustered, immediately grew shy. A slight tremor ran through her as she stammered out a reply. Why would you suddenly say something like that? I'm well aware that I'm attractive. There's no need to announce it. Someone at her side offered Jian a piece of advice. Pay no mind to his silver tongue. That one is nothing but trouble. Jian replied, her shyness still evident. Of course, I know that. You don't have to tell me. Nearby, another observer, Ducho, silently wondered, could he truly have another motive? But those eyes, they were undeniably fixed on her. The scene from moments before replayed in her mind. Joan had rejected the blonde-haired suitor with an ice-cold finality. I have no interest in you. Do not seek me out again, she had declared, her words sharp as she turned and walked away, leaving him frozen, still kneeling on the cold ground. It was in that moment that Ruo glanced back and caught sight of his expression. The raw heartbreak and crushing disappointment were etched plainly on his face. He seemed utterly defeated, struggling just to rise to his feet. Why chase after romance at this age? It is far too draining. You are much better off just enjoying the recaps. A short while later, on the training grounds, a system notification suddenly materialized before him. You have revealed your presence to multiple entities, engraving your existence upon their consciousness. You have awakened a new concept, charisma and honor. The value for charisma and honor is 10. A thought began to form in his mind. Just as he finished reviewing his progress, a new revelation dawned upon him, a fresh understanding of his own potential. 2 new attributes appeared before him. Charisma, at a level of 10, granting the power to charm and influence, and honor, also at 10, an aura of authority earned through the respect of others. Impressive stats, certainly, but would they be of any use in the grueling ascent of the tower driven by curiosity? He turned to Daisy, a question already forming on his lips. Tell me, he began, have I seemed particularly striking lately? Daisy blinked, momentarily thrown by the odd question, before a small smile touched her lips, admitting he did seem even more handsome than usual. A wave of smug satisfaction washed over him at her words, but his triumphant grin only seemed to stoke the fires of Zephyr's irritation. An intimidating aura of pure jealousy erupted from her, startling everyone nearby. The two of you, she snapped, her voice sharp as steel. Focus on what we're supposed to be doing. Save the public displays of affection for later. Her eyes blazed with a dangerous light. In her grip, poor Leo was being unceremoniously shaken, a convenient outlet for her mounting frustration. Ignoring the warning, he pressed on, asking Daisy if she noticed anything else different about him. But before another word could escape his lips, Zephyr shoved a hand into his face. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she seethed. Did my words just go in one ear and out the other? Your focus should be on your training, she scolded, her frustration boiling over. At this rate, we'll be stuck here until sunrise. Seeing the escalating chaos, Evan wisely called Rihanna over to resume their practice, leaving Leo looking as if he were on the verge of tears. Just let me rest for a moment, he pleaded silently. His wish was granted as he was finally released, collapsing in a heap on the ground, across the training yard. Evan and Rihanna were locked in a fierce spar. Their blades flashed in a blur of motion, parrying and striking with breathtaking speed, and with every exchange, her prowess in combat grew visibly stronger. The sheer force of their clashing techniques sent shock waves through the air,
watching from the sidelines. Leo offered his professional assessment.
Evan, your strength has grown exponentially, he observed. I believe it's time we moved on to more advanced training regimens.
But Zephyr immediately dismissed the idea. Not yet, she stated flatly. Leaning against the wall, she elaborated. It's true. He has gotten stronger. But he's still leagues behind the two of you. The only reason he can even keep pace is because Rihanna is deliberately holding back her true power. Her analytical gaze remained fixed on the fight.
Her mind was a whirlwind of strategic calculations. We enter the tower tomorrow. Regardless, Evan, have you devised a strategy for dealing with that monster?
Because if you haven't, we're just setting ourselves up for a repeat of the last disaster. We need a solution, or this attempt will end in failure, just like all the others. Meanwhile, Evan activated his all-seeing eye. A golden glint sparked in his irises as his thoughts raced, analyzing the battle on a deeper level. After a week of training with Rihanna, I'm beginning to understand, he mused. Her power isn't just rage, it's a conduit for her emotions. Her entire state of being shifts depending on what's fueling it. When fueled by negative emotions like anger or frustration, her power becomes a destructive, uncontrollable torrent. But conversely, when she draws upon positive emotions like joy or determination, that same power becomes focused, stable, and truly formidable. The problem is, in the heat of a desperate battle, rage is an almost inevitable response. That's the core of why she loses control. He sidestepped her ferocious blow, and with a precise movement, used the flat of his blade to sweep her off her feet. With a heavy thud, Rihanna was sent sprawling to the ground. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers completely stunned. Rihanna's frustration was visibly mounting, but in that very same moment, a profound realization struck Evan. His hands began to weave intricate patterns in the air, forming a magic circle as he performed a silent, rapid calculation. He had spent the entire past week by Rihanna's side, not just training, but carefully collecting fragments of her emotional energy from her moments of happiness. He held her genuine emotions, a feeling of pure, unguarded relaxation, not a facade, but the very truth of her heart, resting in his hand. Then, without a sound, he lunged, twisting that same feeling of peace into a cruel weapon to unleash upon Ruo, convinced it was the only way. Yet, in the split second before his fingers could make contact, Ruo's hand shot out, swatting his away with chilling force. She snarled, her teeth bared, and then launched herself at him, a blur of motion that sent them both crashing to the unforgiving ground. Pinned beneath her, Yuan was utterly defenseless. He could only watch in horror as the enraged Ruo raised her claws to strike, a lethal arc descending upon him, prompting the others to surge forward in a desperate panic. But in that critical moment, the little snake's chain sprang to life, coiling around her arms with lightning speed and binding them tightly to her sides. No matter how fiercely Ruo thrashed and screamed, she could not break the mystical bonds. And then, as quickly as it came, the rage subsided, and she returned to her senses. A long, shuddering sigh of relief escaped Yuan's lips. He was profoundly grateful that her berserk state had been so brief, but a chilling thought remained. Must it always be like this? Every battle felt like a gamble with their lives. Something fundamental had shifted within her. But what was the trigger? What was the key to this terrifying transformation? Just then, her expression softened into an endearing smile. "Thank you," she said softly. With him there, she could push her limits without fear. This moment alone was a monumental leap forward for them. "I'm so glad I could be here for you," he replied, his heart swelling with pride. Helping her felt like its own reward, but their moment was cut short as John appeared as if from nowhere, startling Yuan into a flustered explanation. "We were just training, nothing else. I swear," John, however, just calmly replied, "I am aware. It is fortunate no one was seriously injured. More importantly, everything was, She trailed off, her words hanging in the tense air. Her unfinished thought left everyone bewildered and unnerved. What was going through her mind? "That concludes today's training," she announced, ending the session abruptly. The following day was the dawn of their next great challenge. They were to enter the tower once more. What trials and revelations await them inside will be unveiled in the next part. And that brings part 1 to a close. Thank you all for watching. Don't forget to show your support by liking this video and subscribing to the channel.